Chapter 210. Not far away from Xiandu Temple, in an elegant room on the second floor of a restaurant, Wang Ziqiao was sitting by the window facing the street, leisurely drinking wine. Brother Ziqiao, why did you think of drinking with us today? Why did you choose this shabby restaurant? Let's go, let's drink at Peace Square. The door of the elegant room was pushed open from the outside, and Cui Daogu, Cui Hong, and Lu Xiang entered. I invited you to watch a good show. What good show? Lu Xiang asked in confusion. Wang Ziqiao proudly pointed outside the window, isn't that a good show? The few of them moved to the window and looked in the direction that Wang Ziqiao was pointing. They saw the scene of Li Wangyu and Niu Wu being surrounded by bailiffs. Brother Ziqiao, your hobby is really special. Just find someone to teach that Tian Shi Lang a lesson, but you had to personally watch it. Cui Daogu smiled, how did that kid end up in your hands? It was fine if he didn't mention this matter, but when he did, Wang Ziqiao was filled with anger. I was in a good mood today and wanted to find a few scholars to accompany me to Xiandu to enjoy the flowers. In the end, I didn't expect to bump into this Tian Shi Lang in Xiandu Temple. Wang Ziqiao drank a cup of wine. Naturally, I couldn't let him go just like that, so I told my family to find 10,000-year county bailiffs to teach this bastard a lesson. Cui Daogu clapped his hands. He really walked right into the trap. This kid is unlucky. Wang Ziqiao spat. I am even more unlucky. Today, I even met Lu Quan and Kong Yingda, those two old things in Xiandu Temple. The few scholars that my family has high hopes for this year's spring examination offended those two old things. This young master could only harden his heart and give up on those pieces of trash. What a waste of this young master's efforts. His words caused Cui Daogu and the other two to look at each other and laugh. Brother Ziqiao, you are really unlucky today. But it's fine, we'll teach that kid a lesson and vent your anger for you. The bailiff who blocked Li Wangyu was naturally found by Wang Ziqiao's own troops. As for the recommendation he promised, it was just a matter of a word. With Wang Ziqiao's face, it would be easier for him to get a lower 9th grade official position than drinking water. He ordered his own troops to find the bailiffs to deal with Li Wangyu. He also didn't forget to ask people to inform those rich young masters of aristocratic families to come and watch the show. That day, he had been humiliated by Li Wangyu in Peace Square. He had also lost face in front of the few silk pants. Today, he had invited them to watch the show in order to regain his face. A few silk pants were sitting in the restaurant, laughing and joking. They were drinking wine while watching the commotion at the entrance of Xiandu Temple. In front of the Xuandu Temple, the abbot rushed up and wanted to take away the blades in the hands of the bailiffs. However, he was kicked to the side by a drunk bailiff and fell to the ground. The young Daoist from the Daoist temple hurriedly ran forward and helped the abbot up. He glared angrily at the group of lawless yamen runners. All of you, lock the two of them up. Take them back to the yamen. The drunk Tan bailiff waved the blade in his hand and shouted at the bailiffs under him. He felt very good now. It was as if he wasn't wearing a black official's uniform, but a green official's uniform. Lang Jun, what do we do now? Niu Wu was somewhat nervous. He looked at the bailiffs who were waving their blades and rattling their iron chains. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. He wasn't afraid of the bailiffs, but he was worried that his Lang Jun would be injured. Even if he could defeat a few bailiffs, it would be difficult for him to protect Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu knew that there was no reason to reason with these drunk people. Even if he took out the goldfish talisman now, these drunk bailiffs would probably not admit his identity. If he was cut by them like this, it would be a pity. Niu Wu, put down the idol. Don't break it. I still have use for this idol. Let them lock it up and don't resist. I'd like to see how they will take it down after locking us up now. Niu Wu nodded and gently put the idol aside. He didn't resist and let the bailiffs lock him up with iron chains. Seeing that the one-eyed strong man didn't resist, the bailiffs were relieved. This strong man was so burly. If he really made a scene, they were afraid that they would be beaten by him. Lock that boy up for me too. Take away the idol too. It's evidence. Tan bailiff laughed proudly when he saw that the situation was under control. The abbot of Xuandu Temple was angry and glared at Tan bailiff. He also saw that this fellow was now very drunk. He even dared to beat and scold him. It was useless to say anything now. It was better to wait for revenge later. Xiao Lang, I'll go with you to Wanyan County's Yamen. I also know Lu Ming House. I want to seek justice from him. I'm not done with them today. How dare a small bailiff be so arrogant? He was so angry that his face turned purple. He turned his head and told the little Daoist to go to Wanyan County's Yamen to find Lu Ming House. The farce at the gate of Xuandu Temple attracted many passers-by in Chongren Square. The crowd blocked the road in front of Xuandu Temple, and the scene was very chaotic. Make way, make way. What are you doing here? There was a shout from outside the crowd. Then several strong men pushed the crowd and squeezed in. Hey, are you from Wanyan County's Yamen? Why are you arresting people in front of Xuandu Temple? The person asked. Damn it, what I do has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way. Head Tan, who was feeling complacent, swayed his body and turned his head when he heard the question. He impatiently waved the knife in his hand and shouted, I'm handling a case. Stay away from me, or I'll arrest you too. Duty time, drunkenness, vulgar language. What kind of duty are you on? An old man separated the strong men in front of him and walked out from the crowd. Looking at Tan bailiff, who reeked of alcohol, he frowned and reprimanded him. What kind of duty do I have? Do I need you to tell me? Bah! Get out of my way. Tan bailiff waved the knife in his hand and shouted, Old man, if you don't tell me the truth, I'll arrest you too. Tan bailiff now felt that he was about to reach the peak of his life. Under the stimulation of alcohol, he didn't care who the person was. With the Wang clan of Taiyuan behind him, who was he afraid of in Chang and city? Arrest me? The old man laughed when he heard the words. The abbot of Xuandu Temple recognized the person and was about to come forward to salute. The old man waved his hand to him and motioned him not to come over. Instead, he walked toward Tan bailiff. Old man, get out of my way. Don't block the way. The thin old man walked in front of Tan bailiff and suddenly reached out his right hand. He turned his wrist and grabbed Tan bailiff's wrist. Then, with a twist, he grabbed the knife with his bare hand. Tan bailiff's knife changed hands. You dare to grab my knife? Old man, you have guts. Tan bailiff was shocked by the old man's sudden action for a while. Then, he shouted, You're rebelling. You're rebelling. Are you trying to rebel? Arrest this old man for me. Chapter 2:11. The old man's temper was also very fiery. After hearing squad leader Tan's shout, he slapped squad leader Tan in the face. With a crisp slap, squad leader Tan spun a few times on the spot. After being slapped, Tan Bantu sobered up a little. He covered his face with his hand in a daze, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. Without waiting for him to speak again, the old man had already stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. With a forceful clasp, squad leader Tan's hands were tied behind his back. He turned around and shouted, Capture all of them for me. When they're sober, I'll interrogate them. Yes. The group of brawny men who followed the old man were already rubbing their fists. After hearing the old man's order, they immediately rushed over. Like fierce tigers descending the mountain, they knocked over the group of bailiffs and tied them up with ropes. You. Who are you? Squad leader Tan finally felt that he had kicked an iron plate. He struggled and shouted. This series of unforeseen events not only stunned squad leader Tan and the group of bailiffs, but also stunned Li Wangyu and Miao Wu. Li Wangyu didn't expect such a turn of events. He estimated that he would suffer some physical pain. Only when he went to Wanyan County's Yamen, took out the goldfish talisman, and revealed his identity, could he vent his anger. However, he didn't expect that the old man who suddenly appeared would take care of the group of drunk bailiffs in a few moves. This made him feel slightly relieved. Wang Ziqiao, who was waiting in the restaurant to watch the show, was so angry that he fiercely smashed the wine cup in his hand on the floor. How could it be him? Damn it! Why is that Tian Shenu's luck so good that he was saved? Wang Ziqiao angrily roared. Cui Daogu also saw the scene of the old man showing off his power. He could only sigh and comfort him. Brother Ziqiao, your luck is really bad. You actually met him. Forget it. Just pretend that this didn't happen. Tell your subordinates to keep their mouths shut. We can't afford to offend that person. Humph. Wang Ziqiao coldly snorted and no longer looked at the scene outside the window. Today, he had gone looking for Li Wangyu without success. This made him very angry. Let's go. Let's go for a drink at Peace Square. After Wang Ziqiao left, Cui Daogu, Cui Hong, and Lu Xiang glanced at each other, yet their eyes revealed a wisp of a smile. Although the 5 clans and 7 watchful clans were of the same breath and branch, there were also open struggles and covert struggles between each other. Seeing the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wang clan being defeated again and again made the 3 of them secretly happy. Cui Daogu's group of 3 couldn't be bothered to continue watching the show, and they joked with each other for a while before following Wang Ziqiao to the Peace Square to drink wine. In front of the Xiandu temple, Tan Ban was tied up tightly by the strong man brought by the old man. After sobering up a little, he finally began to feel afraid and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Young Master Wang, save me." But at this time, Wang Ziqiao was already far away. How could he save him? Even if Wang Ziqiao didn't leave, with his character, he would probably treat him like trash and kick him to the side. Wang Ziqiao did not care about the life or death of this kind of official at all. When Li Wangyu heard Head Tan's shout, he confirmed his guess. Sure enough, it was that bastard Wang Ziqiao. I didn't look for you, but you actually tried to use such a despicable method to deal with me. Surnamed Wang, you just wait for me. Let's ride a donkey and read a songbook, just wait and see. Li Wangyu suppressed the anger in his heart and went forward to greet the old man. Li Wangyu of Hu County, thank you for your help. Oh. You are Li Wangyu of Hu County. Not bad, you can be considered a talent, but your body is too weak. The old man smiled and patted his shoulder. Li Wangyu was speechless. Why did all these old men seem to know him when he met them today? Was his reputation already so big in Chang'an City? May I ask for your surname? I am Li Jing. Li Jing. This name is so familiar. Li Wangyu's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed. Are you in front of Duke Wei? Ha, that's right, it is me. Li Wangyu's heartbeat quickened. The war god of the Tang dynasty, he just happened to meet him on the street? Li Jing, medicine master, was one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion, and he was conferred the title of Duke Wei. He was talented in both civil and military matters, and he was a general and a minister. He made great contributions to the Tang dynasty and was hailed as the war god of his generation. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed again. This was a real big shot, no wonder he could easily take care of Head Tan. His actions were even more decisive than Niu Wu's. The abbot of Xuandu Temple also hurriedly came forward to greet. He naturally knew Duke Li Jing. The reason why Wang Ziqiao left was because he recognized Duke Li Jing's identity, so he had no choice but to leave. Everyone exchanged a few words, and Li Wangyu pointed at the tied-up bailiffs and asked, Duke Wei, how do you think we should deal with these people? Send them to Wanyan County. I want to ask that Ming House Lu how he manages his officials. Duke Li Jing's face was filled with anger when he mentioned this matter. He was an upright person, and he hated these unscrupulous officials the most. He had already seen what happened just now clearly from outside the crowd. Obviously, these bailiffs wanted to frame Li Jia Shaolang and frame him for stealing the idol from Xuandu Temple. It was ridiculous. Duke Li Jing didn't think much about it. He thought that these bailiffs were just drunk and wanted to blackmail Li Wangyu. He didn't know about the grudge between Li Wangyu and the Taiyuan Wang clan. Li Wangyu naturally didn't have any objections. He also wanted to teach these unscrupulous bailiffs a lesson, so that no Tom, Dick, or Harry would dare to reach out their claws to Li Wangyu in the future. Duke Li Jing's troops escorted the bailiffs to Wanyan County's Yamen, ready to punish them. Xianyang Lane, where Wanyan County's Yamen was located, was not far from Xuandu Temple. After leaving Chongren Lane and passing Peace Lane, they would arrive at Xianyang Lane. The structure of Wanyan County's Yamen was almost the same as Cheng'an County. When the group entered the Yamen's Yamen, the Wanyan County magistrate, who had been notified, came out to welcome them. The Wanyan County magistrate's name was Lu Deheng, and he was a collateral member of the Fanyang Lu family. However, he didn't know anything about what happened today. Wang Ziqiao didn't let anyone inform him. Hearing his subordinate report that the Minister of War, Duke Wei, Li Jing, had led his own troops and escorted the bailiffs of the county Yamen, Lu Deheng's heart skipped a beat. He knew that things were not going well. He didn't know what that damned head Tan had done, but if it could cause Duke Wei to personally escort them back to the Yamen, it couldn't be a small matter. Greetings, Duke Wei. Lu Ming House, these bailiffs are from your Wanyan County's Yamen, right? Duke Li Jing didn't give him any face and asked directly. Lu Deheng secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded carefully, that's right. How did these bastards make Duke Wei angry? I definitely won't let them off. Duke Li Jing snorted coldly. Humph, these bastards, they got drunk on duty and even framed others for stealing money. They deserve to die. As he spoke, he pointed at Li Wangyu, implying that he was the victim who had been framed by the bailiffs. Lu Deheng quickly looked up and saw a white-clothed youth. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he didn't offend any aristocratic family's young master or noble. He was just a commoner in white, so it wasn't a big deal. When he returned, he would give him some compensation and then reprimand the bailiffs. Note: Duke Li Jing was conferred the title of Duke Wei in Jingguan's second year, which was brought forward in the novel. Chapter 212. Lu Deheng glared at Head Tan. This old fox was causing trouble for him again. If it wasn't for his daughter, he wouldn't have let him off so easily today. Although Head Tan was older than Lu Deheng, he could be considered half of Lu Deheng's father-in-law. This was because he gave his youngest daughter to Lu Deheng as a concubine. Although a concubine wasn't considered a marriage in the Tang dynasty, Lu Deheng doted on little Miss Tan a lot, so he took care of Head Tan. Lu Deheng also knew that Head Tan wanted to become an internal official, but he was just the head of the bailiffs. He couldn't even be considered an external official, let alone an internal official. Therefore, he could only turn a blind eye to Head Tan's actions. As long as he didn't cause too much trouble, he would act as if he didn't see anything. Head Tan had worked in the county government for half his life, so he knew all the tricks in the county government. He had also used County Magistrate Lu's name to gain a lot of benefits. In Lu Deheng's view, today's matter was just Head Tan trying to blackmail someone and gain some benefits. He didn't expect to be so unlucky as to bump into Duke Wei and Li Jing. This wasn't the first time Head Tan and the others had done something like this, so Lu Deheng didn't take it seriously. At most, he would throw the bailiffs into jail in front of Li Jing and release them after Li Jing left. In any case, Duke Wei couldn't possibly stay in the county government and wait for him to deal with them on the spot. This kind of thing was nothing more than dragging it out. After dragging it out for a while, everything would calm down. There was no way a noble like Duke Wei would care about such a trivial matter all the time. As for the victim's family, he would just give them some money. How could he dare to say anything about it? After making up his mind, Lu Deheng cupped his hands towards Li Jing and smiled apologetically. At the same time, he signaled the bailiffs to take Head Tan and the others away. Duke Wei, it's all my fault for not being strict enough. It's my fault. I will definitely punish these bailiffs who neglected their duties and framed others. Li Jing did not feel that there was anything wrong with Lu Deheng's words. The reason why he had personally escorted these bailiffs to Wanyan County was to express his attitude. As for how to deal with them, it was naturally Lu Deheng's responsibility as the county magistrate. He would not exceed his authority. However, Li Wangyu understood the meaning behind County Magistrate Lu's words. Wasn't it obvious that he was going to raise it up high and put it down gently? What severe punishment? These empty words were meaningless. Seeing that the bailiffs were about to take head Tan and the others away, Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped them. Wait. What? This Mr. Xiao Lang is not satisfied with the county's punishment. When Lu Deheng saw that Li Wangyu had stopped him, the smile on his face disappeared and he asked with dissatisfaction. Li Wangyu did not mind his expression at all. He asked directly, Ming House, what is the punishment for stealing other people's property in the law of the Tang dynasty? In the law of the Tang dynasty, the punishment for robbers was still very severe. The law of the Tang dynasty stipulates, if you steal and don't get money, you have to answer 50 times. 1 foot of cane is 60 times, 1 horse plus 1 class. If you steal 5 horses a year, 10 horses plus 1 class, 50 horses plus 1 class. Facing Li Wangyu's question, Lu Deheng did not answer. He only snorted, this county magistrate will make the decision for you. Step aside first. Even Li Jing could see that Lu Deheng was perfunctory in his answer. He said with dissatisfaction, Ming House Lu, why don't you answer Xiao Lang's question? This. Hearing Li Jing's words, Lu Deheng had no choice but to answer honestly, if you steal and don't get money, you have to answer 50 times. Hearing him recite the law of the Tang dynasty about robbers, Li Wangyu sneered and pointed at the gilded idol in Niao Wu's hands. The head of the class accused me of stealing this gilded idol. If it is true, how should I be punished? This idol was cast in copper and gilded in gold. Li Wangyu estimated that the price of this idol would not be lower than 100 strings of copper coins. Its value was obviously much higher than the value of 50 bolts of silk. According to the law of the Tang dynasty, if this idol was really stolen by Li Wangyu, according to the law, he would be exiled 3,000 miles away and serve 3 years of hard labor. This. Lu Deheng did not know how to answer. He vaguely guessed why Li Wangyu asked such a question. Sure enough, without waiting for him to answer, Li Wangyu pointed at the stone tablet at the west end of the county magistrate's tunnel. The words, false accusation plus 3 classes, were engraved on it. Ming House, according to the law of the Tang dynasty, false accusation plus 3 classes. Am I right? Since the head of the class accused me of stealing, shouldn't I be punished plus 3 classes? False accusation plus 3 classes meant that the punishment for falsely accusing others would be increased. As soon as Li Wangyu said this, Lu Deheng's face immediately became very ugly. The faces of the head of the class and the group of yamen runners also turned ashen. Enough. This county magistrate will investigate this matter and give you an explanation. Lu Deheng did not want to talk to Li Wangyu anymore. What a good investigation. The facts are in front of us. What else does the Ming House need to investigate? Li Wangyu asked. Lu Deheng could not help but be annoyed. How could this white-clothed youth be so insensible? He flung his robe and said coldly, What? Do I need a young man like you to teach me how to judge a case? Li Jing did not say anything. He wanted to see how Li Wangyu, who was rumored to be extraordinarily intelligent and talented, would deal with this matter. Li Wangyu said, Ming House, the law of the Tang dynasty states that those who falsely accuse others should sit opposite. Since the head of the class framed me for stealing, he should naturally sit opposite and be punished. This county magistrate knows. This county magistrate just said that he will investigate and give you justice. Xiao Lang, don't push your luck and forget your identity. Lu Deheng intended to use his official power to suppress Li Wangyu, this insensible white-clothed youth, so that he could turn around and let go of the head of the class. But after he finished speaking, he saw Li Wangyu sneer. My identity? If the Ming House did not mention it, I would have almost forgotten. He reached out and took out the goldfish talisman from his bosom and threw it directly to Lu Deheng. My identity? Isn't this it? The Ming House will know when you see it. Lu Deheng caught the goldfish talisman and wanted to throw it to the ground without looking at it. Just as he was about to throw it, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the golden object in his palm. He thought that Li Wangyu threw a gold ingot to him to bribe him. How could he accept the gold ingot in front of Li Jing, not to mention that he wanted to protect the head of the class, his cheap father-in-law. Just as he was about to reprimand Li Wangyu, his eyes fell on the golden object in his hand and he could no longer pull them out. Gold. Goldfish talisman, you are the county magistrate of the founding county? What? Xiao Lang, you have been conferred a title. Before Lu Dehang could react, Li Jing heard his words and hurriedly rushed forward. He snatched the goldfish talisman from his hand and looked at it carefully. County magistrate of the founding county, conferred a title of county magistrate. Li Jing looked up at Li Wangyu in disbelief. Xiao Lang, you are only 16 years old this year, right? The sage actually conferred a title to you? His words scared the head of the class and the bailiffs, who were still standing on the side. Their legs went soft and they knelt down. Chapter 213. Li Wangyu could only smile and shrug his shoulders in response to Duke Wei's surprise. He didn't know how to answer. He was also surprised to be given a title by Pai Lupi. Who knew why the stingy Pai Lupi would give him a title just because he made a water wheel and a four-wheeled carriage? Pai Lupi was very cautious when it came to giving titles. He wouldn't give titles unless he made a great contribution. Just by looking at how even a great scholar like Kong Yingda couldn't get a title, one could tell how difficult it was to be given a title. The reason why Li Wangyu was confused about being given a title was because he underestimated the significance of the four-wheeled carriage to the Tang dynasty. The blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage was given to the Ministry of Works by Pai Lupi. After some improvements, it was confirmed that 4 horses could be used to transport 30 dan of goods at a time and travel 300 li a day. This result shocked Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the other ministers. For the vast Tang dynasty, the four-wheeled carriage was too important. Its importance was far beyond Li Wangyu's imagination. Now that the Ministry of Works had started to mass-produce the four-wheeled carriage, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the other ministers were sure that with enough four-wheeled carriages to transport food, the Tang dynasty would be able to expand its territory by a lot. Therefore, in Pai Lupi's view, the significance of Li Wangyu giving the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage was no less than expanding the territory. The title of founding county man wasn't enough to reward him for his contributions. However, Li Wangyu was too young. It wasn't necessarily a good thing to give him a higher title before he reached the age of adulthood. Out of love, Pai Lupi thought about it again and again before giving Li Wangyu the title of founding county man. However, in the eyes of those who didn't know, it was too shocking. Li Wangyu's name was removed from the Li clan of Hu County, and his name was also erased from the Zongjing Temple's Yellow Book. But in Pai Lupi's eyes, that was purely the fault of the Huxian Li clan. The Li clan of Huxian didn't recognize Li Wangyu, but Pai Lupi now regarded him as a treasure. If it weren't for the fact that Li Wangyu had yet to reach the age of 20, Pai Lupi would have ordered Li Wangyu to return to the imperial family as the head of the family. Even though there was no official decree and the imperial ancestral temple had not yet re-entered Li Wangyu's name into the clan's Yellow Book, just based on that day at the Li family, Pai Lupi's golden words had Li Wangyu call him uncle, it was enough to show Pai Lupi's attitude. Knowing that the young man in white in front of him was actually the man who founded the country, Lu Dehang felt unwell. He hurriedly and respectfully bowed to Li Wangyu. This official didn't know the identity of the man from Huxian. Just now, this official was too presumptuous, please don't take offense. Li Wangyu still couldn't get used to hearing his title. It was 2F** king unimpressive, okay? It was also an honorific title. Other people called him Duke of Wei, Duke of Lu, how domineering were they? Titles like Duke of Wei, Duke of Lu, how resounding were they? His title was Huxian. Could it be that when he was conferred the title of founding duke in the future, he would also be respectfully called Huxian Duke? Thinking of this possibility, Li Wangyu couldn't help but shiver. It was too frightening. Li Wangyu wasn't too surprised by Lu Dehang's change from arrogance to respect. He only nodded calmly, Looming House, no need to be so courteous. It's fine as long as you can give me an explanation. After saying this, he looked at Head Tan and the others kneeling on the ground and trembling. Looming House, let's start the trial now. I still have some matters to attend to in a while and need to go to the palace to seek an audience with the sage. I don't have much time to waste. Li Wangyu's words completely destroyed Lu Dehang's thoughts of protecting head Tan. He could only helplessly make an inviting gesture to Li Jing and Li Wangyu and prepare to go to the main hall of the county yamen to start the trial. In the Wanyan County Yamen, a group of yamen runners and scribes cast sympathetic glances at Head Tan and the others kneeling on the ground. It seemed that Head Tan was doomed to be unlucky. Who told him to be so blind as to frame a founding duke? Wasn't this King courting death? Just as the crowd was about to move to the hall of the county government, more than a dozen figures rushed in from outside the county government. They were yelling loudly, "Lu Dehang, get your ass out here right now. How dare you send people to capture us brothers? I'll skin you alive. Don't talk nonsense with them. Kill your way in and save Zio." The yamen runners of the Wanyan County Yamen didn't have time to stop them and were beaten to a pulp by the crowd that rushed into the county yamen. This sudden scene almost made Lu Dehang burst into tears. What kind of sin did he commit today? Li Jing, Duke of Wei, personally came to escort the yamen runners who committed the crime, and the victim was actually a founding duke. This was enough to give him a headache. Now, the county yamen has been invaded. What are you trying to do? Did they really take bean buns and not dry food? Did they not take him, a 6th-grade county magistrate, as a cadre? Lu Dehang's anger rose in his heart. He opened his mouth and wanted to call the yamen runners to arrest these people. But when he saw the people who had rushed into the county yamen, the anger that had just surged in his heart was immediately extinguished by him. The words that came out of his mouth were also somewhat flattering and fawning. "Young dukes, what are you doing? If you have any orders, I will do it." The people who rushed into the Wanyan County Yamen were Ching Chumo and the others. "Bastards, you yamen runners of the Wanyan County actually dare to capture my brother. Hurry up." Ching Chumo didn't finish his words when he finally saw Li Wangyu on the side and shouted in surprise, "Zio, are you okay? Did this group of bastards do anything to you?" Li Wangyu was greatly moved. He quickly smiled and waved his hand. "I'm fine. Thank you, brothers. Why are you here?" Fang Yai smiled and said, "Today we went to Dingzhou village to drink with you. Your housekeeper said you went to Xiandu Temple. We went to Xiandu Temple to find you. When we arrived, we heard from the young Daoist that you were captured by the yamen runners of the Wanyan County. Didn't we immediately come to save you? Did Lu Dehang send people to capture you?" Li Wangyu was speechless. The young Daoist from Xiandu Temple was not reliable. It was clearly him and Li Jing who had brought the group of yamen runners to the county yamen. How did it become him being captured by the yamen runners? Without waiting for him to explain, Lu Dehang's face was bitter as he cried out, "Young dukes, how could I dare to let the yamen runners capture a county man? Even if I had the courage, I wouldn't dare. It's really." He also didn't know how to explain the actions of Head Ban Tan and the others. "Wait, what did you say? A county man? Who is a county man?" Fang Yai suddenly interrupted him and asked. Ching Chumo and the others also looked at each other. How come there was another county man? In Chang'an City, they had never heard of this title of Baron of Founding County. Lu Dehang's face was full of surprise and he couldn't help but look at Li Wangyu. Before he could explain, Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, "Hee, brothers, I am a county man." "What? Ziyu, you were conferred a title?" "Brother, this is not a joke. When were you conferred a title? Why is there no news from the court? County? Aren't the important places in the capital not conferred titles? Where's the goldfish talisman? Quickly let me see. Ziyu, why did the sage confer you a title?" The group of playboys immediately surrounded Li Wangyu, wanting to know what was going on. Chapter 214. Li Wangyu didn't know how to answer the questions from the foppish young masters. Suddenly, a heavy cough came from the side. "Cough, you guys, are you going to pretend that you didn't see me?" When the group of playboys heard the voice, they were so scared that they hurriedly bowed. Why was this big shot also in Wanyan County? "Greetings, Duke Wei." "Greetings, Minister Li." Li Jing walked up and seemed to be reprimanding them, but in fact, he intimately gave each of them a chestnut. You all didn't learn well. How dare you barge into Wanyan County? It seems that I have to talk to Jijia and Jingda about how they discipline their sons. Ching Chumo begged for mercy with a bitter face. Duke Wei, aren't we afraid that Zio will be bullied by Wanyan County? Hehe, please forgive us this time. Li Jing's status in the military of the Tang dynasty was far beyond that of famous generals like Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that half of the Tang dynasty was conquered by Li Jing. From this, one could see his status. It was also because his contributions were too great and his status was too high that in his later years, in order to not be suspected by Li Er, and because he was falsely accused of treason, Li Jing closed his door to show his innocence and protect himself to have a good end. The old Tang book recorded that Li Jing closed his door to prevent guests from entering. Even his relatives were not allowed to enter. Closing his door meant that he was completely isolated from the outside world. He didn't even receive his relatives to prove that he didn't have any rebellious thoughts. In later novels, it was said that in order to prove his innocence, Li Jing opened his door and allowed people to visit as they wished. This was the opposite. With the Li family's status as the founding duke, even if the door was opened, outsiders wouldn't be able to see anything, because the duke's mansion was too big. Qing Chumo and the other dandy young masters were all scared out of their wits when they saw Li Jing here. They dared to be unreasonable with Lu Deheng, but in front of Li Jing, they were all as obedient as kittens and didn't dare to get angry. Even Fang Yai and the others looked at Li Wangyu with resentment. Brother, why didn't you say that this big shot was here earlier? You don't even know how to inform your brothers. You're really not loyal enough. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. You guys directly attacked Wanyan County's yamen. How am I supposed to inform you guys? Li Jia Shaolang kicked each of their butts. Alright, no one dares to bully Li Jia Shaolang. You guys can scram now. Yes, we'll scram now. Qing Chumo and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly ran out. While they were running, they didn't forget to wink at Li Wangyu, signaling that they would wait for him outside the county yamen and that they would go drinking together later. Li Wangyu was both moved and speechless. This group of silk pants was really too cute. After the debauches left Wanyan County's yamen, Lu Deheng looked at the yamen runners who had been beaten black and blue by the debauches. He wanted to cry but had no tears. This matter had yet to be resolved, and he did not dare to find trouble with those silk pants because of this matter. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. Lu Deheng angrily glared at Headband Tan, who was kneeling on the ground. Right now, he had no intention of protecting him. Lu Deheng made an inviting gesture to Li Jia Shaolang and Li Wangyu. Then, he directly went to the county yamen's main hall to interrogate the case. Headband Tan and a group of yamen runners framed Li Wangyu. The evidence was conclusive and there was no way to deny it. Lu Deheng was also very straightforward. According to the third-class crime of false accusation, Headband Tan was sentenced to 80 beatings, 3,000 miles of exile, and 3 years of hard labor. The other yamen runners who were accomplices were also sentenced to 30 beatings and had to resign from the county yamen. Duke Wei, Li Wangyu, are you satisfied with this county's punishment? Lu Deheng asked Li Jia Shaolang and Li Wangyu flatteringly. Li Jia Shaolang did not comment. He just did not like the behavior of these yamen runners. Li Wangyu shook his head. Lu Ming House, I remember that the sentence for falsely accusing an official is even more severe than sitting on the bench. This. Li Wangyu's words made Lu Deheng feel a bit of a toothache. He knew that Li Wangyu was right. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, the punishment for falsely accusing an official of high rank would be even more severe. But no matter what, Headband Tan was his cheap father-in-law. Could it be that he could sentence Headband Tan to death by hanging? If that happened, his Miss Tan would definitely jump into a well. Without waiting for Lu Deheng to defend himself, Li Wangyu sighed again. But forget it. Who told me to be so kind-hearted? Let's just leave it at that. In response, Lu Deheng quickly cupped his hands and thanked Li Wangyu. Seeing that Li Wangyu wasn't going to pursue his crime of falsely accusing an official, Head Tan, who had just finished 80 battles and was lying in the county Yaman's lobby with his buttocks dripping with blood, actually cupped his hands gratefully towards Li Wangyu to thank him for his magnanimity. Li Jia Xiaolang also thought that Li Wangyu let Head Ban Tan go, so he nodded with satisfaction while twisting his beard. He thought that Li Jia Xiaolang was really pure. In fact, the cynical man was not kind enough to let Head Ban Tan go. He wished that Lu Dehang could sentence this bastard to death and make an example of him so that no Tom, Dick, or Harry would dare to humiliate the Li family in the future. But Li Wangyu just remembered that it was the second year of Zhongguan era. There was a plague of locusts all over the world, and many people sold their children in exchange for food and clothing. In April, Pai Lupi would issue an edict to redeem the sold children with gold silk from Yufu and return them to their parents. Because of the long rain last year, this year there was a drought and a plague of locusts, so the whole world was pardoned. As the name implied, the whole world was pardoned for all criminals in the world. The mistakes they had made before would be forgiven and written off. In addition to treason and other serious crimes, even if Head Ban Tan was sentenced to death by hanging, he would be pardoned by Pai Lupi before the end of the year by the Ministry of Justice, even if he was sentenced to death by hanging. In this case, it was meaningless for him to force Lu Dehang to sentence him to death by hanging. It was better to give him a verbal favor. Seeing that Li Wangyu no longer pursued the matter, Lu Dehang ordered the Yamen runners to put Head Ban Tan in prison first, and then he would be exiled 3,000 miles away to serve his sentence in Lingnan. The farce was finally over. Li Wangyu and Li Jing were respectfully sent out of the county government by Lu Dehang. Li Jing encouraged Li Wangyu with a few words and left with his troops. After he left, the group of debauches immediately ran out and clustered around Li Wangyu. Qing Chimo had a fiendish look on his face. Ziyu, you were conferred a noble title by the saint, but you dared to hide such an important matter from your brothers. Tell us, what is your punishment? That's right. Ziyu, your actions have really hurt us. Tell us, how are you going to make it up to us? Fang Yai also cracked his knuckles as he threatened. Li Wangyu hurriedly made a circle with his hands clasped in front of him. Brothers, it's all my fault. In order to make it up to you, I'll be the host today, okay? Ha, that's right. Let's go, Peace Square or the Hu Wine Shop. Ziyu, you have the final say. F***ck, I knew these bastards wanted to drink wine. I despise them. While Li Wangyu and the group of debauches were riding to the wine shop, the news of him being conferred a noble title by Pai Lupi spread quickly in Chang, and from the Wanyan County government, causing a great commotion in Chang, and Chapter 215. After the playboys rushed into the Wanyan County Yamen, the 100 Horsemen Department immediately reported to Pai Lupi, who was in the Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi did not care too much about the playboys' mischief. Pai Lupi actually liked and appreciated Qing Chimo's group of playboys. At least compared to those playboys from aristocratic families, their natures were much better. Although they were a tyrant in Chang, and Pai Lupi often heard reports from the 100 Horsemen Department about the playboys' mischief, he had never heard that they bullied the market or kidnapped women. Therefore, in Pai Lupi's eyes, Qing Chimo and the others were just a group of playboys. But after learning that the head of the Wanyan County Yamen had dared to frame Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi directly became angry and slapped the case. Investigate for me. Who is the one behind this? I don't believe that a small head of the Yamen would be so bold. During the trial in the Yamen, Head Tan insisted that he had drunk too much wine and was confused for a moment, so he wanted to blackmail Li Wangyu. He did not say that it was the Taiyuan Wang clan who had ordered him to do so, mainly because he did not dare. Although Head Tan was only a small figure, he knew that he had been used by the Taiyuan Wang clan. In fact, he resented the Wang clan even more. The Taiyuan Wang clan was not a good person. He knew that he could not provoke the Daohu County man, but he still urged him to find trouble with the Daohu County man. He was really despicable and shameless. But no matter how much Head Tan resented the Taiyuan Wang clan, he did not dare to say that the Wang clan had bribed him to deal with Li Wangyu. He had offended Li Wangyu, and now he was sentenced to exile for 3,000 miles. But if he had offended the Wang clan of Taiyuan, he might not even be able to walk out of Cheng and alive. In fact, Head Tan had wronged Prince Qiao. He really didn't know that Li Wangyu had been knighted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such an inferior method to frame Li Wangyu. Although Head Tan didn't expose Wang Ziqiao, the 100 Horsemen department still investigated the matter thoroughly. When Pai Lupi found out that it was the eldest son of the Taiyuan Wang clan, Wang Ziqiao, who was causing trouble behind his back, he couldn't help but laugh in anger. Sure enough, the 5 surnames and 7 looks did not put the royal family of Li Tang in their eyes at all. He even wanted to bully his nephew after giving him a hard time in the imperial court. Good, very good. Pai Lupi, who was also a cynical man, didn't flare up on the spot. Instead, he recorded a score for the Taiyuan Wang clan in his little black book. At this time, Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the others were still drinking and having fun in the brothel of Pingkong Square. But they heard the news from the county government of Wanyan County that Head Tan had been heavily convicted of the crime of false accusation. Guilty for 80 years, wandering for 3,000 miles, and being a prisoner for 3 years. In this regard, Wang Ziqiao didn't even lift his eyelids, as if Head Tan had nothing to do with him. But when he heard that Li Wangyu of Huxian had been knighted by the saint, he changed his face and didn't even know that the wine glass in his hand fell to the floor. What did you say? That bastard was knighted by the saint? Yes, he was knighted by the Ming house of Huxian. His goldfish Fu Nalu was very clear. Wang Ziqiao's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, "Why was he knighted? Why?" In a rage, Wang Ziqiao swept all the things on the table to the ground and angrily roared at the prostitutes who were scared out of their wits, get out of here." Cui Daogu and the others also looked at each other. No one expected that the young man in white from the Li family of Huxian, who had been removed from the royal family for a short month, would become one of the nobles of the Tang dynasty. In this way, the previous action of the Taiyuan Wang clan to break off the engagement became a big joke. Such a talent was actually forced by them to force the Li family to break off the engagement and offer nearly 200 taels of gold. This was simply a stupid action of picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. Naturally, they were too lazy to comfort the furious Wang Ziqiao. They were secretly thinking about how to get along with the Li family in the future. Not to mention how Wang Ziqiao was furious in the brothel and smashed the elegant room into a mess. The news that Li Wangyu of Huxian was knighted spread quickly in Cheng and city like a storm. In this regard, everyone was inexplicably shocked. There were those who were envious, those who were comforted, and those who were jealous. The officials and aristocratic families of Cheng and city all had different reactions to this. After receiving the news, some nobles and aristocratic families immediately sent people to Dingzhou village in Huxian to send a generous gift to the Li family as a sign of congratulation and good karma. While Li Wangyu was still being forced to drink by the wastrels, Dingzhou village had become very lively. An endless stream of people knocked on the door of the Li family, handed in their master's invitation, and then presented a generous gift. Even the Taiyuan Wang clan could only pinch their noses and send their servants to deliver a generous gift to the Li family. Including the Xingyang clan and the Fanyang Lu clan, the 5 clans and 7 families also sent people to the Li family as a sign of congratulation. This made the old housekeeper, Li Heng, extremely busy, and the smile on his face never stopped. With so many gifts, he roughly estimated the value. The huge debt owed by the family could be easily paid off, and they would be much richer. Su Chongqing was also stunned by the dazzling array of expensive gifts. Although she had seen a lot in her previous life, she had never seen such a grand occasion of gift-giving. As for what to do with these gifts, the beautiful boss was still a little undecided. She simply had Li Heng record them all and put them in the storeroom. When Li Wangyu returned, they would discuss what to do with them. In Dingzhou village, the Li family. While Su Chongqing was still worrying about happiness, Li Wangyu was being forced to drink by a group of wastrels. He dared to swear that this group of bastards was doing it on purpose. Ching Chimo and the others were indeed deliberately forcing Li Wangyu to drink. First, they were happy for him, and second, they were a little jealous in their hearts. Although Qing Chumo and the others were respectfully called Little Duke by outsiders, in fact, if they wanted to inherit the title, they had to wait until their father died. Moreover, only the eldest son could inherit the title of their father. The others were not qualified. For example, Fang Yai had nothing to do with Fang Xuanling's title. It was only the elder brother, Fang Yizhi, who could inherit it. Among the 3 brothers of the Qing family, only Qing Chumo could inherit Qing Yaojin's title. Moreover, when inheriting a title, the title would be reduced by 1 level per generation. After 3 generations, the title would no longer be inherited. Therefore, now that Li Wangyu was conferred a title, even if it was the lowest rank, it made a group of wastrels secretly envious. Especially after Li Wangyu took out his goldfish talisman in an extremely pretentious and indifferent manner and passed it around for the wastrels to see, the wastrels were even more unhappy. Who told you to be pretentious and force him to drink? The wastrels were unhappy, and as a result, Li Wangyu was once again forced to drink until he blacked out. Chapter 216. The next day, Li Wangyu woke up with a splitting headache, only to find that he had been sent back to Dingzhou village by those rich playboys the day before. Su Changqing glared at him angrily and ordered Perrin to bring him some hangover soup. After Li Wangyu freshened up, he finally woke up from his hangover. Su Changqing then told him about the endless stream of people from aristocratic families, powerful officials, and high-ranking officials in Chang and city who had sent gifts yesterday. Li Wangyu looked at the thick list of gifts and name cards in his hand and was a little dumbfounded. There really were no secrets in Chang and city. He had just revealed his identity in Wanyan County, and in less than 2 hours, the whole Chang and city knew about it. But looking at the number of gifts Li Heng counted, he felt a little happy in his heart. Gifts worth a total of 5 million. A month ago, he was still worried about the huge debt of 2 million owed by his family. In the end, in just one afternoon, the gifts from the rich and powerful in Chang and city were worth 5 million. Sure enough, wine and meat stink behind the door, and bones freeze to death on the road. Li Wangyu muttered. Such a large sum of money, and it was just a congratulatory gift for a small county founding man. One could imagine how much wealth the rich and powerful families and officials had. What should we do with the money? Su Changqing asked. Li Wangyu thought for a moment and replied, keep it for now. If we can cooperate with Li Shim in this show, we'll send an edict to eliminate the locusts as soon as possible. If Guangzhong Road doesn't become a famine, we can use the money to set up a brewery or something. Don't you want to pay back the money first? Hey, it's still early anyway. We'll owe it first. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to pay back the money. After all, he was now knighted. How could Yang Quan ask him to pay back the money? Besides, he had agreed with Yang Quan that he would pay back the money in a year. Why should he pay back the money so early? Su Changqing rolled his beautiful eyes and said, "You're bullying others. Yang Quan is an honest person. How can you call that bullying? We trust each other." Li Wangyu said angrily, "Besides, that Yang Quan is an honest person. Humph, he has set me up many times, but I don't see how honest he is. He's not at all comparable to his teacher, Yu Shernan. That's the real Ernest Sr. Are you going to return Yu Shernan's 1 million yuan?" Su Changqing rolled his eyes. "Yes, this must be returned. When I go back, tell Li Heng to prepare the gold for me. When I go to Chang and city, I will visit Yu Shernan." Su Changqing nodded. Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, Wang Yu, why are the currencies of the Tang dynasty gold and copper coins? What about silver? Is there no silver in the Tang dynasty?" She had not noticed this before, but when she looked at the gift list yesterday, she found that the gifts were all gold, jewels, silk and satin, but no one sent any money, which made her curious. Li Wangyu patted his forehead. He remembered that he had not told her about this before, so he explained it casually. It turned out that silver was not a legal currency in the Tang dynasty. Its main purpose was to make all kinds of jewelry, utensils, and pay taxes. In the Tang dynasty, the provinces and counties would convert the taxes into silver and send it to the capital. The status of silver in the Tang dynasty was similar to that in modern society. It was valuable, but could not be used as a currency. You couldn't take an ingot of silver to shop in modern times, could you? You would be driven out. Therefore, in the Tang dynasty, only copper coins were recognized as a currency. Gold, as a substitute for large payments, was naturally accepted and recognized. After Li Wangyou's explanation, Su Changqing suddenly realized that he had been deceived by the unscrupulous TV scriptwriter of the future. The two of them discussed the financial arrangements of the family, and then Li Wangyu remembered that he had not done the business. He hurriedly called Niu Wu and asked him if he had brought back the statue of the Tao ancestor. Of course, Niu Wu would not forget to bring the statue, although he did not understand why his Lang Jun wanted it. After asking Niu Wu to bring the statue of the Tao ancestor, Li Wangyu took Su Changqing and ran to the study in the backyard with the statue. After instructing that no one was to disturb them, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing stayed in the study mysteriously for the entire morning, which made Li Heng, Aphrodite, and Perrin very curious. It was not until noon that the door of the study in the backyard finally opened, and Li Wangyu came out with a sneaky smile on his face. After lunch, Li Wangyu hurried to Cheng and again with Niu Wu. He first went to the Xuandu temple to confirm the preparation of the heavenly grand ritual with Yuan Tiangang and the abbot of the Xuandu temple. After they discussed for a while, Li Wangyu confirmed that there was no problem with the heavenly grand ritual held in 2 days at the Taiji Palace, and then went to the Taiji Palace to see Pai Lupi. It was the first time Li Wangyu entered the Taiji Palace. He handed over his goldfish talisman and asked to see Pai Lupi. Not long after, he was welcomed into the palace by a chamberlain. In the Suite du Hall, Pai Lupi was sitting beside a few tables and looking at official documents. After the chamberlain informed him, Li Wangyu was invited into the hall. Li Wangyu, a county official, pays my respects to your majesty. Li Wangyu respectfully bowed to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi seemed to be in a good mood. He waved the chamberlain away, and then said to Li Wangyu with a smile, "Okay, I told you to call me uncle in private." Li Wangyu naturally took advantage of the situation and agreed without hesitation. "Zio, how is the preparation for the heavenly grand ritual?" "Uncle, I have invited immortal Yuan Tiangang to preside over the heavenly grand ritual. Don't worry, the aristocratic families will be shocked the day after tomorrow," Li Wangyu promised, patting his chest. Pai Lupi frowned. "What do you mean by shocked the day after?" Li Wangyu was speechless for a while. "Damn, I said something wrong again. How could the Tang dynasty have such a thing?" He was sweating like a waterfall and hurriedly explained, "It's shocking. Hey, I made a mistake." Pai Lupi didn't care whether he made a mistake or not. He just asked, "Is Yuan Tiangang the county magistrate of Firewell County in Shu County?" "Yes, uncle, have you heard of him?" Pai Lupi nodded slightly. "Yes, a minister in the imperial court recommended him to me, saying that he was an unprecedented genius in Shu County. I even wanted to summon him to Chang'an for an audience, but I didn't expect that he had already come to Chang'an. Hey, it's the old immortal Sun Simiao who recommended him. Yuan Tiangang happened to come to Chang'an to report to the Ministry of Personnel. I found him and asked him to agree. Since it's the old immortal Sun's recommendation, it can't be wrong. But I'm still a little worried that those aristocratic families won't admit defeat easily," Pai Lupi said in a low voice. Li Wangyu said with a sneaky smile, "Uncle, you can rest assured. I dare to guarantee with my title that after the heavenly grand ritual is held the day after tomorrow, those aristocratic families will have nothing to say. No one will mention the plague of locusts as heaven's punishment anymore. Uncle, you can directly issue an imperial edict to kill the locusts." "Oh? Do you have any backup plan? Tell me about it," Pai Lupi said with a smile. Li Wangyu shook his head repeatedly. "The Buddha said that it can't be said. It can't be said. If it's said, it won't work." Pai Lupi was so angry by his words that he reached out and hit him on the head. "Bastard, you still want to ambush me? Tell me quickly. Otherwise, I'll beat your ass." Li Wangyu was speechless. "So what if you're the emperor?" You can beat people's ass at will? Well, okay, you're really great. I can't afford to offend you. Chapter 217. Li Wangyu had no choice but to tell Pai Lupi his revised plan. Pai Lupi was also stunned. Let the Tao ancestor show his power at the heavenly grand ritual? Break the divine punishment with his own mouth? Wasn't this nonsense? Pai Lupi stared and was about to get angry. Li Wangyu was full of nonsense. How could he do such a thing? Although Pai Lupi respected Laozi as his ancestor and claimed to be the emperor, he did not believe that his ancestor could show his power in front of civil and military officials at the heavenly grand ritual. Even the most devout Taoist believer would not believe Li Wangyu's words. He was simply playing with him, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, like a fool. Seeing that Pai Lupi was about to get angry, Li Wangyu hurriedly explained, "Uncle, what I said is all true. I certainly have a way to let the Tao ancestor show his power. I dare to guarantee with my head that if the Tao ancestor can't show his power in the heavenly grand ritual, you can take my head and kick it like a ball." He blurted it out because he was in a hurry. The key was that he could not explain to Pai Lupi how he could make the Tao ancestor show his power, so he could only swear like this. Seeing that Li Wangyu was so sure, Pai Lupi was a little surprised. "Zio, this is not a joke. Are you really sure?" "Uncle, I wouldn't dare to joke around with the people of the world. What method do you have to make the Tao ancestor show his power?" Pai Lupi asked. Li Wangyu shook his head repeatedly. He could not say this even if he was beaten to death. "Uncle, don't ask. It's really inconvenient for me to say. I can only promise you that the Tao ancestor will show his power in the heavenly grand ritual and break the divine punishment." Pai Lupi stood up and paced back and forth in the hall. After a moment of hesitation, he finally slapped Li Wangyu on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Good. Since you're so sure, Uncle will believe you this time. Huh, even a brat like you dares to make a bet. Do you think I would be afraid of those aristocratic families? The day after tomorrow, we will teach those bastards a lesson. Hee, that's for sure. Uncle is invincible, the sacred lord of the Tang dynasty. You're a man of culture and martial virtue. You'll last for thousands of years and unify the Jianghu." Li Wangyu flattered Pai Lupi as the sacred lord of the moon cult. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his words. "Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't say such nonsense in the future." Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. He seemed to have gone overboard with his boasting. Since Pai Lupi chose to believe in Li Wangyu, he did not continue to ask about his secret, which made Li Wangyu feel relieved. He was really afraid that Pai Lupi would insist on asking, and then he really wouldn't know how to explain it. After Pai Lupi asked him about the arrangement of the heavenly grand ritual, Li Wangyu was ready to leave. "Uncle, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Pai Lupi looked at him with a faint smile. "Zio, don't be in a hurry. It's your first time entering the palace. Did you forget something?" Li Wangyu was puzzled. What did he forget? Did he have to give Pai Lupi a gift when he entered the Taiji palace? While he was at a loss, Pai Lupi pointed in the direction of the harem. "Zio, as a junior of the Li family, shouldn't you pay respects to the empress after entering the palace? Don't forget, you young members of the imperial family are under the empress's jurisdiction." Li Wangyu sweated profusely. He had completely forgotten this. All of Pai Lupi's children, whether they were born by Empress Jiangsun or not, were taught and managed by Empress Jiangsun. For young members of the imperial family like Li Wangyu, before the ceremony, Empress Jiangsun was nominally responsible for the education and management of them. However, Empress Jiangsun didn't have time to teach so many young members of the imperial family. She couldn't even manage Pai Lupi's children, so this was only nominally. Li Wangyu hadn't recovered his status as a member of the imperial family, so how could he think of paying respects to Empress Jiangsun? He smiled embarrassedly. "Uncle, I've been expelled from the imperial family by the Li clan of Huxian. It's not proper for me to pay respects to the empress now. Get lost. Don't talk nonsense. It's the empress who wants to see you." In response to Li Wangyu's pretentiousness, Pai Lupi kicked him in the butt. Come, take Huxian to Lizhen Palace to see the Empress. Li Wangyu was speechless. He rubbed his sore butt, bowed to Pai Lupi, and left with the palace servants. He felt a bit strange. Why did Empress Jiangsun summon him? Was it because of the carriage business? Shouldn't he be talking to his beautiful superior? Nowadays, Su Changqing was a frequent visitor to Taiji Palace. He often went in and out of the palace to teach Empress Jiangsun and concubine Yang yoga. According to Su Changqing, there were more and more concubines practicing yoga with Empress Jiangsun in Taiji Palace. His beautiful superior looked like the #1 yoga instructor of the Tang dynasty. Lizhen Palace, where Empress Jiangsun lived, was actually not part of the harem, but part of the East Palace. The current crown prince of the East Palace, Li Qingxian, was only 9 years old. Although he was the crown prince, he was still a brat and couldn't leave Empress Jiangsun's care. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that Empress Jiangsun set up her palace in the East Palace. In this way, it was much more convenient for Li Wangyu to go to Lizhen Palace to see Empress Jiangsun. Although he hadn't reached the age of 20, he was still a man. If he went in and out of the harem, Pai Lupi would never allow it. 16 years old was a youth in the future, but in the Tang dynasty, it was the age to be a father. When Pai Lupi married Empress Jiangsun, he was only 15 years old. Therefore, Li Wangyu naturally couldn't go to the forbidden area of the harem. However, Lizhen Palace was located in the East Palace, so it was an exception. Li Wangyu followed the chamberlain and turned left and right in Noda's Taiji Palace. After passing through several forbidden areas, he came to the Lizhen Palace of the East Palace. Reporting to Your Highness, Huxian male Li Wangyu requests an audience. Let him in. Empress Jiangsun's voice came from the palace. After getting permission, Li Wangyu followed the chamberlain into Lizhen Palace. He saw a beautiful woman in her late 20s smiling at him. Li Wangyu knew that this was Empress Jiangsun and hurriedly bowed to greet her. This subject, Huxian male Li Wangyu, greets Your Highness. Li Wangyu noticed that Empress Jiangsun was pregnant and immediately realized that the baby in her belly was the next emperor of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty, Li Ji. Empress Jiangsun had already given birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter for Pai Lupi. They were Crown Prince Li Qingxian, Prince Yu Li Tai, and Princess Royal Li Lizhi. In addition to Li Ji, who was still in her belly, Li Mingda, and Xinqing Princess, Empress Jiangsun had given birth to a total of 3 sons and 4 daughters for Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu could only secretly criticize Pai Lupi's powerful ability to sow seeds. It was really too powerful. Alright, you already called Erlang uncle. Why are you still calling me Your Highness? In the future, Zio, you can also call me Aunt in private. Empress Jiangsun smiled. Li Wangyu naturally nodded. Yes, Aunt, please accept this nephew's bow. This guy's skin was definitely thick enough. Before he transmigrated, he wasn't much younger than Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun. Now, he called them uncle and aunt without a trace of embarrassment or awkwardness. Chapter 218. Empress Jiangsun nodded with satisfaction. However, what she said almost made Li Wangyu stumble. Actually, it wasn't me who was looking for you. It was Changle who was looking for you. Changle wants to see her brother very much and wants you to play with her. Wangyu, are you willing? Li Wangyu was so shocked by Empress Jiangsun's words that he could not close his mouth for a long time. Nanny? Princess Changle? Wasn't Princess Changle a little girl who had just turned 7 years old? Empress Jiangsun summoned him to Li Main Hall just to play with a little girl who was in the 1st or 2nd grade of primary school. You guys really don't treat bean buns as dry rations. Li Wangyu snorted coldly. Pulling a long face, he cupped his hands in salute to Empress Jiangsun. Your Highness the Empress, although I am not talented. But he had a backbone. How dare you humiliate me like this? You want me to play with children? Don't even think about it. With a flick of his robe, he turned around and left. As he walked, he raised his head and laughed loudly. He recited loudly, looking up to the sky and laughing out of the door. We are not ordinary people. Cough cough, this is just Li Wangyu's inner drama. In the real world, Li Wangyu revealed a flattering smile after hearing Empress Jiangxuan's words. Aunt, Changle wants to see me? That's great. I haven't seen Sister Changle yet. Empress Jiangxun said with a smile in her eyes. Is it too much to trouble a county man like you to play with Changle? No, no, Auntie, what are you talking about? It's my honor to play with you. Li Wangyu shamelessly betrayed himself, but his heart was bleeding. Fuck, he hated playing with children the most since he was young, especially those naughty children. He hated that he couldn't grab those naughty children and beat their butts. In his previous life, during the New Year, a relative came to his house and brought along a naughty child to play games on his computer. That brat had hidden him under several folders. After deleting all of his precious Japanese romance movies, he started to hate children even more. However, this devilish brat also depended on the person, right? The Princess Royal of the Tang dynasty wanted him to play with her. How could he say no? How could Empress Jiangxun know that Li Wangyu had so many thoughts? Seeing that he was willing to play with Changle, she ordered a little palace maid serving beside her to lead Li Wangyu to the garden behind Li's Hen Palace to find Changle. Li Wangyu's eyes were filled with hot tears. He only hoped that Princess Changle was not the rumored devilish brat. After bowing deeply to Empress Jiangxun, Li Wangyu could only helplessly follow the little palace maid to the garden. If Li Wangyu had eyes in the back of his head, he would be able to see the irrepressible smile on Empress Jiangxuan's face after he turned and left. Along the way, Li Wangyu noticed that the little palace maid who led the way raised her eyes to peek at him from time to time. Her face was flushed, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. What did that mean? Was he too handsome? Sure enough, being handsome was a sin. While Li Wangyu was still secretly rejoicing, he saw the little palace maid hesitate again and again. Seeing that there was no one around, she finally gathered her courage and whispered to Li Wangyu, Huxian man, your poems are very good. I love your Zuqi Chun Jiang Shaojing the most. Stunned, Li Wangyu halted his steps and looked at the little palace maid. What did she mean? His poems had even reached the Taiji Palace? This little palace maid was also one of his fans? Somewhat embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and said, hee hee, it's a clumsy work. It's not worth mentioning. No, Huxian man, your poems are all works that have been passed down for generations. Even Her Imperial Highness the Empress said so. The little palace maid was very serious, looking at him with a burning gaze filled with worship. Her words made Li Wangyu feel embarrassed. He could only laugh dryly, not knowing how to respond. In the end, Li Wangyu still felt somewhat guilty. After all, those poems were all plagiarized. Being looked at with worship by this little girl, no matter how thick-skinned he still felt somewhat embarrassed. He hurriedly changed the topic and began chatting with the little palace maid. With his eloquence, which had been nurtured by various internet jokes in his later life, he quickly amused the little palace maid into covering her mouth and giggling, nearly leading him astray. The two chatted as they walked. Just as they reached the garden behind the main hall, Li Wangyu heard the voice of a little girl. Zheng Shangyi, I know I was wrong. Please don't tell mother, okay? That won't do. Princess Changle, if you don't finish reciting Principles for Women today, I will definitely tell Empress Jiangxun and have her punish you. Recite with me right now. Those who abstain from extravagance must come before frugality. A man's cultivation must be refined and extravagant. Abstain from extravagance. Those who abstain from extravagance must come before frugality. The little girl's voice carried a sobbing tone as she recited with him. Li Wangyu raised his eyes and saw a young female official holding a ruler, forcing a tender little loli to recite a book in the garden. He understood that this little loli must be Princess Changle. Li Wangyu knew that the Principles for Women that the female official was reciting was written by Empress Jiangxun. It collected the gains and losses of women in ancient times and commented on them. However, forcing a 7-year-old girl to recite this plaything, Li Wangyu felt that it was truly too boring. Princess Changle, recite it for me. Abstain from extravagance, those who abstain from extravagance. How could the little loli recite it? Tears were already welling up in her eyes. Stretch out your hand. Seeing that Princess Tranquil was unable to recite, the female official's expression immediately became severe. She prepared to use the ruler to strike the little loli's palm as punishment. Feeling wronged, the little loli stretched out her small hand, so afraid that her eyes were tightly shut. Seeing that the female official was actually going to use the ruler to strike Princess Tranquil, Li Wangyu could not help but feel anxious. He hurriedly called out to stop her. Stop! His shout alarmed Princess Tranquil and the female official. Both of them raised their heads in astonishment. Seeing that it was Li Wangyu who had arrived, Princess Tranquil ignored the female official by her side and cried out in pleasant surprise. Lifting her skirt, she ran over. Big brother Wangyu, you really came. Wonderful. Mother really didn't lie to me. In the Tang dynasty, informal addresses were still very colloquial. When Princess Tranquil called Empress Jiangsun, she called her mother, not mother. Only in formal settings did she need to address her mother as Her Imperial Highness, the Empress, like outsiders. Princess Tranquil's face was chubby and adorable. This kind of cuteness was completely natural. Li Wangyu immediately had the impulse to dote on this little cutie. Pei. That curly-bearded man, Pai Lupi, was actually able to give birth to such an adorable and well-behaved daughter. This was simply unscientific. Li Wangyu inwardly ridiculed Pai Lupi's heaven-defying inheritance. Fearing that the little loli would fall, he promptly reached out to support her. He was somewhat astonished. How was it that Princess Tranquil was able to recognize him at a glance? How could he have known that Tranquil had already seen him at the waterside pavilion on the Crooked River? She had even constantly thought of him. Seeing Tranquil's chubby and adorable little face, Li Wangyu could not help but reach out and pinch her cheeks. Tranquil, I heard that you wanted to see your big brother? Tranquil giggled. Before she could open her mouth to speak, she heard an ear-piercing shriek from her side. Impudent! Release your filthy hands. To dare touch Princess Tranquil, how many heads do you have to chop off? Li Wangyu frowned and raised his head to look. It was that female official, glaring at him with a face full of anger. It was as if Li Wangyu had done something disgraceful. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to speak, the female official pointed at his nose and angrily rebuked him. Chapter 219. Who are you? You actually dare to barge into Nirvana Palace Hall and disturb the princess's studies. You even dare to take liberties with the princess. Someone come quickly. Arrest this madman. The female official's sharp, ear-piercing voice caused Tranquil to involuntarily frown and cover her ears with her hands. Li Wangyu was also enraged. Extending his hand, he shielded Tranquil behind him, reprimanding, "Shut up. You're disturbing Tranquil. You lecher, quickly release Princess Tranquil." Imperial bodyguards, where did all the imperial bodyguards go? Not only did the female official not restrain herself because of Li Wangyu's words, she instead raised her voice and shouted. Even the palace maid sent by Empress Jiangsun to guide Li Wangyu was unable to react to this unforeseen event. Seeing that the female official was about to continue shouting, the palace maid hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Jianghu, this is... Before she could finish speaking, she saw the female official called Jianghu raise her hand without any warning, slapping the palace maid across the face. Pa! With a crisp sound, the little palace maid's tender face immediately swelled up. This sudden slap stunned the palace maid. It was quite a while before she covered her face and began to weep. Lowly servant, do you have the right to speak? You have no manners at all. This female official's arrogant and despotic attitude caused Li Wangyu's anger to soar. He reached out and pulled the palace maid over, carefully sizing up her slapped face. He saw that her small face was already swollen. Several bruised fingerprints were very conspicuous on her fair face. Why did you hit her? Li Wangyu glared at the female official. This woman was young and beautiful. How could her heart be so vicious? Before the palace maid could say anything, she had been hit for no reason at all. What an unruly lowly servant. She doesn't even know how to salute before replying. Hitting her is to teach her a lesson. And you, who exactly are you? The female official asked disdainfully. You don't need to know who I am. Right now, apologize to her. Li Wangyu said as he pulled over the still crying palace maid. As if she had heard a funny joke, Xianxia rocked back and forth with laughter. Huh, you want me to apologize to this lowly servant? Are you crazy? He really didn't know his place. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Apologize. Zhang Shangyi spat disdainfully. Bah, this damned lowly servant, you want me to apologize to her? Who do you think you are? She had not heard Princess Changle call Li Wangyu older brother. Today, Li Wangyu had entered the palace wearing only white. As a result, Zhang Shangyi naturally did not place Li Wangyu in her eyes. Who I am is not important. Let me ask you, what right do you have to hit people? Li Wangyu said, suppressing his anger. Zhang Shangyi arrogantly raised his neck and said, I am a 5th-rank Shangyi. What does it have to do with you if I teach a lowly servant who doesn't know the rules a lesson? Who are you? How dare you barge into Li Main Hall and molest the princess? Are you tired of living? Shang Yi was a female official in charge of etiquette and daily life. She was a 5th-rank female official. Female officials referred to high-ranking palace maids. They had a certain rank and received a salary. Their scope of work included managing low-ranking palace maids, training new palace maids, and taking care of princesses and princes. The so-called 5th-rank female officials were actually no more than high-ranking palace maids. Their rank could not be compared to that of the true officials of the imperial court. Although this female official was a 5th-rank official, Li Wangyu's position as the founding magistrate of the country was equivalent to a 5th-rank official. It appeared that her official rank was one level higher than Li Wangyu's. However, in reality, the two's positions could not be mentioned in the same breath. Li Wangyu inwardly sneered at her arrogance. A mere female official in the palace truly believed herself to be a high and mighty personage. So what if you are a female official? Do you think you can wantonly humiliate others? This lowly servant who doesn't know the rules. If I hit her, then I hit her. What can you do about it? Zhang Shangyi said disdainfully. Li Wangyu sneered. He was disinclined to continue speaking nonsense. Taking a step forward, he swung his arm and delivered a slap. Pa! After a crisp sound, Li Wangyu slapped the female official so hard that she fell to the ground. She covered her face with her hands and stared at Li Wangyu in disbelief. Bah, I have never hit a woman. Today, I've broken the rule for you. As you said, don't you know how to salute before you reply? Li Wangyu gave her a taste of her own medicine. He imitated the words of the female official and directly returned it. The reason why Li Wangyu was so angry was that the female official called Zhang Shangyi was too hateful. Just now, when he saw that she wanted to punish Changle with a ferule, Li Wangyu was vaguely angry in his heart. Although it was the first time that Li Wangyu saw Changle, he had already fallen in love with this cute little princess. However, this female official was so cruel that she wanted to hit Changle with a ferule. This made Li Wangyu immediately feel protective of her. Not only that, this female official called Zhang Shangyi beat the little palace maid who led him here for no reason. Moreover, she spoke rudely and called her a lowly maid. This kind of person was really hateful and deserved to be beaten. Li Wangyu was definitely not a pedantic person. Although it was disgraceful to beat a woman, it depended on the situation. For a vicious woman like Zhang Shangyi, Li Wangyu would not feel guilty at all when he hit her. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? You're dead. You're dead. Zhang Shangyi covered her face and looked at Li Wangyu with resentment. She squeezed out the words from the gaps of her teeth and said in a cold tone. Li Wangyu glanced at her as if looking at an idiot. He was too lazy to say anything. She was just a female official in the palace. She really thought of herself as a big shot. What he did not know was that Xianxia, who had been hit by him, was a member of a branch family of the Jing clan of Xinjiang. She had been recommended to the palace to assume the position of female official. Because she was born in the Jing clan of Xinjiang, although she was from a branch family, she felt that her status was noble. As a result, she was accustomed to being arrogant and despotic towards ordinary palace maids and eunuchs. Just now, when the little palace maid had spoken to her, she had slapped her simply because she had not paid her respects. Xianxia was young and beautiful. She had entered the palace not only to become a female official, but also to catch the eye of Pai Lupi. She wanted to sleep with him and be taken in as a concubine of his harem. Because she knew that Pai Lupi loved Princess Changle dearly, Xianxia had specifically requested to be in charge of taking care of Princess Changle and teaching her etiquette and daily life. This was so that when Pai Lupi came to visit Princess Changle, she could appear before Pai Lupi and attract his attention. She believed that with her appearance, it would not be difficult for her to obtain Pai Lupi's affection. She had the Jing clan of Xinjiang as her backer. In the Taiji Palace, other than the concubines of the harem, she did not place ordinary palace maids and eunuchs in her eyes. She did not expect that today, she would receive a slap from Li Wangyu. This immediately drove Xianxia crazy. Xianxia raised her voice and screamed, "Guards! Someone has intruded into the palace with ill intentions." The conflict in the garden had attracted the attention of the eunuchs and the eastern palace guards as soon as Xianxia had shouted. Following Xianxia's shout, dozens of fully armed Eastern Palace Imperial Guards rushed over with weapons in their hands and surrounded the group of people. Chapter 220. When the Imperial Guards of the Eastern Palace arrived, they were just in time to see Li Wangyu slap Xianxia's face. Seeing a female official of the palace being slapped, and a fifth-rank one at that, the Imperial Guards were all shocked. "Stop! Who are you?" The Imperial Guards all drew their weapons, pointing them at Li Wangyu as they shouted. Ignoring the pain on her face, the young palace maid who had been slapped hurriedly stood in front of Li Wangyu, preventing the Imperial Guards from using force. "Do not be rude. This is a man from Huxian. Her Imperial Highness the Empress has sent this man to accompany Princess Changle." Xianxia stood up, glaring at Li Wangyu with hatred. "Nonsense," she sneered. "What man from Huxian? How come I have never heard of such a county baron within Chang'an? Quickly arrest him. This person has infiltrated the Eastern Palace. He must be up to no good. Also, this palace maid must be his accomplice." Li Wangyu glanced at her in disgust. Although this woman's appearance was not bad, her character was like a poisonous scorpion. She was truly disgusting. Even Princess Changle glared at Xianxia in disdain. Afterwards, she turned to the Imperial Guards and shouted, "Do not attack. This is Brother Wangyu. He is not a bad person." Finished speaking, Princess Changle once again hid behind Li Wangyu. Hearing Princess Changle's words, the Imperial Guards were dumbfounded. Since when did Princess Changle have a brother Wangyu? The squad leader of the Imperial Guards did not dare to be negligent. Ignoring Xianxia's clamor, he courteously cupped his fist towards Li Wangyu and asked, "May I ask if you have a goldfish talisman?" Li Wangyu nodded his head, taking out his own goldfish talisman and handing it over. After inspecting Li Wangyu's goldfish talisman, the squad leader respectfully returned it with both hands. "This one did not know that you were a man from Huxian. Please forgive this one for offending you." Li Wangyu waved his hand. "Those who do not know are not guilty. There is no need to be so courteous." What? Was he really a man from the Kaigua County? How is this possible? Seeing Li Wangyu take out the goldfish talisman, Xianxia couldn't believe his eyes. How could this young man in white be the founding father of the country? Li Wangyu pulled the little palace maid aside and said to Xianxia, "Now you can apologize to her." His actions made the little palace maid look at Li Wangyu in a strange way. She did not expect that the dignified man who founded the country would actually force the clansmen of the Jing family of Xinjiang to apologize to her for a humble palace maid. Unconsciously, the little palace maid's cheeks turned red, and her heart raced. I. Xianxia finally panicked. Li Wangyu stepped forward and looked straight into Xianxi's eyes. Apologize. Xianxi had never put these ordinary palace maids in her eyes. Now that she had to apologize to the little palace maid, it was worse than killing her. I will say it for the last time. Apologize, to her. Li Wangyu stared at Xianxi and said word by word. Xianxi suddenly went crazy and shouted, I am the clansman of the Zheng family of Xinjiang, a 1,000-year-old family. When my Zheng family was famous, this bitch's ancestors were still digging dung somewhere. Why should I apologize to this bitch? Li Wangyu was amused by her words. The Zheng family of Xinjiang, it was the Zheng family of Xinjiang again. Was he and the Zheng family of Xinjiang incompatible with each other? How could he meet these clansmen of the Zheng family of Xinjiang wherever he went, and the way they acted was so despicable? The Zheng family of Xinjiang, how impressive. Li Wangyu raised his eyebrows. It seems that the Zheng family of Xinjiang has just apologized to me. Zheng Kanbua offended me and he acted like this. Who do you think you are? What? The Zheng family of Xinjiang apologizes to you? How is this possible? You are talking nonsense. Xianxi could not believe his words. So what if this young man was the founder of the country? How could she let the Zheng family of Xinjiang apologize to him? In Xianxi's mind, the Zheng family of Xinjiang was a 1,000-year-old family. So what if he was the founder of the country? Could he force the Zheng family of Xinjiang to bow down? Li Wangyu stepped forward again and stared into Xianxi's eyes. I will say it for the last time. Apologize. Xianxi stepped back in panic and suddenly straightened her neck. You want me to apologize to this bitch? Don't even think about it. So what if you are the founder of the country? Do you dare to continue to commit murder in front of everyone in Taiji Palace? Her action made Li Wangyu a little dumbfounded. This female official was so straightforward that Li Wangyu could not continue to act up. The slap he gave Xianxi just now was purely out of hatred. He wanted to force this female official to apologize to the little palace maid and let this matter drop. However, Xianxi actually went against him, putting Li Wangyu in a difficult position. Continuing to violently assault Xianxi was clearly out of the question. Firstly, he was unwilling to be rough with women. Just now, he was an exception because he was angry. Secondly, Xianxi was, after all, a female official of the palace. As the founder of the country, if he were to assault a female official in the palace, his reputation would be tarnished. Who knew how those of the 5 clans would spread rumors about him behind his back? He was unwilling to be the bad guy. Li Wangyu coldly snorted and decided to ignore this venomous woman. After comforting the little palace maid, he turned his head to Princess Tranquil and said, Tranquil, Big Brother will accompany you to play. Okay. I have been waiting for Big Brother Wangyu to enter the palace to play with me. Let's go quickly. Princess Tranquil excitedly said. Li Wangyu smiled and rubbed Tranquil's small head. Just as the two were preparing to leave, Xianxi blocked their path. You are not allowed to leave. Today, Princess Tranquil must finish reciting the principles of women before resting. Li Wangyu gnashed his teeth in anger at this woman who did not know what was good for her. In a low voice, he roared, Scram! Don't force my hand. I am Xianxi. Princess Tranquil is under my tutelage. Today, if Princess Tranquil does not finish reciting the principles of women, she is not allowed to go anywhere. Xianxi seemed to see that Li Wangyu would not act again. Thus, she became even more aggressive, roaring loudly. Li Wangyu was so infuriated that he was speechless. How could there be such a shrew in the Taiji Palace? Princess Tranquil puckered her lips, her face filled with displeasure. As for the imperial guards of the Eastern Palace, they were all stupefied. This Xianxi was truly valiant, not giving the slightest bit of face to the county official and Princess Tranquil. Although it appeared as if Xianxi was responsible for Princess Tranquil, in reality, she only wanted to use this opportunity to retaliate and cause trouble for Li Wangyu. How could Xianxi know how to teach Tranquil? She only knew how to teach like the teachers in private schools. She only knew how to have Princess Changle read and recite. If she could not recite, she would be punished with a ruler. Because Empress Jiangsun was usually very strict with her children, although the little Princess Changle was greatly doted on, she did not dare to disobey these female officials when it came to learning. Even if she was to be punished with a ruler, she could only stretch out her hand in grievance and allow these female officials to punish her. How could Li Wangyu bear to part with this tender and adorable Changle? Furthermore, he had Jiangshani punish her with a ruler. He looked down even more on this simple and crude method of teaching. Scram! As for how to teach Princess Changle, I will explain it to the saint and Her Imperial Highness the Empress. There is no need for you to make a fuss here. Li Wangyu pushed aside Jiangshani, preparing to pull Changle away. However, he suddenly heard a burst of laughter from outside the shrubbery. Huh, Zio, since you have said so, we will agree. Chapter 221. Li Wangyu stiffly turned his neck, looking towards the source of the sound. He saw Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun walking out from behind the shrubbery with smiles on their faces. The majestic emperor and empress of the Tang dynasty were actually hiding on the side and listening to a thief's words. Can't you two be a bit more reasonable? Father. Mother. Princess Changle ran over to Pai Lupi's side in pleasant surprise. Pai Lupi smiled as he reached out and picked her up. The sudden appearance of Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun frightened Jiangshani, the young palace maid, and the imperial guards of the Eastern Palace into kneeling and paying their respects. Greetings to your Imperial Majesty. Greetings to your Imperial Highness the Empress. You may all rise. Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand towards them. Jiangshani inwardly let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to follow the others and stand up, he heard Pai Lupi say sinisterly, Jiangshani, we are not talking about you. Pai Lupi's words caused Jiangshani's heart to thump. Frightened, he once again knelt down, not even daring to raise his head. Li Wangyu was disinclined to pay attention to the kneeling Jiangshani. After paying respects to Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun, he asked in confusion, Uncle, what did you mean by your words just now? What do you mean by responding to me? Responding to what? Huh, Zio, didn't you just say that you were responsible for teaching Princess Changle? We agree. Li Wangyu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. When did I say such a thing? Pai Lupi, do you need to go see an otolaryngologist? He faintly sensed that he had been tricked by Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun. Uncle, this little nephew was talking about how to teach Princess Changle. This little nephew will naturally explain to uncle and aunt. I did not say that this little nephew is responsible for teaching Princess Changle. Pai Lupi glared. Could it be that Zio is saying that we and Guani misunderstood? Li Wangyu was at a loss for words. Are you guys King shameless? Empress Jiangsun looked at Jiangshani who was kneeling on the ground and said, Erlang, it's fine if Zio is unwilling. Let Jiangshani continue to be in charge of teaching Changle. She then said to Jiangshani, Jiangshani, you must remember not to relax your teaching of the little princess, do you understand? If you need to use a feral, then use a feral. This palace agrees. Changle was so scared by her mother's words that her face turned pale. She looked at Li Wangyu pitifully. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. That's enough, you two. Do you think I'm stupid? One was playing the good cop, while the other was playing the bad cop. Did they think that I was a fool? He did not understand what Pai Lupi was trying to do. Why did he suddenly want him to be in charge of teaching Changle? But he was blocked by the words of Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun. Did he really not care about Changle and let her be taught by the damn Jiangshani with a feral? Although it was the first time that Li Wangyu saw Changle, he had already fallen in love with this cute little princess. How could he bear to let others beat her little hand with a feral? Li Wangyu had no choice but to bow his head to the evil force. He replied in a muffled voice, Uncle, Aunt, I'll just teach Changle. Why do you have to scare her? Look at her pale face. Pai Lupi saw that he agreed and laughed. That's great. Zio, you are full of wisdom and talent. Since you can teach Ma Zhou and Yen Liben, why can't you teach Changle? Li Wangyou's eyes almost rolled to the back of his head. How could this be compared? Ma Zhou and Yan Liben were adults, but Tranquil was only 7 years old. In his heart, he absolutely did not want to be a nanny and take care of a child. No matter how noble, lovable, or adorable a princess was, she was still a child at this age. However, since things had already developed to this point, there was no point in saying more. Li Wangyu could only pinch his nose and accept the task of teaching Princess Tranquil. Uncle, while I can teach Princess Tranquil, I cannot enter the palace every day to teach her. Li Wangyu still wanted to struggle. Pai Lupi waved his hand. What does this matter? We will have the eunuch send Tranquil to Dingzhou village every day. Although Tranquil is a woman, she should understand the hardships of the common people. Li Wangyu was stunned speechless by Pai Lupi's words. He wished that he could slap himself. Who told him to have such a cheap mouth? Originally, if he had not said these words, he would have entered the palace from time to time to be the leader of the children. But now, Pai Lupi had directly sent Tranquil to Dingzhou village. Uncle, Tranquil is of noble birth. How can she leave the palace at will and go to this nephew's home? If this were to spread, it would be detrimental to Tranquil's reputation. Li Wangyu was already on the verge of tears. No matter. Let Tranquil acknowledge you as her master. If you accept Tranquil as your disciple, wouldn't that be enough? Li Wangyu was completely speechless. Not only did he have to teach Tranquil, but he also had to accept her as his disciple. The heavens took pity on him. He himself was only 16 years old. Who had ever heard of a 16-year-old youth accepting a princess as his disciple? However, Li Wangyu did not dare to say these words. Otherwise, Pai Lupi would definitely use Ma Zhou and Yan Liben as an example. Forget it. If he accepted Tranquil as his disciple, then so be it. When one had too many lice, one would not itch. When one had too many debts, one would not worry. In any case, he had already accepted Ma Zhou and Yan Liben as his disciples. What would it matter if he added a little princess? Li Wangyu was now completely numb. He could only nod his head and agree to this matter. Pai Lupi suddenly said, That's right. Zio, since you have accepted Tranquil as your disciple, why don't you accept Qingxian and Qingke as well? Pai Lupi's words were spoken casually, but in Li Wangyou's ears, they were like rolling thunder. Uncle, what did you say? I think I just heard wrong. Li Wangyou's eyes bulged. His face was filled with disbelief. Pai Lupi actually wanted him to accept Li Qingxian and Li Tai as his disciples. What did he want to do? They were the imperial tutors. He was a 16-year-old founding father. If he dared to accept the crown prince and the king of Yu as his disciples, he was afraid that he would be spat to death by the great scholars of Chang'an. This was different from accepting Tranquil as his disciple. Although Tranquil was the eldest princess, she was still a woman. She was not valued by others. As for Li Qingxian and Li Tai, one was the crown prince, the other the king of Yu. Aside from great scholars like Yu Shinan, Kong Yingda, and Li Gang, who would dare accept them as disciples? It was not so easy to be the imperial tutor. How could someone who was not virtuous, learned, and talented do it? Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu. I want you to accept Qingxian and Qingke as your disciples. What, you don't want to? Li Wangyu shook his head like a rattle drum. Uncle, don't scare me. How can a young man like me be the imperial tutor? If I say you can, then you can. What are you being so long-winded for? I really can't. You really don't want to? Uncle, it's not that I don't want to, but it's really too much. Pai Lupi nodded. Fine, since you don't want to, then forget it. Li Wangyu had just felt joy in his heart when he heard Pai Lupi say unhurriedly, Since you don't want to be Qingxian and Qingxue's teacher, then I will pretend I don't have a nephew like you. Huxian man, you can leave the palace. Hearing this, Li Wangyu was shocked. F***ck, this was a naked threat. Can't we still have fun together? Chapter 222. Faced with Pai Lupi's threat of falling out, Li Wangyu immediately cowered. There was nothing he could do. Anyone could only cower before Pai Lupi's threat. After all, he was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. If he angered Li Er, what if this guy really turned hostile and refused to acknowledge him? How could his small body withstand it? Li Wangyu had no choice but to lower his head to the dark forces again. What are you saying, uncle? It's my honor to be able to teach the crown prince and the king of you. It's my duty. Pai Lupi glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Forget it. I won't trouble you. You're only 16. You're so young. I'm making things too difficult for you to accept Qingxian and Qingke as your disciples. F***ck. This Pai Lupi is far too much. He actually dares to make things difficult for me. Li Wangyu looked at Li Er, whose nostrils were about to rise to the sky, and had the urge to go berserk. However, he clearly did not have the courage to do so. He still forced a smile. Uncle, how is this making things difficult? Although I'm only 16, I already have 2 disciples. It's my honor to be able to teach the crown prince and the king of you. I'm really not making things difficult for you? Li Wangyu ground his teeth so hard that they creaked. He squeezed out a smile. No. Why would uncle make things difficult for you? That's good. Since you strongly want to be the teacher of Qingxian, Qingke, and Changle, then I'll agree. Pai Lupi nodded his head in satisfaction, as if he was giving him a lot of face. Pai Lupi's shameless expression made Li Wangyu very much want to give him the middle finger. Shameless, he was far too shameless. He really was a disgrace to the Tang dynasty. He did not dare to say anything more. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. In order to avoid being molested by this extremely shameless emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu could only silently curse Pai Lupi's entire family in his heart to vent his dissatisfaction. Pai Lupi immediately had the chamberlain summon Li Qingxian and Li Tai. He was prepared to have his 3 children take Li Wangyu as their master today. Today, it was indeed Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun who set a trap for Li Wangyu. Their goal was to make Li Wangyu accept Li Qingxian and the others as disciples. There was a reason why he chose Li Wangyu over so many great Confucians in the imperial court. One of them was Li Wangyu's outstanding talent. Whether it was those poems or the famous epigraph of my shack that had been handed down for generations, his talent could all be seen. To be able to make someone like Ma Zhou accept him as his master, he naturally had the ability to teach Li Qingxian and the others. The second reason was Li Wangyu's identity. If Li Wangyu was not a member of the imperial family, no matter how talented he was, Pai Lupi would not have made such a choice. However, Li Wangyu was a member of the imperial family of Li Qingxian, so it was completely different. He was different from Prince Zhao Li Xiaogong, who would make Pai Lupi wary. Li Xiaogong's military achievements were almost on par with Pai Lupi's. Naturally, Pai Lupi would be wary of him and would not dare to put him in an important position. Thus, he sent him to manage the imperial clan temple. Li Wangyu would not threaten Pai Lupi and his successor's throne. Moreover, he was so talented, so Pai Lupi naturally viewed him in a new light. Most importantly, Pai Lupi did not tell anyone. Even Empress Zhongsun did not know his true thoughts. That was, Pai Lupi wanted to find someone for Li Qingxian who could restrain him in the future. Pai Lupi doted on his 3 children. Whether it was Li Qingxian, Li Tai, or Princess Changle, Pai Lupi doted on them to the extreme. However, although he doted on Li Qingxian, he faintly felt that his eldest son's personality was somewhat inappropriate. When Li Qingxian was only 6 years old, he was made the crown prince, the sole successor to the Tang dynasty. In order to nurture him, Pai Lupi carefully and patiently taught him, hoping that his beloved son would be able to inherit his imperial legacy. However, after Li Qingxian had only been crown prince for 3 years, Pai Lupi discovered that he had begun to not abide by the rules and lived extravagantly. This caused Pai Lupi to faintly worry that after his death, no one would be able to restrain Li Qingxian after he inherited the throne, causing the Tang dynasty to fall into decline. Since Li Wangyu was Li Qingxian's younger brother and later his teacher, his status was naturally noble. In the future, after Li Qingshan ascended the throne, if he were to become an incapable ruler, there would be someone to advise him. Pai Lupi was also far-sighted. He found a hoop curse for the 9-year-old Li Qingshan. Naturally, Li Wangyu did not know of Pai Lupi's imperial schemes. He only felt that it was too troublesome to be the king of children, so he had a bitter expression on his face. Just as he was feeling depressed, he saw Xianxia, who was still lying in front of him. His mood became even worse. The cynical man pointed at Xianxia and said to Pai Lupi, "Uncle, this female official beat up a palace maid for no reason. Her behavior is vile. Uncle, please uphold justice for the palace maid." Li Wangyu did not know that as soon as he followed the little palace maid out of Li Main Hall, Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun followed him. The conflict between Xianxia and Li Wangyu had already been seen by Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun. This was also the reason why Pai Lupi let Xianxia continue to kneel on the ground. When Pai Lupi saw that Xianxia was going to beat Tranquil with a ferule, he was already furious. If Li Wangyu had not shouted quickly at that time, it was estimated that Pai Lupi would have rushed out himself. Empress Jiangsun was a strict mother, but Pai Lupi was a standard kind father. He could not bear to see his baby daughter being punished by Xianxia with a ferule. As for Xianxia, even if Li Wangyu did not say it, Pai Lupi, who was crazy about protecting his daughter, would not let her go. Xianxia has behaved unscrupulously. She is dismissed from the position of Shani and sent to Yeding Palace. Pai Lupi directly opened his mouth and sentenced Xianxia, who was kneeling on the ground, to capital punishment. Yeding Palace was part of Taiji Palace. Yeding Palace was where palace maids lived. At the same time, it was also responsible for imprisoning guilty concubines, princesses, and the wives and daughters of criminal officials who had been banished. In addition, some unfavored concubines also lived here. The predecessor of Yeding Palace was Yong Lane, in the Western Han Dynasty. After the death of Liu Bang, Empress Elvi imprisoned the most favored Madame Qi here and let her pound rice every day. Finally, she sent people to make her into human swine. Later, Emperor Wu of Han changed Yong Lane to Yeding Palace, which had been used until the Tang Dynasty. For female officials and palace maids who had made mistakes, Yeding Palace was a place where they could not see the light of day. Many wives and daughters of criminal officials would rather die than be sent to Yeding Palace. When Xianxia heard Pai Lupi's words, she collapsed on the ground and wailed at Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. For the sake of Madame Zhang of Xinyang, please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. Huxian man, I was wrong. I apologize to her. Please ask your Majesty to forgive me." When Xianxia did not mention Madame Zhang of Xinyang, Pai Lupi was even more disgusted. These rich and powerful families of the Tang Dynasty were still making things difficult for him in the imperial court. How could Pai Lupi not hate them? Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to Xianxia. He did not say a word and looked on coldly. "Guards! Drag her away. Send her to Yeding Palace to work." Pai Lupi did not want to listen to her wailing and directly ordered the eunuchs behind him. Immediately, several eunuchs came forward and dragged the wailing Xianxia like a dead dog. They sealed her mouth and dragged her away. When Xianxia's wailing finally disappeared, Li Wangyu felt that the anger in his heart had dissipated a little. Chapter 223. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to catch his breath, he heard an attendant say, reporting to everyone, "His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of you have arrived." Everyone was how Pai Lupi's closest attendants addressed Pai Lupi, but the ministers did not address him this way. Li Wangyu felt that this form of address was a bit strange, because in the Tang Dynasty, a daughter-in-law would also address her mother-in-law as everyone. With this connection, he could not help but laugh in his heart. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the two little brats behind the attendant. The two little boys, who were around 8 or 9 years old, were clearly the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, Li Qingshan, and the king of Yu, Li Tai. He was able to tell who was Li Qingshan and who was Li Tai at a glance, because Li Tai's body shape was simply too recognizable. Li Tai had been extremely intelligent since he was young, but according to historical records, Li Tai's waist and belly were large, which meant that he was just a little fatty. At this time, Li Wangyu was only 8 years old, but Li Wangyu estimated that this little fatty weighed no less than 50 kilograms, and his round body shape was comparable to Chou Kuan's. Li Qingxian had delicate features, red lips, and white teeth. Although he was a 9-year-old child, he could still be considered handsome. However, the arrogance on Li Qingxian's face that could not be wiped away made Li Wangyu feel very uncomfortable. Damn, when a little brat looks at people, his nose is almost pointing to the sky. This arrogant appearance made Li Wangyu have the urge to fiercely slap his butt. As the eldest son of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun, Li Qingxian was doted on since birth. He was born in Taiji Palace's Qingxian Hall, so he took the hall's name and was named Li Qingxian. Qingxian also had the meaning of inheriting the imperial business and leading the universe. As the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, Li Qingxian was naturally flattered by the attendants in the palace. In a short 3 years, his arrogance had already become a habit. Father, mother. When Li Qingxian and Li Tai saw their parents, their faces were filled with joy and they hurriedly went up to greet them. Pai Lupi smiled and waved at the two of them. Qingxian, Qingke, come over and greet your big brother Wangyu. Li Qingxian and Li Tai were both shocked. Where did this brother Wangyu come from? Was there anyone in this world who could be their brother? Pai Lupi laughed and said, this is Li Wangyu, his courtesy name is Zio, born in Huxianli clan. Speaking of which, he is your brother, so he is worthy of you calling him elder brother. The Li clan of Hu County. Subordinate brothers? Pai Lupi's words made Li Qingxian frown. Although he was young, he knew about the Huxianli clan. Although the Huxianli clan was a relative of the imperial family, it was only a small clan. How could this Li Wangyu be worthy of him, the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, calling him elder brother? Li Tai didn't say anything. He blinked his small eyes on his chubby face and simply listened to Pai Lupi's words. He bowed to Li Wangyu. Qingke greets brother Wangyu. Li Qingxian looked at Pai Lupi, hoping for an explanation from Pai Lupi. As the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, his pride didn't allow him to casually call someone elder brother. Pai Lupi acted as if he didn't see Li Qingxian's gaze and glared at him. Qingxian, why don't you bow to Zio? What? Father, did you make a mistake? You want me to bow to him? I am the crown prince. What is his status? Is he worthy of me bowing to him? Pai Lupi was angered by Li Qingxian's words. Qingxian, not only do you have to bow to Zio, but you also have to bow to him with Qingke and Changle. Zio is the teacher I found for the three of you. Do you understand? Bow to him as a teacher? Why is that? Just how old is he? Li Qingxian immediately cried out in surprise. Li Tai also looked surprised. Only Changle didn't seem to be unhappy at all. She covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Although Zio hasn't reached 20 yet, he is a rare talent. The poems I had the two of you memorize and the epigraph of my shack were all written by Zio. What, are you doubting my words? Pai Lupi was dissatisfied with his two sons' attitude and reprimanded them. Pai Lupi's words made Li Qingxian and Li Tai somewhat afraid. They hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi. We wouldn't dare. We know we were wrong. It's good that you know you were wrong. Hurry up and bow to Zio. This is also your mother's wish. Empress Zhangsun also nodded. That's right. Qingxian, Qingke, from now on, you have to listen to Zio's teachings. His words are father's and mother's words. Do you understand? Hearing Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun's words, Li Qingxian and Li Tai looked at each other. Their gazes were filled with unwillingness. Li Tai's small eyes turned and he said to Pai Lupi, Father, since you want us to make brother Wangyu our teacher, then let's go prepare the tea. Pai Lupi nodded. Of course. I'll have the servants prepare it for you. No, Father, let's go ourselves. Only this way can we show our sincerity. Pai Lupi didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this, so he nodded in agreement. Okay, go quickly and come back quickly. Li Qingxian and Li Tai glanced at Li Wangyu, turned around, and ran. Li Wangyu had been watching coldly from the sidelines and hadn't said anything. He was observing Li Qingxian and Li Tai's behavior. It could be seen that Li Qingxian's pride and arrogance as the crown prince had already seeped into his bones, while Li Tai wasn't necessarily a good person. Li Tai's small eyes had been darting around. Pai Lupi and Li Tai hadn't noticed, but Li Wangyu had seen it very clearly. This little guy clearly didn't have good intentions. Personally preparing the tea for him to become his teacher? He was probably going to put something in his tea, right? Humph, little brat, you're still too inexperienced to play this game with me. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. He had completely seen through Li Tai's little trick. He had also been very naughty when he was young and had done things like putting laxatives in his teacher's cup more than once. Because of this, Li Wangyu's but had been fiercely beaten by his family many times. Li Wangyu didn't expose him and only chatted with Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun for a while. Not long after, Li Qingxian and Li Tai returned with 2 cups of tea. Zio, I won't be preparing the 6 rites for you to become my disciple. However, I'll still have the 3 of them kneel in front of you to become your teacher. Pai Lupi didn't see through his 2 sons' intentions. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw them return. Li Qingxian and Li Tai looked at each other with a smug smile in their eyes. The 2 of them, along with Tranquil, walked up to Li Wangyu. They weren't in a hurry to kneel down and perform the ceremony of becoming Li Wangyu's disciple. Instead, they picked up their teacups and brought them to Li Wangyu. Big brother Wangyu, please have some tea. Li Wangyu looked at them meaningfully and reached out to take the teacups, looking like he was about to drink. Under Li Qingxian and Li Tai's expectant gazes, Li Wangyu suddenly put down the teacup that had just reached his mouth. Qingxian, Qingke, Tranquil, since the 3 of you are willing to take me as your teacher, then I have some words for you. Li Qingxian and Li Tai were greatly disappointed when they saw that Li Wangyu didn't drink the tea. Big brother Wangyu, please drink the tea. We'll listen to whatever teachings you have. Li Tai still didn't give up and urged Li Wangyu to drink the tea. Li Wangyu looked at them with a smile and raised his teacup again, looking like he was about to drink. Chapter 224. While Li Qingxian and Li Tai were filled with anticipation, Li Wangyu had just brought the teacup to his mouth when he put it down again. Let me first talk to you about my teachings. Qingxian, Qingke, Changlu, since you want to be my disciples, I will give you a sentence. Constantly strive for self-improvement and be virtuous. I hope you will remember this in your hearts. Li Wangyu shamelessly plagiarized Tsinghua University's motto again, but Li Qingxian and Li Tai were only hoping that Li Wangyu would quickly drink the tea. How could they pay attention to what he was saying? They just nodded repeatedly. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he picked up the teacup again and looked like he was going to drink. Li Qingxian and Li Tai both stared unblinkingly at the teacup in his hands. At this moment, they heard Pai Lupi suddenly say, Ziyu, did these words come from the Book of Changes? A gentleman should be unyielding, not avoid danger, and constantly strive for self-improvement. A gentleman should increase virtue and be tolerant of all things. This is the way of a gentleman. Qingxian, Qingke, you have to remember your teacher's teachings. With Pai Lupi's response, Li Wangyu, who had just brought the teacup to his mouth, put it down again. He smiled at Pai Lupi and said, Uncle is indeed knowledgeable, not at all inferior to those great scholars. These words indeed came from the Qian and Kuan trigrams in the Book of Changes. Being praised by Li Wangyu like this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but laugh loudly. On the other hand, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, the 2 little brats, had incomparably resentful gazes. Clearly, Li Wangyu was about to drink the tea, but after being interrupted by their imperial father, he put it down again. Li Wangyu snuck a glance at the 2 brats and laughed loudly in his heart. You're still too inexperienced to fight with me. He picked up the teacup again and made a gesture of wanting to drink, making Li Qingxian and Li Tai's eyes pop out of their sockets. However, it was clear that Li Wangyu had once again disappointed the 2 brats. Li Wangyu actually put down the teacup in his hand and was about to hand it over to Pai Lupi. Uncle, I think you should drink this apprenticeship tea first. As the saying goes, when parents love their children, they plan far ahead. When it came to teaching a child, the first thing was the Qi clan, and the second was the selection of a teacher. Qing Qian and Qing Ke being so smart and quick-witted was all thanks to uncle and aunt. As a result, this nephew believes that the first cup of tea for the apprenticeship should be for Qing Qian and Qing Ke to toast their parents as a sign of filial piety. What he meant was that when teaching children, family education was the first priority, followed by the teacher's education. Li Wangyu flattered Pai Lupi, but it scared Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Pai Lupi was very satisfied with Li Wangyu's words. He laughed heartily and patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. He reached out to take the teacup in his hand and tilted his head back to drink. In reality, Pai Lupi, as the emperor, had special servants to test for poison in his food. However, this tea was personally made by Crown Prince Li Qingxian and King Yu Li Tai for apprenticeship. Those servants didn't think of testing for poison. Seeing that Pai Lupi was about to drink the tea, Li Qingxian and Li Tai couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "Father, please wait. Father, you can't drink it." Pai Lupi froze when he heard this and turned his head to look at his two sons. He didn't understand what they were shouting about. "What are you two shouting about? Why can't I drink it?" Li Qingxian's back was soaked in cold sweat. He glared fiercely at Li Tai beside him, meaning to say, "Look at your rotten idea." Li Tai also glared back without backing down. Yu also agreed. However, as Li Wangyu expected, Li Qingxian and Li Tai had added croton and morning glory into the 2 bowls of apprenticeship tea. When these 2 herbs were taken together, they were powerful laxatives that took effect very quickly. If Li Wangyu hadn't seen through the 2 brats' trick and really drank it, his stomach would have reacted in a short while. At that time, he would probably have to spend the entire day in the outhouse. Li Qingxian and Li Tai naturally didn't want to become Li Wangyu's disciple, but they couldn't go against Pai Lupi's words, so they came up with this wicked idea. They wanted Li Wangyu to make a fool of himself in front of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun. Perhaps then the apprenticeship would be ruined. However, they didn't expect that Li Wangyu would divert the trouble and put the 2 brats in a difficult situation. Li Qingxian and Li Tai didn't think that the little teacher their father found for them would be so evil. Just by looking at the uncontrollable smile on Li Wanyu's face, the 2 of them knew that their thoughts had been seen through long ago. Too evil. This little teacher Li Wangyu was really too evil. The 2 of them, who felt that they had been set up by Li Wangyu, opened their mouths for a long time, not knowing how to reply to Pai Lupi's question. The 2 brats didn't dare to let Pai Lupi drink this bowl of tea that had been spiked no matter what. Even if Li Qingxian was the crown prince, if he really let Pai Lupi drink this tea, he would probably be beaten half to death by the furious Pai Lupi afterwards. They also didn't dare to tell Pai Lupi that the tea had been spiked with laxatives. That wouldn't be good either, and they definitely wouldn't be able to escape a beating. Just as Li Qingxian and Li Tai were flabbergasted and didn't know how to reply to Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. Li Wangyu laughed and pointed at the tea bowl in Pai Lupi's hand. "Uncle, the 2 of them probably mean that the tea is already cold and they're afraid that your stomach won't feel well after drinking it. It's better to let the 2 of them go get 2 more cups." Right, that's exactly what the teacher said. How could Li Qingxian and Li Tai not know that Li Wangyu was giving them a way out? The 2 of them hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Pai Lupi seemed to have seen through something, but he didn't say anything. He casually poured the tea in the bowl into the flower bushes. "That's good. You 2 go quickly and pour new tea for your father and your teacher." Li Qingxian and Li Tai both let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They hurriedly nodded in agreement and turned around to prepare new tea. Seeing them run far away, Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu with a seeming smile. "Zio, you really are a good teacher. Hee, uncle praises me too much. Qingxian and Qingke are just a bit mischievous. Don't take it seriously." I'm relieved to leave Qingxian, Qingke, and Changle to you." Pai Lupi then said seriously, "The 3 of them grew up in the depths of the palace. The common people have a hard time and haven't heard of them. I am very worried. I will have the eunuch send Xingxian and the others to Dingzhou village every day. Zio, you have to put in more effort and teach the three of them well. Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi and also replied very seriously, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will do my best. Not long after, Li Qingxian and Li Tai once again returned with 2 cups of tea. This time, it was clear that they didn't dare to play any tricks. After Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu each drank their tea, Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Princess Changel respectfully knelt before Li Wangyu and performed the ritual of taking him as their teacher. Li Wangyu extended his hand to help Pai Lupi's 3 children up, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. He was a white-collar worker from the future, the pride of the entire village. How did he end up becoming the imperial tutor of the Tang dynasty? Chapter 225. After officially taking in Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Li Lizhi as his disciples, Li Wangyu's attitude had changed a little. Previously, he did not want to be the teacher of the emperor, as it would be troublesome and cause a lot of trouble. However, Pai Lupi's words had given him some other ideas. Although he knew the course of history, he knew that neither Crown Prince Li Qingxian nor Li Tai could become the successor to the throne of the great Tang in the future. The true successor was still in Empress Jiangxuan's womb. What moved Li Wangyu was Pai Lupi's fatherly love for Li Qingxian and the other 2, as well as the tragic ending of this family in history. As the emperor, Pai Lupi's fatherly love for the children of Empress Jiangxun was indeed boundless. When Li Qingxian was sick, Pai Lupi gathered 3,000 monks and built the Shihua Monastery and Puguang Monastery. He even reduced the crimes of the prisoners to pray for his son. Even when Li Qingxian, Du He, and Ho Junji rebelled, Pai Lupi could not bear to kill his eldest son. He only demoted him to a commoner and moved him to Qianzhou. After Li Qingxian's death, Pai Lupi was so sad that he abandoned the dynasty. Li Tai was also Pai Lupi's favorite son. Normally, when a prince reached adulthood, he would be sent to his fief and could not stay in the capital for long. However, Li Tai was favored by Emperor Taizong, so he was given special permission to move his son into the Wuda Hall. It could be said that the reason why Li Tai fought with Li Qingxian for the throne was because Pai Lupi doted on him. It was because of Pai Lupi's endless doting that Li Tai had the misconception that as long as he pulled down his brother, Li Qingxian, he would be able to become the heir. In the end, Li Tai was demoted because of his plotting. Pai Lupi was heartbroken and deposed Li Tai, demoting him to the Donglai prefecture prince. It could be said that although Li heir doted on his own son, his education of his children was a complete failure. He could be said to be a negative example. Pai Lupi had a total of 14 sons. Among them, the crown prince, Li Qingxian, attempted to rebel and was demoted to a commoner. His third son, Li Ku, the prince of Wu, was falsely accused of treason and was killed. His fourth son, Li Tai, the prince of Wei, moved to a secluded residence and died of depression. His fifth son, Li Yu, the prince of Qi, was sentenced to death for treason and was demoted to a commoner. His sixth son, Li Gui, the prince of Shu, was demoted and died in exile. His seventh son, Li Yun, the prince of Jianghu, was accused of treason and committed suicide out of fear. Pai Lupi's sons could be said to have failed at educating them. Li Wangyu could only complain in his heart. Pai Lupi was such a failure as a father. Since he had inexplicably transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, although he did not expect to change history, he wanted to try changing Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Although Li Wangyu was two-faced, he was very clear about his likes and dislikes. Pai Lupi was not unkind to him. Naturally, he did not want to watch the tragedy of Pai Lupi and his son happen. If he could make Li Qingxian and Li Tai brothers live in harmony, it would be a good story. As for whether Li Qingxian could successfully become emperor in the future, if Li Wangyu could really change Li Qingxian, it would have nothing to do with Li Wangyu. Because he had thought this through, Li Wangyu did not have any resistance to accepting Li Qingxian and Li Tai as his disciples. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. After Li Qingxian and the others finished the ceremony, Pai Lupi waved his hand at the eunuch on the side. Immediately, the eunuch came forward with a golden ruler. Pai Lupi picked up the ruler and solemnly handed it to Li Wangyu. Zio, we bestow upon you this imperial ruler. In the future, if Qingxian and the others neglect their studies and do not follow the rules, you can use this ruler to punish them. We will definitely not blame you. Li Wangyu hurriedly received the golden ruler with both hands. Don't worry, uncle, I will definitely do my best to teach Qingxian and the others. I will definitely not disappoint uncle and auntie. With your guarantee, we are at ease. On the side, Li Qingxian and Li Tai's faces couldn't help but darken when they saw the imperial ruler. In the exchange just now, they could already tell that Li Wangyu was definitely not easy to deal with. Now that he had the ruler bestowed upon him by their father, wouldn't they be completely controlled by Li Wangyu in the future? Li Wangyu held the ruler in his hand and lightly patted his palm a few times. He gave the two of them a brilliant smile. But that smile made Li Qingxian and Li Tai both shiver uncontrollably. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Wangyu bid farewell to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun and returned to Dingzhou village. Time passed in a flash. 2 days later, before the sun had even risen, Li Wangyu was roused from his bed by the old housekeeper, Li Heng. Today was the Lunar Imperial Assembly, and also the day of the Grand Luotian ritual in Taiji Palace. The Lunar Imperial Assembly was the morning court on the 1st and 15th of every month. The participants were the relatives of the princes and dukes, the civil and military officials of the capital who were 9th rank and above, the local officials who had submitted memorials to the court, as well as the guests from Fan Kingdom. Because the morning court was around 7 to 8 o'clock, Li Wangyu yawned and led Niu Wu out of his house in Dingzhou village. It was still dark. Now that he was the county man who founded the country, he also needed to participate in the Lunar Imperial Assembly. Moreover, he had an important task today, so he naturally had to participate in the Grand Luotian ritual. When Li Wangyu arrived in Chang'an City, the drum of dusk had just sounded and the illustrious Virtue Gate had just opened. When he arrived outside Taiji Palace, the light of dawn was gradually descending, and the green spring scenery of Taiji Palace could be vaguely seen. Fully armed soldiers in full armor, yellow flags, and various ceremonial guards were all over the palace. The officials who were attending the court were lined up outside the palace gate, waiting for the gate to open. There were hundreds of people in the crowd, but Li Wangyu was a little dumbfounded. Where should he stand? This was his first time attending the court, so he didn't know how to stand as the county man who founded the country. Just as he was confused, he heard laughter behind him. Ahaha, Zio, you also came to attend the court? Li Wangyu was speechless, and hurriedly turned to greet Cheng Yaojin. Nice to meet you, Uncle Cheng. The arrival of Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong made Li Wangyu heave a sigh of relief. At least there was someone he knew, and he could ask where he should stand. The officials attending the court were divided into civil officials, military officials, members of the imperial family, and envoys from various countries. Li Wangyu was at a loss, and he didn't know how to stand. He had not regained his status as a member of the imperial family, so he naturally couldn't stand on the side of the imperial family. However, he didn't know whether he, the county man who founded the country, was a civil official or a military general. Li Wangyu raised his doubts to Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong, but Cheng Yaojin laughed. Ha ha ha, you can stand on the side of our military general. With me protecting you, no one will dare to bully you. Li Wangyu was speechless. This old hooligan, why did he make it sound like he was a gangster? Before he could speak, someone behind him said, Cheng Jijia, don't spout nonsense. Zio will naturally stand on the civil official's side. Chapter 226. Li Wangyu hurriedly turned around and bowed to Yu Shernan. Duke Yu, you're here. Yu Shernan smiled and nodded at Li Wangyu. Zio, this is your first time attending court. Hurry up and arrange your shift. He pointed at the area where the civil officials stood. Because there were hundreds of officials attending the Lunar Assembly, even the civil officials were divided into several groups in an orderly manner. The groups of 3rd rank and above officials, 4th rank and 5th rank civil officials, 4th rank and below officials, and 6th rank and below officials were arranged in several square formations according to their official ranks. Li Wangyu had been conferred the title of founding magistrate, which was equivalent to a 5th rank official. Naturally, he would stand among the 4th rank and 5th rank civil officials. Although Yu Shernan's rank was not as high as Qing Yaojin's, Qing Yaojin did not dare to refute his words. He even smiled and bowed to Yu Shernan. No matter how much Qing Yaojin messed around, he would not dare to mess around in front of Yu Shernan. "Huh, Duke Yu, I'm just teasing this kid. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Jijia, you're already the father of several children. Why are you still so mischievous?" Yu Shernan scolded him like a child. However, Qing Yaojin could only listen to him. There was nothing he could do. Who asked this old man to be so old? Qing Yaojin was almost 40 years old, but compared to Yu Shernan, who was in his 70s, he was still a child. In the Tang dynasty, people married and had children in their teens. With a 30-year difference, Qing Yaojin could be considered Yu Shernan's grandson. Li Wangyu was very happy to see Qing Yaojin, this old hooligan, being humiliated. He could not help but smile. Qing Yaojin saw that Yu Shernan was laughing at him from the side and glared at him to scare him. Li Wangyu quickly went forward to support Yu Shernan. He pretended not to see Qing Yaojin's threatening gaze and helped Yu Shernan to the group of civil officials. 2 days ago, he had already paid a visit to Yu Shernan's residence to return the 1,000 strings of copper coins that he had borrowed. However, he couldn't return the money. Yu Shernan wouldn't accept it no matter what. He even said that the 1,000 strings of coins was a gift to congratulate Li Wangyu for his knighthood. Li Wangyu was helpless. Unable to persuade the old man, he could only thicken his skin and take back the 1,000 strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu then informed Yu Shernan of the fact that he had accepted Crown Prince Li Qingxian, the Prince of Yu, and Princess Changle as his disciples. He was also afraid that if this matter were to spread, he would be scolded to death by those Confucian scholars. That was why he wanted to ask Yu Shernan to help him deal with those Confucian scholars. Li Wangyu was still a little nervous, worried that Yu Shernan would also think that he was young and frivolous. Unexpectedly, Yu Shernan didn't mind at all. Li Wangyu had become the imperial preceptor at such a young age. Instead, he praised him greatly. In Yu Shernan's view, although Li Wangyu was young, with the talent that he had displayed, he was fully qualified to be the crown prince's teacher. Yu Shernan also reassured Li Wangyu, saying that regardless of whether it was Kong Yingdao or Lu Quan, these old friends, they all praised him greatly. They definitely wouldn't be dissatisfied with Li Wangyu just because he was the crown prince's teacher. With Yu Shernan's assurance, Li Wangyu could finally relax. It could be said that a small worry had been lifted off his mind. Li Wangyu's respect for Yu Shernan, this old man who was both a teacher and a friend, grew even more. The morning bell tolled. Amidst the beating of the drums, the morning assembly began. Under the lead of the imperial censor, the officials lined up according to their ranks and walked towards the Taiji Palace. Dressed in court attire, the officials were respectful and solemn. As they walked up the white jade steps, the melodious sounds of swords and jade ornaments on their bodies could be heard. In the Tang dynasty, there was a poem that described the scene of a court assembly. The crowing of the rooster is purple, and the dawn of dawn is cold. Warblers are chirping in the emperor's land of spring. The golden clock opens tens of thousands of households. The jade steps command thousands of officials. The flowers welcome the swords and jade ornaments. The stars have just set. The willow flutters the banners, still wet. Unique guests at the Phoenix Pond. The song of spring is difficult. It was referring to the scene in front of Li Wangyu's eyes. The morning bell in the palace rang. The thousands of doors opened. Pai Lupi's ceremonial guards lined up on both sides of the jade steps. The hundreds of officials entered the imperial court. This was Li Wangyu's first time attending a court assembly. He followed the crowds every step. Before the officials entered the main hall, they first dissected their swords and took off their shoes. The imperial censor, the Ministry of Appointments, the Ministry of War, and the Honglu Temple all led the civil and military officials to their respective positions. Amidst the beating of the drum and bell, Pai Lupi sat in the imperial palanquin, carried by the chamberlains. He sat facing the south. A Fu Baolang placed Pai Lupi's imperial seal in front of him. One of the provincial attendants, who presided over the court assembly, walked to the front left of Pai Lupi. He took a deep breath and shouted with his dantian, "Bow." All the officials cupped their fists and bowed to Li Ershing. Li Wangyu, who was confused, bowed along with everyone else. Bow again. Well, I have to do it again. Li Wangyu was speechless. He continued to bow to Pai Lupi. After bowing twice, Li Wangyu just got up. He had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He blinked his eyes hard to make sure that he was not mistaken. He discovered that in the solemn and sacred hall, the officials had actually begun to dance like a bunch of demons. Damn, why does this scene look so familiar? It seems that Xingchimo's group of debauches were also like this when they drank too much. This was the Lunar Palace, not a place for square dancing or disco dancing. Li Wangyu was speechless. What kind of F***king rule is this? Alright, let's dance together with the gray-haired and bearded official in front of us. Stretch your arms and kick your legs. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right. Twist your neck, twist your butt. Go to bed early and wake up early. Let's do some exercise. After a set of procedures, Li Wangyu felt that he was about to sweat. This court assembly was also a physical activity. He wondered how Yu Shernan's 70-year-old body could hold on. No wonder Yu Shernan wanted to resign. This was simply too difficult for an old man. Everyone took their seats. Li Wangyu also braced himself. He wanted to see how the battle between Pai Lupi and the aristocratic families would play out. As soon as the court assembly began, an envoy came out and presented a memorial to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I, the envoy of Luo Province, have a memorial. When Pai Lupi heard the words of the envoy of Luo Province, his face immediately darkened. However, he still said in a deep voice, "Present the memorial." The envoy of Luo Province was also known as the examiners. They were officials sent by the various provinces of the Tang dynasty to Chang'an. Their main purpose was to represent the provinces to participate in various ceremonial activities in the court. They were also responsible for the examinations of local officials. They were also responsible for bringing local tributes to the capital to participate in the imperial examinations. They were also responsible for conveying the will of the provinces. To put it bluntly, they were the directors of the offices in the capital, of the various provinces of the Tang dynasty. The envoy of Luo Province was not qualified to attend ordinary court assemblies. However, they were allowed to participate in major court assemblies such as the New Year's Day Assembly and the New Year's Day Assembly. The envoy of Luo Province was the envoy of Luo Province. Luo Province was within the sphere of influence of the Zheng family of Xinjiang. Li Wangyu was willing to bet his head that the envoy of Luo Province was here to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict in the name of the locust plague. Your Majesty, the locust plague in Luo Province has begun to spread. The locusts falling from the sky is a divine punishment. Your Majesty, please consider the common people and issue an edict in order to save the people. The words of the envoy of Luo Province had already been expected by everyone in the hall. However, after he spoke, the originally silent hall was once again filled with a buzz of discussion. Chapter 227. Li Wangyu inwardly curled his lips. These aristocratic families were truly sparing no effort in attacking Pai Lupi. The last person the aristocratic families had tossed out as a chess piece was an upper 8th rank imperial censor. Even now, he was still locked up in the censorate's prison. Although Pai Lupi did not order this imperial censor to be beaten to death in his rage, he still ordered imperial censor Wei Zheng to investigate. Wei Zheng was a straightforward official, and he was rather disdainful of the aristocratic family's use of natural disasters to attack Pai Lupi and use this as a pretext to gain political power. As a result, he directly threw that imperial censor into the censorate's prison to investigate whether or not this person had taken bribes and perverted the law. However, the aristocratic families clearly had enough bargaining chips. Even if they threw away a small chess piece, they still had other chess pieces to use. This Luo Province Assembly emissary who had once again brought up this matter at the Lunar Court Assembly was clearly a lackey of Xinjiang's Xing clan. He had once again used the locust plague as a heavenly punishment to fire cannons at Pai Lupi during the imperial court assembly, causing everyone in the imperial court to discuss spiritedly. Pai Lupi's face was dark, and he did not say a word. He saw Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda jump out at the same time and grab the Luo province assembly emissary's collar. Damn thief, bullshit heavenly punishment. You Tian Shenas say it's heavenly punishment, so it's heavenly punishment? Scram for this elder. That's his mother. A trifling imperial court assembly emissary is spouting nonsense to mislead the masses. He truly deserves a beating. Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were fierce generals who had slaughtered their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Together, they flipped out at the Luo province assembly emissary, scaring him so much that he almost wet his pants. Although he had the support of an aristocratic family, anyone who saw this kind of fierce founding duke flip out would still be afraid. Someone immediately stepped out to stop them. It was Xinjiang's Jing clan's Minister of Works, Jing Shanghua. Duke of Lu, Duke of Yi, quickly stop. Humiliating others like this at the Imperial Court Assembly, where is the propriety? Your Majesty, this official wants to impeach Duke of Lu and Duke of Yi for their lack of propriety. With Jing Shanghua's words, more than a dozen aristocratic family officials stepped out one after another, clamoring to impeach Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda. As for Qin Shubao and the other generals, how could they watch Qing Yaojin and the others suffer losses? They all stood up and refuted. The two sides began to bicker in the main hall. For a moment, the originally solemn court assembly became as lively as a market. It was Li Wangyou's first time attending court, and he watched the lively scene with great interest. The old hooligan Qing Yaojin's battle prowess was indeed formidable. His lousy mouth actually scolded those aristocratic family's ministers until they were battered and exhausted. This was an eye-opener for Li Wangyou. Qing Yaojin, impeach me? Do you want to see if my fist is big enough? Vulgar martial artist. The plague of locusts is the wrath of the heavens. This is the punishment of the heavens for not cultivating morality. Qing Yaojin, I'm going to fix your mother. You're such a scoundrel. I've killed so many people, why haven't I seen any divine punishment? High Duke Lu, aren't you afraid that the locust god will punish you for using such vulgar language? Qing Yaojin, the locust god is nothing. Can you beat the duck god? If you're not afraid of the duck god's wrath, why should I be afraid? Duck god? What duck god? Finally, someone was confused by Qing Yaojin's words. Where did this duck god come from? Qing Yaojin, wahahaha, you bunch of idiots. The locusts have their locust god, the ducks have their duck god. The ducks can feed on locusts, which means that the duck god is more powerful than the locust god. You farmhouse slaves must have eaten a lot of ducks every day, right? Aren't you afraid of the duck god's wrath? You. Where did this duck god come from? Who has heard of the existence of the duck god? Qing Yaojin sneered, then why don't you go and find the locust god for me to see? There are gods 3 feet above our heads, how can there be no duck god? His words made all the ministers speechless. What kind of logic was this? Li Wangyou was also speechless. He put his hand to his forehead and felt a headache coming on. This old scoundrel, Qing Yaojin, after hearing Li Wangyou talk about how the duck god was used to fool the farmers, he actually used Li Wangyou's excuse to shut the mouths of the aristocratic families. He was shameless enough. However, although the duck god was a little shameless, it was effective. At least the ministers of the aristocratic families could not think of a way to refute the old scoundrel's words. Seeing that the situation was not good, the head of the Jing family of Xinjiang, Jing Yuanshou, could not help but stand up. He bowed to Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, the locusts are a natural disaster. How can we get rid of them? Moreover, killing too many of them will harm the harmony of the world. Only virtue can eliminate the natural disaster. Your Majesty, please reconsider and think for the sake of the people. Jing Yuanshou's words were extremely vicious. He did not mention that he was guilty, nor did he mention that the plague of locusts was caused by Pai Lupi. However, The meaning behind his words was that he blamed the cause of the plague of locusts on Pai Lupi. Asking Pai Lupi to eliminate the locusts with virtue was the same as saying that Pai Lupi was immoral. Seeing that Zheng Yuanshou had stood up, the ministers who were arguing with Qing Yaojin immediately found a direction and stopped arguing with him. They all bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, please reconsider and think for the sake of the people. Your Majesty, please reconsider and think for the sake of the people." Under Zheng Yuanshou's lead, nearly half of the hundreds of ministers who came to attend the Lunar Palace assembly stood up and said in unison to pressure Pai Lupi, who was sitting on the throne. There was no doubt that these ministers were from the aristocratic families headed by the 5 surnames and 7 nobles. Li Wangyu could not help but feel a little shocked. No wonder Pai Lupi did not dare to forcibly eliminate the locusts. Half of the ministers in the imperial court were from the aristocratic families. A slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. Pai Lupi's face became gloomier and gloomier in the face of the minister's pressure, but he did not speak. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. The ministers who came out to force the abdication also did not say a word. They stubbornly fought with Pai Lupi in a silent arena. The imperial court assembly hall, which was very noisy just now, immediately became silent. In the stalemate, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui came out and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, the plague of locusts is a natural disaster. I request that you hold the Luo Tian grand ritual to pray for the blessings of the people in the world and the Tang dynasty." Pai Lupi immediately nodded, "Yes." Yes means that the emperor has agreed to it. The attendant of the Minxia province immediately said, "Yes." This means that the imperial edict was to be read out. The ministers of the aristocratic families could only all be silent at this time. Hundreds of ministers bowed down. Hold the Luo Tian grand ritual to pray for the people. As soon as his voice fell, before the ministers in the hall could react, the eunuch began to read the edict loudly. Hold the Luo Tian grand ritual to pray for the people. As the eunuch in the palace read the edict loudly, Yuan Tiangang and other Daoists who had been waiting for a long time outside the Taiji palace immediately filed in. In the surprised eyes of the ministers, they began to build altars and prepare to worship the gods of heaven and earth. Li Wangyu directly rolled his eyes. Damn, Fang Xianling and Pai Lupi are not acting at all. You need to study Stanislavski's Self-Cultivation of Actors. Chapter 228. As soon as Fang Xianling asked for the heavenly grand ritual, Pai Lupi agreed immediately. Then Yuan Tiangang and others showed up. This was simply telling others that they had planned it long ago. They were so careless that their acting was so perfunctory. Li Wangyu despised them. However, this sudden turn of events greatly surprised Zheng Yuanshou and the other aristocratic families. No one had expected Li Heir to make such a move during the court session when the officials were trying to force the emperor to abdicate. And they couldn't stop it. After all, Pai Lupi wanted to hold the heavenly grand ritual to eliminate the plague of locusts and pray to heaven for blessings. Who could say no to this? Pai Lupi didn't care about what Zheng Yuanshou and others thought. He announced the suspension of the Lunar Imperial Court, walked down from the throne, and led the ministers out of the main hall. Zheng Yuanshou and other ministers could only look at each other and follow him out of the main hall of Taiji Palace. In the eyes of Zheng Yuanshou and others, Pai Lupi wanted to hold the heavenly grand ritual just to delay the time. They also made up their minds that they must take the opportunity of today's imperial court to force Pai Lupi to yield. When the heavenly grand ritual was completed, the imperial court would continue. At that time, they would see how Pai Lupi would deal with it. Outside the Taiji Palace was the square of Noda. There were drum towers and bell towers on both sides of the square. The heavenly grand ritual to pray for the plague of locusts was held in the square in front of the Taiji Palace. Yuan Tiangang wore a brand new purple Taoist robe embroidered with various auspicious patterns of Taoism with gold and silver threads. He walked in front of the Taoists with a solemn expression. The Taoist robes of the Tang and Song dynasties were not the yellow Taoist robes seen in later TV series. Instead, they were based on the illusion of purple chi from the east, when the Taoist ancestor came out of seclusion on an ox. Therefore, Taoism advocated purple Taoist robes. Behind Yuan Tiangang were the abbots of the 58 Taoist temples in Chang'an City. They were also wearing purple Taoist robes. Then there were hundreds of Taoists from the 58 Taoist temples. Some were holding God's tablets, some were holding banners, and some were holding various celestial weapons. They were singing ancient tunes. In fact, the formal heavenly grand ritual was very complicated. The whole ceremony would take several days. However, no matter if it was Pai Lupi or Li Wangyu, their ultimate goal was not to worship heaven itself. Therefore, today's heavenly grand ritual in front of the Taiji Palace was actually a simplified version of the ritual. The group of Daoists quickly set up the altar and enshrined 1,200 tablets of the gods. In the middle of the altar, there was a gilded bronze statue of the Dao ancestor. Li Jing stood among the officials and felt that the statue on the altar was exceptionally familiar. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like the statue that Li Wangyou's troops were hugging outside the Xuandu temple that day. However, he didn't think too much about it. He thought that it was possible that Li Wangyu had brought the statue home to worship for a few days. This wasn't strange. As the officiator of today's heavenly grand ritual, Yuan Tiangang was also the deacon of the altar. He performed gang steps, made gestures, and chanted spells. Under the chanting of a group of Taoists, he burned incense, opened the altar, invited water, raised the banner, announced the results, and emptied filth. In Li Wangyou's opinion, a series of rituals were done professionally. Well, for Li Wangyu, a good young man who was born in New China and grew up under the red flag, he didn't believe in any religion at all. Yuan Tiangang's dazzling operation, in his opinion, was an old liar with professional attainment. However, in the eyes of Pai Lupi and other officials, Yuan Tiangang was Jing Feichen, Yan Xuanda, Hui Sanjia, and Li Jing Feichen. He was like an immortal. The simplified version of the heavenly grand ritual soon came to the step of inviting the sage. Yuan Tiangang, who was performing gang steps and making gestures and chanting spells, couldn't help but peek in the direction of the officials to see where Li Wangyu was. At this time, Pai Lupi also began to turn his head to look for Li Wangyou's figure, because Li Wangyu had promised him before that the Tao ancestor would show his divinity in the heavenly grand ritual and personally break the saying that the plague of locusts was the punishment of heaven. Now the inviting the sage ceremony began. Pai Lupi and Yuan Tiangang, who presided over the grand ritual, were both nervous. They didn't know how the Tao ancestor would show his divinity. However, Pai Lupi frequently looked back, but he didn't see Li Wangyou's figure among hundreds of officials behind him. Pai Lupi was anxious. He reached out and beckoned the servant beside him. He whispered a few words and asked them to find Li Wangyu, the man from Hu County. If this bastard played a trick on him, Pai Lupi would be furious. Pai Lupi's behavior made Feng Xianling and others, who didn't know the inside story, a little puzzled. His Majesty kept looking back. What was he looking for? Jing Yuanshou and other masters of aristocratic families looked on coldly and sneered in their hearts. They thought that Pai Lupi was too naive. Even if he made such a heavenly grand ritual, what could he do? This group of old foxes more or less guessed the intention of Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling at this time. They just wanted to use the heavenly grand ritual to break the saying that the plague of locusts was the punishment of heaven. The deacon who presided over the ritual was a minister of aristocratic families. Some people recognized him as a famous Taoist priest in the land of Shu, named Yuan Tiangang. It was said that he was an unprecedented genius in divination. So what? Jing Yuanshou and Jing Shangua, as well as the masters of the Fanyang Lu family, the Taiyuan Wang clan, the Qinghe Chui family, and the Boling Chui family, looked at each other silently and coldly. Even if the heavenly grand ritual was over and the deacon, Yuan Tiangang, claimed that the plague of locusts was not the punishment of heaven, they would not take half a step back. Jing Yuanshou and the others did not believe that Li Er would be able to turn the tables because of the heavenly grand ritual, even though there were hundreds of courtiers present. Ma Zhou, who proposed this plan, was also in the hall at this time. He had now joined the censorate as an imperial censor. Naturally, he needed to attend the lunar imperial censor today. Just now, he also saw his junior teacher, but it was not convenient for him to go forward and greet him. Ma Zhou was the one who proposed the heavenly grand ritual. He had been paying attention to the reactions of those aristocratic families. When he noticed Jing Yuanshou and others sneering, Ma Zhou's heart couldn't help but thump. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. He seemed to have underestimated the determination of these aristocratic families to fight Pai Lupi to the death. Originally, he thought that with Pai Lupi's imperial prestige and the addition of the heavenly grand ritual, the famous Taoist Gao Jin claiming that the plague of locusts was not the punishment of heaven should be enough to make these aristocratic families give in. But now it seemed that it was wishful thinking. Ma Zhou couldn't help but feel anxious. He gave the idea to Pai Lupi. Was it really useless for Mo Fei? He also began to look for Li Wangyu in the crowd frequently. He wanted to ask his junior teacher how to deal with the next attack of the aristocratic families. However, Li Wangyu seemed to have disappeared from the crowd. Neither Ma Zhou nor the eunuch sent by Pai Lupi found Li Wangyu in the crowd of officials. The heavenly grand ritual was still in progress. Because he didn't know what Li Wangyu was going to do, Yuan Tiangang worshipped, burned incense, announced the form, and recited the incantation uneasily. He only knew that yesterday, Li Wangyu came to the Xuandu temple and returned the borrowed statue of Tao Zu. Li Wangyu also told Yuan Tiangang to enshrine the statue in the center of the altar, saying that it was the key to the Tao Zu's divine manifestation. Yuan Tiangang naturally obeyed and enshrined the statue of Tao Zu on the altar. Now he kept peeping at the statue, wanting to know what Li Wangyu was up to. Just as Li Er, Yuan Tiangang, Ma Zhou, and the others were feeling uneasy, and Jing Yuanshou and the others were watching coldly from the side, an unusually clear but strange voice came from the gilded bronze statue of the Tao ancestor on the altar. Chapter 229. Beep, the Bluetooth speaker is connected. The sudden strange sound came into the ears of all the people present very clearly. What was that sound? What Bluetooth? What speaker? Who was talking? Why couldn't they understand the meaning of these words? Everyone looked at each other and began to look for where the sound came from. Yuan Tiangang looked as if he had seen a ghost, and even the chanting in his mouth stopped. He looked unbelievably at the statue of Tao Zu in the center of the altar. He was the closest to the statue, so he was very sure that the strange sound just now came from the statue of Tao Zu. Before he could react, everyone heard the sound again. A song that no one had ever heard before began to reverberate through the Taiji Palace. It sounded like heavenly music. The music was neither a flute nor a guqin. Even Pai Lupi, who was familiar with all kinds of instruments of the Tang dynasty, could not tell what kind of instrument it was. Everyone turned their eyes to the altar, and the sound like the fairy music came from the altar. Pai Lupi's face changed greatly, and he suddenly stepped toward the altar. A group of civil officials and generals behind him were stunned, and then they all followed him. At this time, there was no censor correcting the etiquette. All the officials were shocked by the inexplicable music. When they walked to the altar, Pai Lupi and the officials behind him were stunned, just like Yuan Tiangang. The music was clearly from the statue of Tao Zu in the center of the 1,200 god positions on the altar. What is this sound? A minister murmured. Yuan Tiangang suddenly shouted excitedly, fairy music, this must be fairy music. Tao Zu is showing his holiness. Tao Zu is showing his holiness. His shout confused Li Er and the group of civil and military officials. Could it be that the heavenly grand ritual had really invited the Taoist ancestor? But if that wasn't the case, then why would there be such heavenly music coming out from the altar without any reason and without any cover? Pai Lupi was also beginning to be confused. Could this be the Tao ancestor's divine manifestation that Li Wangyu swore? But this was too inconceivable. Was it really the Tao ancestor showing his divinity, or was it Li Wangyu, that little brat, who was playing tricks? If this was Li Wangyu's doing, how did he do it with such godly means? In the crowd, Jing Yuanshou and the others also looked as if they had seen a ghost. He did not care about being disrespectful in front of the emperor, and directly pushed aside the ministers in front of him and ran up to the spiritual altar to confirm what was going on. However, after reaching the altar, Jing Yuanshou became even more confused. On this unobstructed altar, there was indeed a sound that sounded like immortal music. Moreover, the source of the sound was the Tao ancestor statue that was enshrined in the center of the altar. Just as everyone was inexplicably surprised, the immortal music gradually disappeared. However, they heard a voice coming from the gilded copper statue of the Tao ancestor again. It was an unusually ethereal human voice. The Tao can be said, but it is not the Tao. The name can be named, but it is not the name. The ethereal human voice was reciting the Tao ancestors, Tao Te Ching. The sudden appearance of the human voice made everyone present shudder. Pai Lupi even felt the hair on his arms stand up. All of this was too strange. Why are you not kneeling? Just as everyone was at a loss, they heard the ethereal voice coming from the Tao ancestor statue again. Pai Lupi composed himself, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said, Who are you? I am Taishang Lao Jun. I was born without beginning and without cause. I am the ancestor of all Daos, the ancestor of vitality, the ancestor of chaos, the parent of heaven and earth, and the master of yin and yang. When Pai Lupi heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His knees went soft, and he knelt down. Emperor Ancestor, please accept my worship. At this moment, Pai Lupi had no choice but to believe it. Not only him, but also the hundreds of civil and military officials behind him, Yuan Tiangang, and the other Taoists, all knelt down and bowed to the Tao ancestor statue on the altar. There was only one thought in everyone's mind: the Tao ancestor is showing his power. There was no other explanation except for the Tao ancestor showing his power. Even if there were some ministers who did not believe in Taoism but Buddhism, there was no doubt in their hearts at this time. Even Zheng Yuanshou and the other aristocratic families all knelt down with trembling bodies. The Tao ancestor is really showing his power. In Pai Lupi's heart, there was a faint suspicion that this might be a trick made by Li Wangyu. However, as the Tao ancestor statue spoke again, all his doubts were dispelled. The ethereal voice came out again, Li Shimen, you are the emperor of the Tang dynasty. You are ordered by heaven. Get up. Pai Lupi was very excited. The Tao ancestor is really talking to me. The Tao ancestor is really showing his power. Although he did not know why the Tao ancestor would show his power, he did not forget the purpose of holding this heavenly grand ritual, so he quickly asked. Emperor Ancestor, may I ask if the plague of locusts today is because of Shimon's immorality? Is the plague of locusts sent by heaven as punishment? What is morality? Taoism is the nature of all things in heaven and earth. It is omnipotent and omnipotent. It gives birth to heaven and earth, operates the sun and the moon, and grows all things, but it never shows off or relies on itself. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. How can heaven send a plague of locusts to punish people because of what you, the emperor, have done? Hearing this, Pai Lupi could not help straightening his back and looking back at the ministers kneeling behind him. With the Tao ancestor showing his power and endorsing him, he would like to see which bastard would dare to say that the locusts were the wrath of heaven and that it was caused by his immorality. Emperor Ancestor, may I ask if the plague of locusts in the world can be destroyed? Yes. The plague of locusts is the enemy of heaven and earth. Destroying it will bring great merit. Hearing this, Pai Lupi's eyes almost narrowed. Since the Tao ancestor said so, there was no more obstacle to destroying the locusts. He only felt refreshed and proud. Li Shimen, you must remember to take the people of the world as your responsibility. The sage is to govern the country, correct the law, and correct the punishment. He will save the chaos of the world and get rid of the calamity of the world. He will make the strong not bully the weak, and the masses not oppress the few. The elderly will be satisfied, the young will be raised, the borders will not be invaded, the ministers will go on blind dates, the father and son will protect each other, and there will be no danger of death. This is also the greatest merit. Yes, Shimen will remember the emperor ancestor's decree. That's good. I'm leaving. The Tao ancestor's ethereal voice came out. After the last sentence, another burst of heavenly music came out, and then there was no more sound. On the altar, under the sunlight, the Tao ancestor's gilded bronze statue seemed to be plated with a layer of golden light, emitting a dazzling light. Farewell, Emperor Ancestor. Under the leadership of Pai Lupi, everyone once again kowtowed 3 times and 9 times, kowtowing to the Dao Ancestor statue on the altar. Yuan Tiangang also came back to his senses at this time, and quickly led a group of Taoists to recite the Tao Te Ching. Although Zheng Yuanshou and others followed the crowd to kowtow 3 times and 9 times to the Dao Ancestor at this time, all of their faces were gray, and their hearts were like being cut by a knife. The Dao Ancestor actually showed his divinity, and personally dispelled the locust's plague as the wrath of heaven. It was heaven's punishment for Pai Lupi for not cultivating personal morality. It could be said that Pai Lupi was almost erected by the Dao Ancestor to protect his body. In the future, no one in the world would dare to use the change of the Xuanwu Gate to attack Pai Lupi. At this time, Zheng Yuanshou and other aristocratic families had begun to wonder if the world really had nothing to do with them, the 1,000-year-old families. When everyone was kowtowing to the Dao Ancestor, no one noticed that Li Wangyu, who had disappeared before, crept out from a secluded place in the main hall. Chapter 230. There was no doubt that the Tao Ancestors show was just a trick made by Li Wangyu. That day when she traveled through the Tang dynasty with her beautiful boss, her mobile phone was in Li Wangyu's carry-on bag that was dropped in the bathtub. And in the small mezzanine bag of her bag, there was a mini Bluetooth speaker that Su Changqing used to listen to music. That day when she and Li Wangyu checked the items in the bag, they almost ignored it. But even if Su Changqing found the Bluetooth speaker in the bag later, she didn't care too much. After all, there was no electricity in the Tang dynasty. Her mobile phone was turned off for a long time and couldn't be used, let alone this Bluetooth speaker. However, when Li Wangyu was thinking about how to make the Taoist ancestor show his divinity in the heavenly grand ritual, he suddenly thought of Su Changqing's mobile phone and Bluetooth speaker. These 2 electronic products, which were commonly seen in the later generations, were excellent props in the Tang Empire for pretending to be mysterious. So he asked the abbot of Xuandu Temple for a hollow statue of the Tao ancestor. Together with Su Changqing, he fixed the mini Bluetooth speaker in the statue. The sound of the mini Bluetooth speaker was not low. Plus, the speaker was fixed in the hollow copper statue, so it played the role of a sound amplifier. This was the same principle as when Li Wangyu listened to songs with his mobile phone in the future. Sometimes he thought the volume of the mobile phone was too low, so he put the mobile phone in a glass cup to play the effect of a loudspeaker. After Li Wangyu's experiment, the wireless connection distance of the Bluetooth speaker was about 10 meters, which gave him enough room to operate. When the heavenly grand ritual was going on, Li Wangyu slipped to a secluded place in the Taiji Palace and connected the Bluetooth speaker with the beautiful boss's mobile phone while everyone's attention was attracted by Yuan Tiangang, who was performing dipper steps and reciting spells on the altar. Yuan Tiangang and others heard the beep, the Bluetooth speaker is connected. There was no doubt that it was the sound after the mobile phone was connected to the Bluetooth speaker. To Pai Lupi and the others, the music that sounded like heavenly music was actually the music that their beautiful boss had downloaded on her phone. If a friend from the future transmigrated to this Taiji Palace, they would definitely realize that this was the theme song of the movie Big Fish Begonia. As for the Dao ancestor showing his divinity and talking to Pai Lupi, it was even simpler. Li Wangyu used the voice-changing software in his phone to make his voice ethereal, just like the voice of a celestial character in a TV series. To put it bluntly, the so-called Taoist ancestors show of divinity was nothing more than Li Wangyu playing a wonderful magic show in front of the emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty by using the high-tech electronic products of later generations. This was not worth mentioning in the future, and it could not even fool elementary school students. However, 1,300 years ago, it was a real miracle, an undeniable Dao ancestor showing his divinity. With Su Changqing's mobile phone and mini Bluetooth speaker, Li Wangyu showed off fiercely in the Tang dynasty, and his level was quite high. He pretended to show his divinity, and even Pai Lupi, the emperor, knelt down. It was very exciting. However, it was obvious that Li Wangyu could only rot in his stomach for such an exciting thing. Even if Pai Lupi interrogated him later, he could only insist that it was the Dao ancestor showing his divinity, and that he did not do anything behind the scenes. Otherwise, Pai Lupi would have skinned him alive. What made him even more regretful was that Su Changqing's mobile phone was completely out of power after such a toss. The beautiful boss's mobile phone did not have much battery left. Even if it had been turned off for more than a month, the battery in the mobile phone was still running out. Plus the battery of the mobile phone that he and Su Changqing consumed when they were at home and did experiments, there was only about 20% battery left in the mobile phone. After he fooled the emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty, the battery of the mobile phone finally ran out and was turned off, which made Li Wangyu very sad. After putting away the phone that had no battery, Li Wangyu slipped back to the group of ministers in the shock brought by the Dao ancestor showing his divinity, and also made a surprised expression. Outside the Taiji Palace, Yuan Tiangang became more and more excited. He worked harder on a series of ceremonies, such as summoning, following the stars, submitting the report, dropping the banner, and sending the sage. Due to the unexpected Dao ancestor showing his divinity, the heavenly grand ritual, which was originally a simplified version, would be extended to 49 days in the Taiji Palace under the decree of Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi did not waste any more time. He turned around and walked into the main hall of the Taiji Palace. He returned to the throne, and the court meeting continued. After the civil officials and military generals took their seats again, the atmosphere in the main hall was completely different. The envoy of Luo Zhou, who had previously proposed to let Pai Lupi write an edict of self-condemnation to save the people, was now kneeling in his position, trembling like a sieve. Before Pai Lupi could speak, Fang Xianling came out again and asked Pai Lupi, "Your Majesty, the envoy of Luo Zhou misled the public and slandered the sage. I ask you to remove the envoy of Luo Zhou from his official position and arrest him to serve as a warning to others." "Yes. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Your Majesty, please spare my life." The envoy of Luo Zhou finally screamed and turned his eyes to Jing Yuanshou for help. In this regard, Jing Yuanshou could only turn his head and pretend that he did not see the envoy's eyes for help. Now, who would attack Pai Lupi with the excuse that the plague of locusts was the punishment of heaven? Wasn't that seeking death? At this time, Jing Yuanshou could not even protect himself, so how could he care about the envoy? As Pai Lupi's voice fell, the imperial guards immediately stepped forward and dragged the envoy of Luo Zhou, who had already collapsed on the ground, out of the main hall. Pai Lupi looked at the envoy of Luo Zhou being dragged away and felt even more delighted. This group of bastards from aristocratic families had previously used the plague of locusts as an excuse to make trouble for him. This had already made Pai Lupi very sullen. If it were not for the great influence of the aristocratic families, Pai Lupi would have already killed them to vent his anger. Today, Dao Zhu actually showed his divinity in front of the civil and military officials. This had completely relieved Pai Lupi of his worries. In the imperial court, there were no more restrictions. Pai Lupi could not help but smile. "Minister Zheng, do you have anything else to say?" The black-bellied Pai Lupi could now be said to be elated, sweeping away the bad luck of being forced to abdicate by hundreds of aristocratic family officials. He looked at Jing Yuanshou and was prepared to ridicule the head of the Jing family of Xingyang. However, Jing Yuanshou no longer had the intention to arm wrestle with Pai Lupi. Today's imperial court had completely exceeded their expectations. It could be said that they had suffered a crushing defeat. In the face of Pai Lupi's aggressive questioning, Jing Yuanshou obediently knelt down and said, "Your Majesty is wise. I have misunderstood Your Majesty's painstaking efforts. I hope Your Majesty can forgive me." Humph. Li Er let out a cold snort from his nostrils. Jing Yuanshou's lowering of his head and admitting defeat was within his expectations. Pai Lupi then looked at the heads of the other aristocratic families. Before Pai Lupi could speak again, the heads of the Chui clan of Qinghe, the Chui clan of Bowling, and the Lu clan of Fanyang all knelt down and said, "Your Majesty is wise." Pai Lupi, who had obtained great satisfaction, raised his head and laughed heartily. Noda's Taiji palace was filled with Pai Lupi's proud laughter. Pai Lupi's sharp gaze swept across the imperial court. Those aristocratic family officials all lowered their heads and avoided the emperor's gaze. When his gaze fell on Li Wangyu, the smile on Pai Lupi's face froze for a moment. Chapter 231. Looking at Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel suspicious. What was going on with the Tao ancestor showing his divinity just now? Was it Li Wangyu's trick? After all, Li Wangyu had promised him that the Tao ancestor would show his divinity in the heavenly grand ritual. Pai Lupi had naturally heard of the little tricks of Taoism. Originally, he thought that Li Wangyu was just colluding with Yuan Tiangang to make some tricks to confuse the officials. But in Pai Lupi's view, the scene just now was the real Tao ancestor showing his divinity. There was no doubt about that. This set off waves in Pai Lupi's heart. Did Li Wangyu have such an immortal method? Could he really ask the Tao ancestor to show his divinity? Facing Pai Lupi's suspicious eyes, Li Wangyu also smiled bitterly in his heart. He had already expected that Pai Lupi would inevitably make various conjectures and want to know the truth of the matter. However, he couldn't tell the truth about this matter. Li Wangyu could only force himself to be calm and show a bright smile to Pai Lupi, who was staring at him. Fortunately, in the main hall, in the presence of civil and military officials, Pai Lupi couldn't catch Li Wangyu and interrogate him even if he was anxious. He could only withdraw his gaze from Li Wangyu. He coughed softly and said, "Come on, give me a banquet." Give a banquet? Pai Lupi's words made all the officials stunned. Why would the court give everyone a banquet for no reason? Was it to congratulate the Tao ancestor showing his divinity just now? The officials were confused. Only Li Wangyu couldn't help but show a sneaky smile. With Pai Lupi's order, the palace maids who had been prepared for a long time came in from outside the hall. Each of them held a food box in their hands and began to distribute food to the officials in the hall. It was very simple, just a plate and a pair of chopsticks. However, the food on the plate turned the originally solemn hall into a wet market once again. The officials discussed animatedly, and it was very lively. What is this? They look like locusts. How can this be eaten? Your Majesty, how can this worm be eaten? In the Taiji Palace of Noda, only Li Wangyu, Fang Xianling, Qing Yaojin, and the others were smiling as they looked at the food in front of them. Pai Lupi ordered people to deliver plates of fried locusts to the officials in the name of a banquet. In front of Pai Lupi's throne, there was also a plate of fried locusts. Pai Lupi opened his mouth under the gaze of all the officials in the hall. The people live by the grain, and you eat it. I would rather eat you to save the people. After saying that, Pai Lupi stretched out his chopsticks and picked up a locust that was fried until it was yellow and fragrant. He opened his mouth and was about to eat it. Your Majesty, you can't eat it. Your Majesty, you can't eat it. How can you eat locusts? Your Majesty, if you eat locusts, you might get sick. You can't eat it. Pai Lupi ignored the official's dissuasion and directly put the locusts into his mouth and started chewing. Seeing that Li Er had actually eaten the locusts, the officials in the hall once again let out a cry of surprise. Li Wangyu was speechless. Why did they make such a fuss when Pai Lupi ate fried locusts? In history, Pai Lupi ate locusts raw. That was disgusting. Pai Lupi swallowed the locusts in his mouth and looked at the officials again. Everyone, why don't you eat? These words made the officials in the hall look at each other. Did they really have to eat such disgusting locusts? Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Qing Yaojin, and the others naturally reached out their chopsticks without hesitation and put the fried locusts into their mouths under the horrified gazes of their colleagues. Seeing this, the courageous officials in the hall could only pluck up their courage and reach out to pick up the locusts in front of them. They closed their eyes and put the locusts into their mouths. Suppressing the disgust in their hearts, they chewed hard. However, what surprised everyone was that the fried locusts were extraordinarily delicious. After the courageous officials opened their eyes, they looked at the plate of fried locusts in front of them in disbelief and reached out their chopsticks again. Under the pressure of Li Er and the lead of these bold officials, the main hall of Taiji Palace was soon filled with the sound of people chewing on fried locusts. Everyone? How's the taste? Pai Lupi asked with a smile. At this time, many of the officials had already fallen in love with the fried locusts and were eating happily. Your Majesty, the locusts are delicious after being fried. They taste like prawns and are crispy and delicious. So although the locusts are a natural disaster, they can also be eaten to alleviate hunger and save thousands of people. Your Majesty is wise. Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction and gestured to the provincial guards. The provincial guards immediately stepped forward and walked to the front left of Pai Lupi and said loudly, "Control is in order." In the hall, the officials held their breaths and all bowed down. In today's imperial court, demons cannot win against virtue. In ancient times, locusts avoided the border. If they can avoid virtue, how can they not be virtuous? Today, you sit and watch the seedlings being eaten. How can you bear to not save them? How can you be at ease because of hunger? Instruct the censorate to immediately exterminate the locusts. Those who resist will be beheaded. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Originally, there were many officials who objected to exterminating the locusts. They said that a natural disaster was not something that could be resisted by humans. There were even local officials who refused to exterminate the locusts. They said that exterminating the locusts would bring more harm. In addition, the aristocratic families used this as an opportunity to add fuel to the fire. They wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Pai Lupi's prestige. As a result, exterminating the locusts could not be carried out. Now that the Daoist ancestor had shown his divinity, he announced that exterminating the locusts was a great merit. In this way, exterminating the locusts was logical and there were no more obstacles. In the Tang dynasty, in the 3rd month of Zhenguan, the entire country exterminated the locusts. It was a few months earlier than the original time of exterminating the locusts in history. The imperial court's strength and determination to carry it out was also greater. A disaster of exterminating the locusts disappeared without a trace. After the imperial court meeting, the news of the Daoist ancestor showing his divinity at the Taiji Palace quickly spread in Cheng and city. Because at that time, there were no less than 1,000 people in the Taiji Palace who had witnessed this miracle with their own eyes, everyone had to believe it. Many officials even recorded the conversation between Pai Lupi and the sage, as well as the matter of Pai Lupi and the officials eating fried locusts in the main hall of the Taiji Palace. They printed it into books and spread it widely. In the Tang dynasty, which had a strong atmosphere of religious belief, this matter immediately spread to the entire Tang dynasty with Cheng and city as the center. For a time, the Taoist temples that were originally prosperous in the Tang dynasty became even more prosperous. The people of the Tang dynasty went to the Taoist temples in groups to burn incense and kowtow to the Daoist ancestor, asking for the Daoist ancestor's blessing. Under the strong push of Pai Lupi, the Tang dynasty began to exterminate the locusts. Exterminating the locusts was not complicated. At night, a fire would be lit, and the locusts would fly to the fire and be burned to death. Then, a pit would be dug to bury the locusts. In addition, with the help of manpower and other methods, exterminating the locusts was not too difficult. The landlords and villagers who were originally worshipping the locust god immediately changed their minds when they heard from the officials and scholars that the Daoist ancestor had shown his divinity at the Taiji Palace in Cheng and city and personally passed down a verbal order saying that the locust plague was the enemy of heaven and earth. Exterminating the locusts would be a great merit. In this year, the locusts were not a disaster. However, Li Wangyu was not happy at this time. He was racking his brains, thinking of how to fool Pai Lupi. Chapter 232. In the Yin and Yang Hall of Tai Chi Palace, Li Wangyu was restless. From time to time, he would raise his eyes to look at Pai Lupi, who was sitting at the side and reviewing memorials. As soon as the court meeting ended, Li Wangyu wanted to blend into the hundreds of officials and slip away. However, before he reached the entrance of Tai Chi Palace, he was stopped by the palace eunuchs, who were summoned by Pai Lupi. He knew very well why Pai Lupi summoned him. This was also the reason why he wanted to slip away. Feeling uneasy, he followed the eunuchs into the Yin and Yang hall. However, he saw Pai Lupi sitting behind a few tables and reviewing memorials, completely ignoring him. Li Wangyu complained in his heart, "Isn't this King's psychological warfare?" He had seen a lot of movies and TV shows in his previous life. The police often did this during trials. They put psychological pressure on the suspect to make the suspect reveal flaws. Pai Lupi used this method to interrogate him. He had underestimated Li Wangyu's psychological endurance. Back then, he was able to change his mathematics score from 9 to 99 to lie to his parents without batting an eyelid. Although he had been severely beaten after being seen through, it was not because he had revealed flaws. It was because the bastard neighbor's child next door, his classmate, had exposed him. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu was nervous, he did not show any flaws on the surface. He was calm and composed, quietly watching Pai Lupi show off. In the yin and yang hall, it was quiet for a moment. Neither of them made a sound. Even the eunuchs who were waiting on the side lowered their breathing. After a full 30 minutes, Pai Lupi put down the pen in his hand and rubbed his slightly sore wrist. He raised his head and looked at Li Wangyu with a faint smile. He waved his hand and motioned for all the servants in the hall to leave. Then, he stared at Li Wangyu and said, "Zio, tell me, why did the emperor ancestor suddenly appear during the heavenly grand ritual today?" Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was not flustered at all. Just now, Pai Lupi had purposely left him to the side, and his mind had wandered off. In the end, he came up with a reasonable excuse. "Uncle, actually, as early as 3 days ago, the Daoist ancestor told me in my dream that he would show his divinity in today's heavenly grand ritual and open the eyes of his majesty." Pai Lupi was stunned. "What? The imperial ancestor gave you a dream?" Li Wangyu nodded seriously and said, "That's right. That's why I'm so sure that the Tao ancestor will show his power during the heavenly grand ritual." His words made Pai Lupi a little confused. Was that really the case? Seeing that Pai Lupi didn't speak for a long time, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Although the excuse of giving him a dream was very bad, it was very effective. Even if Pai Lupi was suspicious, could he find Laozi and confront him? Who could say that Laozi didn't give him a dream? Anyway, Li Wangyu insisted that the Tao ancestor gave him a dream as an excuse. Even if Pai Lupi had doubts in his heart, there was nothing he could do. In the end, Pai Lupi could only accept Li Wangyu's explanation and reluctantly believe that the Tao ancestor gave Li Wangyu a dream. Although there were many doubts, such as why the Tao ancestor gave Li Wangyu a dream and why Li Wangyu believed the words of the Tao ancestor in the dream, these were not important. At least Pai Lupi was sure that Li Wangyu was not malicious, and what he did was in line with the interests of Pai Lupi. Naturally, Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue to delve into this matter. After the lunar pilgrimage in the Taiji Palace ended, the gilded copper statue of the Tao ancestor was directly enshrined in the Taiji Palace by Pai Lupi. He burned incense and prayed day and night. After the heavenly grand ritual, Pai Lupi gave rewards to the 58 Taoist temples in Chang'an, including the abbot of Xuandu Temple. Yuan Tiangang was left in Chang'an by Pai Lupi 4 years earlier and became the think tank of Emperor Taizong of Tang. As for Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi did not give him any more rewards. The main reason was that he was too young and had just been granted the title of county founding man. It would be too excessive to give him another title. In this regard, Li Wangyu complained in his heart. The stingy Pai Lupi did not give him a title, but he could give him some gold. Li Wangyu did not mind having more money in his family. Now his Li family was just out of poverty. Not to mention those aristocratic families, even ordinary businessmen were much richer than him. Even if Li Wangyu was granted a title, he had no interest in entering the imperial court. Now he was only interested in making money. After the threat of the locust plague was eliminated, Li Wangyu began to think about his plan to make money. The winemaking workshop was a must. This would be an important industry for his Li family in the future. Glass was also a very profitable industry. Unfortunately, Li Wangyu did not know how to make glass. Glass seemed to be made of silicon and sand. But he was a second-tier college student who majored in electronic business. He really did not understand. In fact, it was not only Li Wangyu who did not understand. Su Changqing, a top student at the University of Pennsylvania, also did not understand. In the future, the division of labor was too detailed. If one did not specialize in that industry, how many people knew how to make glass? It did not matter if they did not know how to make glass. If they could make high alcohol content wine and then purify the alcohol, it seemed like they could make perfume. This was also a very profitable industry. In any era, women's money was the easiest to earn. Soap could also be made. Li Wangyu still had the basic knowledge of chemistry. Li Wangyu had already learned how to make soap from the old people in the village. Li Wangyu had read many transmigration novels. Most of the protagonists did this. He also planned to follow suit. With a four-wheeled carriage business, winemaking, perfume, and soap industries, his Li family would be rich. After thinking about what to do in the future to get rich, Li Wangyu was in a good mood. On this day, Li Wangyu planned to have Niu Wu go to Chang'an City and ask him to help Fatty Cho Kuan find food for him. He planned to buy grain and wine from Cho Kuan. However, he saw the old housekeeper Li Heng come in from the outer courtyard with a smile. Lang Jun, Minister Feng of the Ministry of Works, is here to visit. Li Wangyu was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He could not help but reveal a look of surprise. He remembered that when he was knighted, Pai Lupi personally promised to build him a manor for free. In the Tang dynasty, there were 6 ministries: officials, rights, soldiers, punishments, and works. Each ministry had 4 divisions under it. Under the Ministry of Works, there were 4 divisions: Ministry of Works, Ministry of Land, Ministry of Works, and Ministry of Water. The Ministry of Works Minister, Assistant Minister, and Minister Assistant Minister were in charge of city labor. They were the assistants of the Minister of Works and the Minister of Works. This Minister Feng from the Ministry of Works was probably here to build a residence for him. Li Wangyu hurriedly told Li Heng to invite Minister Feng to the central room. He would be there soon. After Li Heng went to greet Minister Feng, Li Wangyu turned around and took out a scroll of blueprints from the study. These were the blueprints that he and his beautiful boss had come up with after Pai Lupi agreed to let him design the manor. Li Wangyu unfolded the blueprints and looked at them with satisfaction. Then he rolled up the blueprints and walked to the central room in the outer courtyard. Big house. I'm coming. Chapter 233. In the central room of the Li family, Dr. Feng from the Ministry of Works had been in a daze for a long time. His eyes were absent-minded as he stared at the blueprint on the table in front of him. Li Wangyu was only a white-collar worker in the future. He had managed to get a mortgage and buy a house with great difficulty. However, before he could hand over the house, his soul had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu was very excited to be able to own a mansion that was almost impossible to own in the future. After Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior discussed how to build their new house, he used his sketching skills and went through several drafts. Finally, he drew a sketch that satisfied both of them. However, when he took out the sketch of the county magistrate's mansion and showed it to Dr. Feng, this rank 6 official from the Ministry of Works was shocked. "County magistrate, are you sure you want to build your mansion like this?" Dr. Feng finally regained his senses and asked with difficulty. Li Wangyu nodded and said, "Yes." "Is there a problem?" "I don't really understand." "This shouldn't be against the rules, right?" Dr. Feng from the Ministry of Works was in his 50s. He had worked in the Ministry of Works for more than 10 years. He could be considered a top-notch construction engineer in the Tang dynasty. However, when he saw Li Wangyu's sketch of the building, he was also dumbfounded. This was because he didn't know whether this building was against the rules or not. The Tang dynasty had strict regulations regarding the mansions of officials and nobles. The width of the main hall of a county magistrate's mansion could not exceed 5 rooms. The depth of the main hall could not exceed 9 shelves. The width of the main hall was the space, and the depth of the main hall was the shelf. The space between 2 adjacent purlins was a shelf. The width of 5 rooms referred to the 6 pillars in the main hall. There would be 5 spaces in the middle, and the width of the main hall could not exceed 5 rooms. The depth of the main hall could not exceed 9 shelves. However, these data and requirements were based on the traditional architectural and garden design requirements of China. However, the sketch Li Wangyu showed him was an architectural style that Dr. Feng had never seen before. Of course, in this era, other than Li Wangyu and Su Changqing, no one else could draw such an architectural blueprint. Li Wangyu's sketch of the mansion was actually a large and luxurious manor, not a traditional Chinese building. To the Li Wangyu of the future, the manor was just a dream. He reckoned that even if he worked hard for the rest of his life, got promoted, got a raise, married a rich and beautiful woman, and reached the pinnacle of life, he might not have the chance to own a luxurious manor that could only be seen on TV. But now, his soul had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, and he had been granted a title of nobility for no apparent reason. Pai Lupi had even generously offered to give him a county mansion, so he immediately thought of his dream of a manor. His beautiful superior naturally wouldn't reject his idea. Even if Su Changqing's family conditions were good, owning a manor was still out of his reach. Therefore, the two of them hit it off and joined hands to design an architectural blueprint that would create a new world in the Tang dynasty. Dr. Feng had never seen an architectural blueprint like this before, so he couldn't help but lose his composure. In Li Wangyu and Su Changqing's design, Noda's manor was based on the designs of many of the world's top manors. In this aspect, his beautiful superior, who was a sea turtle, had the right to speak. When she was studying in America, she often traveled to Europe and America during winter and summer vacations, so she had a deep impression of those top manors. For example, the garden in front of the manor's main building was a miniature version of the Palace of Versailles. All kinds of roads, trees, ponds, pavilions, and flower beds formed a symmetrical geometric pattern that was very magnificent. Li Wangyu even designed a Noda lake in the manor, which made Dr. Feng click his tongue. The manor didn't only have Western garden designs, but Li Wangyu and Su Changqing also incorporated Eastern garden designs. Jianghu Garden and Humble Administrator's Garden were representative garden designs, and all kinds of pavilions and waterside pavilions were also copied by Li Wangyu. The main building of Noda's manor was a small 3-story castle. In order to design the castle, Li Wangyu didn't forget to find Aphrodite and discuss it with her for a long time. Aphrodite was the most excited person in the family when Li Wangyu wanted to build a small castle. She never thought that she would see a castle in the style of her hometown in the Tang dynasty, thousands of miles away. Aphrodite looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of love. She misunderstood that Li Wangyu had built the castle especially for her. How could a man who could build a castle for his woman not make Aphrodite's heart beat faster? If not for her beautiful superior staring at her from the side, Aphrodite would probably have jumped into Li Wangyu's arms and offered herself to him. Dr. Feng swallowed with difficulty and asked, Huxian Nan, how can this manor be built like this? Why not? Li Wangyu asked in confusion. It's against the rules. Dr. Feng began to explain to Li Wangyu what the composition of feng shui was, what the front hall and back bedroom were, what the 3 entrances home were, what the hierarchy was, and what the differences between men and women were. In short, the architecture of the Tang dynasty wasn't as messy as Li Wangyu's sketches. What kind of manor would lead to Noda's garden, and the shape of the garden was so strange. As for the master and the servants living in the castle, it was even less in line with the residential culture of the Tang dynasty. Dr. Feng could only shake his head at Li Wangyu's strange idea. It was really too messy. Li Wangyu didn't care so much. No matter what Dr. Feng said, he insisted that his manor should be built like this. Dr. Feng, if this manor doesn't violate the rules, I still want to build it like this. In response, Dr. Feng could only shake his head. Forget it, this was the manor of the Huxian man. Before he came, he had already received instructions from Pai Lupi from the palace that the Huxian man's manor didn't need to be too concerned about whether it violated the rules or not. If necessary, it could be built according to the standards of a duke's manor. This could be considered the Pai Lupi's hidden compensation to Li Wangyu. In any case, Li Wangyu's manor was far away in Dingzhou village, not Chang'an city. Even if it violated the rules, it wouldn't be conspicuous. Dr. Feng was prepared to leave this hot potato to his superior to worry about. He didn't plan to express his opinion. As long as Pai Lupi and the Minister of Works agreed to build according to Li Wangyu's sketches, then everything would be fine. Dr. Feng of the Ministry of Works took Li Wangyu's sketch of the mansion and left, returning to Chang'an. Even the Minister of Works was dumbfounded when he saw the sketches for the Huxian man's manor. In the end, he simply pushed it to Pai Lupi and asked Pai Lupi to decide on his own. When Pai Lupi saw Li Wangyu's sketches for the manor, he was also thunderstruck. However, he was quite open-minded. If Li Wangyu wanted to build it this way, then so be it. 100 years later, the world-famous Li clan's manor in Huxian was ready to break ground with Pai Lupi's approval. When Li Wangyu heard that Pai Lupi had actually agreed to build a manor for himself, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. However, his good mood didn't last for long. Following the arrival of the brats, Li Wangyu once again had the urge to go berserk. As expected, no matter which dynasty the brats were from, they weren't good people. Especially when one of these two brats was called Li Qingxian and the other Li Tai, it was even more so. Chapter 234. After Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Li Tai had acknowledged Li Wangyu as their master, Pai Lupi did not rush to have the eunuch send them to Dingzhou village to study with Li Wangyu because Li Wangyu was busy preparing the heavenly grand ritual. Now that the matter had been settled, Pai Lupi finally remembered to have his 3 sons and daughters go to Dingzhou village to study with Li Wangyu and learn about the hardships of the common people. Although Li Qingxian and Li Tai had been forced to kneel and pay their respects to Li Wangyu and acknowledge him as their master, how could the two of them be willing to truly regard Li Wangyu as their master? What qualifications did an insignificant founding county official, only 16 years old, have to become the crown prince's master? They did not know what kind of bewitching potion Li Changshu had fed their imperial father, forcing the two of them to acknowledge him as their master. Of the 3, only the youngest, Tranquil, did not reject this matter. However, it was clear that she could not influence her 2 elder brothers. On the road from Taiji Palace to Dingzhou village, Li Qingxian and Li Tai were huddled together, discussing something in hushed tones. Princess Tranquil wanted to stop her 2 elder brothers, but at this moment, how could Li Qingxian and Li Tai listen to the little loli's words? They directly cast her to the side. Li Lizzie angrily glared at Li Qingxian and Li Tai, but she was helpless. The little loli's lips were so pouty that one could hang an oil bottle from them. When Pai Lupi escorted Li Qingxian and the others to Dingzhou village, he naturally did not bring out the full crown prince's ceremonial entourage. Only a few palace guards accompanied him, as well as a few eunuchs from the Eastern Palace. Li Wangyu had naturally received advance notice from Pai Lupi, but he did not take it too seriously. Regardless of whether it was Li Wangyu or Su Chongqing, their reverence for imperial authority was limited. There was no need to count on the 2 of them to have any reverence for 3 brats. Therefore, Li Wangyu did not instruct the old steward, Li Heng, to clean the streets and use yellow soil to pave the way. He also did not open the main door to welcome the arrival of the crown prince and the others. When Li Qingxian's car stopped in front of the Li family in Dingzhou village, not a single person from the Li family came out to greet them. Before Li Qingxian and the others could say anything, the eunuchs of the Eastern Palace flew into a rage. These eunuchs of the Eastern Palace felt that they were the people around the future emperor of the Tang dynasty, so they were very proud. Even though he knew that Li Wangyu was the crown prince and the others' teacher, he didn't take it seriously. Li Qingxian naturally had a teacher to teach him in the Eastern Palace. However, Li Qingxian's teachers were also very respectful to the crown prince due to their fear of imperial power. They didn't have the dignity of a teacher at all. This gave the eunuchs by Li Qingxian's side the misconception that the so-called emperor's teacher was nothing more than this. Now that the crown prince had condescended to visit the Li family in Dingzhou village, not a single person came out to welcome him. Therefore, without waiting for Li Qingxian's orders, they ran up to the door and smashed it down. Open the door. Is everyone dead? Tian Shilang, you have no manners at all. Who do you think you are? Hurry up and open the door. The door of the Li family's old residence was not very sturdy to begin with, so it was almost torn down by the eunuchs. The door was on the verge of collapse. Li Heng, who had no idea what was going on, was shocked when he heard the door being smashed. He hurriedly opened the door to check. Who are you? Why are you smashing the door? This is the residence of the county magistrate of Huxian. Don't be impudent. Li Heng was so angry that his beard was sticking up. He pointed at the plaque on the door and roared at the eunuchs who were smashing the door. The plaque on the door of the Li family had already been replaced with the words, County Magistrate of Huxian. This was the old man's pride. How could he tolerate others looking down on him? However, Li Heng's words only caused the eunuchs to sneer. Bulsh *T County Magistrate of Huxian. Does a mere county magistrate who founded the country think he's something? Hurry up and tell the county magistrate of Huxian to come out. We've seen plenty of princes and dukes in Chang'an. How dare a mere county magistrate who founded the country bring it up? It really is Tian Shilang. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. That bastardly Wang Yu actually dares to not come out to welcome him. Is he trying to rebel? Do you believe that we'll tear down your Bulsh *T County Magistrate of Huxian for neglecting His Highness the Crown Prince like this? The old steward, Li Heng, was shocked when he heard their words. His Highness the Crown Prince had come to the Li family? He didn't know what was going on, so he hurriedly sent a servant girl to inform his Langjun. The eunuchs wanted to push Li Heng aside and rush into the residence. However, Li Heng wasn't willing to let them pass. He didn't care about his old age and reached out to stop them. Old man, get out of my way. Be careful that we don't beat you to death, Tian Shilang. Why bother with him? Rush in and find Li Wangyu to talk to him. Li Wangyu was in the back courtyard, but he had already heard the commotion from the outer courtyard. He couldn't help but frown. He was afraid that his old steward, Li Heng, would be at a disadvantage, so he hurriedly rushed out of the back courtyard. Stop! Li Wangyu had just arrived in the front courtyard when he saw Li Qingxian's eunuchs pushing Li Heng. He couldn't help but shout angrily, Li Qingxian, Li Tai, come out. Li Qingxian and Li Tai, who had been hiding behind the Imperial Guard to watch the commotion, could only walk out from behind the Imperial Guard when they saw Li Wangyu come out. They casually cupped their hands towards Li Wangyu as a form of greeting. Although the eunuchs' actions weren't ordered by Li Qingxian or Li Tai, they had tacitly approved of it. They wanted to give Li Wangyu, this junior division commander, a show of strength. Li Qingxian, Li Tai, is this the gift for becoming a disciple? Li Wangyu asked coldly. Before Li Qingxian and Li Tai could say anything, the eunuchs, eager to protect their masters and show off, jumped out again. Shut up. Do you think you have the right to call out the names of His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of you? How unruly. Don't you know the difference between superior and inferior? Why aren't you bowing when you see His Highness the Crown Prince? How dare you? How dare you act so impudently in front of His Highness the Crown Prince? Li Wangyu ignored the clamoring of the Eastern Palace eunuchs. He only looked coldly at Li Qingxian and Li Tai, waiting for them to give him an explanation. Heh, big brother Wangyu, these servants don't know any better. Don't mind them, I'll teach them a lesson later. Li Qingxian smiled unconcernedly and played dumb. Although he was only 9 years old, he was used to being flattered by others. Why would he care about the actions of the eunuchs beside him? Call me division commander. Li Wangyu stared at him and said. Li Qingxian's mouth twitched, but he could only reply, yes, division commander. Li Wangyu asked, let me ask you, are these eunuchs from your eastern palace? Li Qingxian was still smiling mischievously as he replied, yes, they're just a few ignorant servants. I'll be sure to strictly control them later. Although the little fatty Li Tai didn't say anything on the side, he had a mocking smile on his face. He wanted to see how Li Wangyu would get off the stage. Li Wangyu nodded and suddenly took out an item from his sleeve. He shouted at Li Qingxian and Li Tai, you two, give me your hands. The item in his hand was the golden ferrule that Pai Lupi had bestowed upon him that day. The two brats, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw Li Wangyu take out the ferrule. The mocking smile on their faces had long since disappeared and was replaced by an expression of disbelief. Could it be that this Li Wangyu really dared to punish the two of them? Was he crazy? Chapter 235. In Li Qingxian and Li Tai's minds, although their father had given Li Wangyu the golden ruler, it was only a gift for him to become a disciple. Could it be that this little Huxian man really dared to punish the two of them? Even in the palace, although Empress Zhongsun was strict with her children, no one dared to actually punish the two of them. Unlike Tranquil, Li Qingxian was the crown prince and Li Tai was the king of Yu. Their statuses were different. The palace maids dared to use the ruler to punish Tranquil and Pai Lupi's other children, but no one dared to touch the two of them. As for Li Qingxian and Li Tai's original teachers, they were also afraid of the imperial power and abided by the rules of a ruler. Why would they use the ruler to punish them? It could be said that from birth until now, no one dared to touch a single hair on Li Qingxian and Li Tai's heads. When they saw their father give Li Wangyu the golden ruler, the two brats were still a bit afraid. However, the eunuchs beside them comforted them, saying that Wuxia man, Li Wangyu, definitely did not have the guts to punish them. The two brats thought about it and felt that it was true. They were the most beloved sons of the Tang dynasty's crown prince and Pai Lupi. How could Li Wangyu, a mere founding county man, dare to touch them? It was because of this thought that they tacitly allowed the Eastern Palace eunuchs to provoke Li Wangyu. They wanted to give Li Wangyu a show of strength. Who would have thought that Li Wangyu would not play by the rules? He directly took out the golden ruler and prepared to punish them. This made Li Qingxian and Li Tai dumbfounded. On the other hand, the eunuchs of the Eastern Palace were all furious when they saw Li Wangyu take out the ruler. The eunuchs stood in front of Li Qingxian to protect him. Wuxia man, what are you doing? This is His Highness the Crown Prince. Unscrupulous. Simply unscrupulous. You, a mere founding county man, actually want to punish His Highness the Crown Prince. Do you still have any respect for saints? Wuxia man, do you want to offend your superiors? Protect the Crown Prince. Don't let this madman hurt the Crown Prince and His Highness. Guards. Guards. Protect the Crown Prince. The Eastern Palace Chamberlain jumped up and down, trying his best to show that he was loyal to his master. However, the palace guards who had followed him to Jianghu village were dumbfounded. Should they stop Wuxia Nan, or should they pull away the eunuchs? They couldn't be blamed for their hesitation. Before they set off, the imperial guards had already received a warning from Pai Lupi. After going to Jianghu village, they were only responsible for the safety of the three princes and princesses. They were not allowed to interfere with anything else and allowed Wuxia Xianxia to make the decision. But now, Wuxia man wanted to beat the crown prince and the king of Yu. Should they protect the crown prince and the others, or should they let Wuxia man make the decision? The imperial guards in the palace all looked at the imperial guard leader doubtfully, waiting for his decision. The leader of the guards gritted his teeth and silently shook his head at his subordinates, indicating that he would not interfere in this matter. Li Wangyu paid no attention to the clamoring of the Eastern Palace chamberlains, only coldly staring at Li Qingxian and Li Tai. What? You two have the courage to indulge your servants, but don't have the courage to bear the consequences? To the side, Princess Tranquil hurriedly ran forward. After curtsying to Li Wangyu, she acted coquettishly and cutely towards Li Wangyu. Brother Wangyu, please forgive Brother Crown Prince and Brother Qingke. They won't be like this in the future, okay? Li Wangyu's originally frosty expression was immediately melted by the little loli's pleading. That damned Pai Lupi. How did he give birth to such an adorable little loli? Smiling, he dotingly stroked Princess Tranquil's small head. Okay. Since Tranquil has pleaded for leniency on their behalf, then the 10 lashes each will be changed to 3 lashes each as punishment for their lack of respect for their elders. Okay? How could Princess Tranquil, a 7-year-old little loli, be a match for Li Wangyu? She believed that Li Wangyu had truly pleaded for leniency on behalf of her 2 elder brothers, reducing the punishment of each being struck by the ferrule 7 times. On the other hand, Li Qingxian and Li Tai were on the verge of tears. This scoundrel of a junior commander was bullying them again. Both sides were going to beat them, yet he was still trying to swindle a favorable impression from their younger sister. Truly a scoundrel. However, Li Qingxian and Li Tai did not dare to disobey. After all, Li Wangyu was currently holding the golden ferrule bestowed by their imperial father. On that day, the two had clearly heard Pai Lupi's words. If Li Wangyu were to use this ferrule to punish them, Pai Lupi would definitely not blame them. In a sense, this ferule bestowed by Pai Lupi to Li Wangyu represented the authority of Pai Lupi. How could the two brats have imagined that Li Wangyu would be so forceful? They had only tacitly allowed the eunuchs to do as they pleased, yet the punishment was now in their hands. At this moment, the two were in a dilemma. They could only use silence to resist Li Wangyu. As for the eunuchs, they were unwilling to let the matter go. They stood in front of Li Qingxian and Li Tai, cursing incessantly. Out of the way! Li Wangyu coldly shouted at the group of eunuchs. These eunuchs were currently immersed in resisting the evil demon and protecting the crown prince. How could they possibly listen to Li Wangyu's words? Li Wangyu could not be bothered to pay them any attention. He only raised his eyes to look at the group of imperial guards. Everyone, these eunuchs are all people of the palace. If they continue to cause trouble, then please return. I will explain to the saint that I am unable to instruct the crown prince and his imperial highness, the prince of Yu. Finished speaking, he took Princess Changle's small hand and returned to his residence without looking back. After he entered, the main doors of the Lai hut behind him slammed shut. Seeing Li Wangyu not give them any face, whether it was the imperial guards, Li Qingxian or Li Tai, they were all dumbfounded. This county man had shut them out of the main doors just like this. He even wanted to drive them back to Chang'an. The eunuchs were still unaware. Seeing Li Wangyu return to his residence, they began to urge Li Qingxian and Li Tai on. Your Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yu, this county man is truly repulsive. Let us return to the palace. That's right, Your Imperial Highness, let us return and ask the saint to uphold justice for us. We must punish this arrogant and despotic county man with a crime of great disrespect and have him demoted and stripped of his noble title. This kind of vile character is truly arrogant. Your Imperial Highness, let us return to the Eastern Palace. Her Imperial Highness, the Empress, will definitely uphold justice for you. At this moment, Li Qingxian and Li Tai were not listening to the clamor of the eunuchs. They only smiled bitterly and looked at each other. Although the two little fellows were young, they were not as shallow as the eunuchs. If they returned to Chang'an like this, they were certain that they would be severely punished by their imperial father. Their imperial mother would also not protect them. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun valued filial piety the most. Respecting one's teachers was also a part of filial piety in China. If Li Wangyu were to complain to their imperial father, saying that the two brothers did not respect their elders, it was likely that the punishment they would receive would be even more severe. Although Li Qingxian was the crown prince, he was still very respectful towards his teacher. The two of them were just angry that Li Wangyu was so young and not much older than them, yet he wanted to be their teacher. However, even as the crown prince, Li Qingxian did not dare to return to Chang'an and with his tail between his legs. With no other choice, Li Qingxian and Li Tai could only push aside the eunuchs in front of them. They stepped forward and lightly knocked on the main doors of Lai hut. Chapter 236. The old housekeeper Li Heng opened the door once more. Now that he knew that the two children in front of him were the crown prince and King Yu of the Tang dynasty, the old man was quite frightened. However, he still mustered up his courage and asked Li Qingxian and Li Tai according to his Lungjuan's instructions, Your Highness, King Yu, are you willing to accept your punishment? Li Qingxian and Li Tai looked at each other and nodded helplessly, indicating that they would accept Li Wangyu's punishment. Seeing that the crown prince had agreed, the Eastern Palace eunuchs began to beat their chests and stomp their feet as if their parents had died. They cried bitterly and scolded Li Wangyu for offending the crown prince's actions. When Li Wangyu walked out of the door and saw this scene, he almost laughed out of anger. These eunuchs were all good actors with superb acting skills. Unfortunately, their brains weren't good, and their EQ and IQ were low. He only needed to look at the group of palace guards who did not move at all and were only quietly watching from the side. He knew that they must have received Li Er's order in advance to act like this. Why didn't the Eastern Palace eunuchs, the crown prince's people, receive Pai Lupi's orders? Li Wangyu was willing to bet his head that these eunuchs were thrown to him by Pai Lupi to make an example out of them. Since Pai Lupi could sense that Crown Prince Li Qingxian was behaving oddly, he naturally thought that it was the Eastern Palace eunuch's fault. This was indeed the case. As the emperor and empress of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun spent far less time with Crown Prince Li Qingxian than the Eastern Palace eunuchs. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a large part of the responsibility for Li Qingxian's future tragedy lay with the Eastern Palace eunuchs who had accompanied Li Qingxian since he was a child. Anyone who had been flattered and fawned on from a young age would inevitably develop an oddball personality. After Li Wangyu figured out what Pai Lupi was thinking, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. This damned bearded man actually wanted him to be the bad guy and help him teach the crown prince's close servant a lesson. However, even though he despised Pai Lupi for using someone else to do his dirty work, he did not object to being the bad guy. Judging from the actions of the Eastern Palace eunuchs, it was already a good thing that Li Qingxian had not gone astray. Since he had agreed to become the teacher of Li Qingxian and the others, he naturally wanted to change everything. In order to correct Li Qingxian's and Li Tai's personalities, other than his guidance as a teacher, Li Qingxian's personal attendants were also very important. A good cultural environment was very important to a child's growth and life. Li Wangyu looked at the silent palace guards and said loudly, "Take these servants away and flog them 30 times each. Then, chase them back to the Taiji Palace and hand them over to the saint." The leader of the guards hesitated, then raised his eyes to look at the crown prince. Even though Pai Lupi had told them to listen to Li Wangyu, these Eastern Palace eunuchs were the crown prince's people. He was somewhat undecided as to whether or not to listen to this county man's words. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Li Qingxian couldn't help but clench his small fists. His eyes were filled with anger as he glared at Li Wangyu. No. They are people of the Eastern Palace. Before Li Qingxian could finish speaking, he saw Li Wangyu flash the golden ruler that the emperor had bestowed upon him, blocking his words. Li Wangyu's expression did not change. He looked at Li Qingxian and said, "They are your personal attendants. Logically speaking, I should not be the one to punish them. However, these people took advantage of the situation to do evil and flatter you. As personal attendants of the crown prince, they instigated the crown prince to be disrespectful and unreasonable. As your teacher, I naturally have the duty to teach these impudent eunuchs a lesson so that they will not tarnish the crown prince's reputation in the future." He then used his palm to lightly tap the golden ruler twice in a threatening manner. "Qingxian, do you have any objections to your teacher's words?" Even if Li Qingxian had objections, he was scared away by the ruler in his hand. He shook his head repeatedly. "Teacher is right. Qingxian has no objections." "It's good that you have no objections." Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. He then looked at the leader of the guards. "Why aren't you moving? Do you really want me to ask for the saint's decree?" The leader of the guards saw that even the crown prince had given in. Naturally, he wouldn't oppose Li Wangyu. He immediately waved his hand at his guards, indicating for them to come forward and hold down the Eastern Palace eunuchs. When they were pressed to the ground by the ferocious guards, the Eastern Palace eunuchs finally dared to feel fear. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please save me. How can I let Tian Shilang humiliate you so wantonly? County man, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. Crown Prince, save me." Hearing these eunuchs, who were usually obedient to him, cry and beg for mercy, Li Qingxian's eyes couldn't help but redden. Although he was the crown prince, he was only 9 years old. In the future, he would only be a little brat in the 3rd grade. Many of these Eastern Palace eunuchs were his playmates. After interacting with them day and night, Li Qingxian also had feelings for them. He was like a little brat whose beloved toy had been broken. He looked at Li Wangyu with anger in his eyes. Li Wangyu ignored Li Qingxian's anger. He just stared at the palace guards as they pressed the Eastern Palace eunuchs to the ground and began to beat them with planks. 30 planks, and under the circumstances where the guards didn't hold back, it was enough to beat the Eastern Palace eunuchs until their butts split open. The Eastern Palace eunuchs, who had been incomparably arrogant earlier, now realized that they had kicked an iron plate. However, it was too late for regrets. They were beaten until tears and snot flowed out of their eyes and noses. Some of the weaker ones directly fainted. Not long after, the 30 planks were finished. Li Wangyu pointed at the eunuchs on the ground who didn't even have the strength to cry and said seriously to Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Qingxian, Qingke, this is the first lesson I'm giving you. Remember, if you're in a high position and are unfilial, you won't be the only unlucky ones. You'll also harm the people around you and the people of the Tang dynasty. He then said to Li Qingxian and Li Tai, now it's your turn. Stretch out your hands. Seeing that Li Wangyu was still going to punish them, Li Qingxian and Li Tai didn't care about the eunuchs anymore. They pouted and stretched out their small hands, feeling wronged. Li Wangyu didn't hold back with the two of them. He raised the golden ruler in his hand and slammed it down a few times. Although he didn't use too much strength, it still hit the two kids until tears immediately welled up in their eyes. It was only by doing their best not to cry out loud. After teaching Li Qingxian and Li Tai a lesson, Li Wangyu led the two of them into the residence. Let's go. I've prepared some new toys for you. Although Li Wangyu didn't have a family and children in the future, nor did he become a teacher, even if he hadn't eaten pork, he would have seen pigs run. Giving a sweet date after a slap. When he was young, he was often taught a lesson by his grandfather like this. Li Wangyu was going to follow suit and use this method to teach Li Qingxian and the others a lesson. After the slap, it was time to give a sweet date. Chapter 237. Ever since that day in Taiji Palace, when Li Qingxian and the others had taken him as their master, Li Wangyu had been thinking about how he should be the king of the children. For this reason, he had discussed many methods with his beautiful superior. As for how to educate the naughty children, the two had a common understanding. First, they would use play to attract Li Qingxian and Li Tai, and then slowly teach them. As for Princess Tranquil, there was no need to worry. The adorable little princess was not only clever, but also sensible. Li Wangyu planned to have his beautiful superior and Aphrodite accompany Tranquil to play, while he would concentrate on teaching Li Qingxian and Li Tai. As for how to attract Li Qingxian and Li Tai's interest, Li Wangyu was not worried at all. When it came to playing, Li Wangyu could boldly say that there was not a single person in the Tang dynasty who could fight. Although Li Wangyu was unable to create the mobile phones and computer games that the naughty children of the future loved to play, when he was young, where would he have had these to play with? Li Wangyu's childhood was abnormally lacking in material things, but his mental life was extremely happy. His memories were still fresh in his mind. Eagle catching chicks, hopscotch, ice skating, cross-legged cockfighting, goat jumping, and even mud. These were all things that his group of little friends could play for an entire day. Rolling iron rings, spinning tops, and other toys were their favorite. Li Wangyu planned to bring all of these to the Tang dynasty. First, he would attract the interest of the two most noble naughty children of the Tang dynasty. From Li Wangyu's point of view, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, as well as Pai Lupi's other sons, had been locked up in the palace for too long and lacked contact with their peers. Spending every day with those feminine attendants, it would be strange if they did not feel awkward. He planned to first attract the interest of Li Qingxian and Aphrodite, and then slowly have these two naughty children play with the naughty and mischievous children of Dingzhou village. This would allow them to understand the hardships of the common people, and also allow these two spoiled brats in the palace to reawaken their childlike nature. For this reason, Li Wangyu took great pains to find Carpenter Lu and his family from the village. They busied themselves for 2 to 3 days and made many new things in the open space of the outer courtyard. After Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie entered the Lai Hot, they were immediately attracted by the things in front of them. In the open space in the front yard, there were wooden slides, swings, merry-go-round, and all kinds of climbing frames. Even though Li Qingxian and Li Tai still hated Li Wangyu in their hearts, they couldn't take their eyes off the rides and kept staring at them. Li Wangyu paid no attention to them. Leading the little lowly, Princess Tranquil, he led her to the front of the amusement facilities, explaining to her one by one how to play. The two brats, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, whose faces were filled with unwillingness, were immediately attracted by these novel rides. Regardless of whether it was the wooden slide or the wooden horse that required the manpower of the palace's imperial guards to move, they were all extremely excited. Previously, when they had been punished by Li Wangyu and had their eunuchs beaten and driven away, they had long since thrown their dissatisfaction and anger to the back of their minds. To the side, Li Wangyu smiled as he looked at the three little fellows, cheering and jumping up and down. At this moment, the imperial guards were so busy that their foreheads were covered in sweat, frantically protecting the extremely excited crown prince, His Imperial Highness the Prince of Yu, and the eldest princess. With a snap of his fingers, it was settled. Dealing with these brats was too simple. All he needed to do was find something that they were interested in and guide them. Although Li Qingxian and Li Tai had previously appeared unwilling, Li Wangyu dared to bet that even if he drove them away, it would be useless. When the three little fellows were covered in sweat from playing, their beautiful superior led the servant girls out, delivering ice drinks to each of the little fellows. Of course, this was made by using saltpeter to make ice. Originally, Li Wangyu had thought about whether he should go to Chang'an City to open a cold drink shop. He believed that the business would definitely be very good. In just over a month, he had changed from a second generation of the rich to the founding father of the Tang dynasty. His family also had a four-wheeled carriage business, which was a profitable business. Naturally, he would not open a small cold drink shop in Chang'an City. However, the ice drinks made Li Qingxian and Li Tai cry out in joy. Even their attitude towards their beautiful superior was excessive. They even called her master's wife. Li Wangyu was speechless. However, the beautiful superior rolled her beautiful eyes at Li Wangyu and actually acquiesced to this address. Su Changqing liked the little lowly Changle even more. After delivering the ice drinks to the three little fellows, he took the cute little lowly to the backyard to play. For the entire morning, Li Wangyu played with Li Qingxian and Li Tai, making the two little brats extremely excited. How could they have imagined that someone would have so many fun things to play with? Compared to those palace eunuchs, this was much more interesting. After having a delicious lunch at the Li family at noon, the three little fellows were extremely satisfied to learn from Li Wangyu. This was not because the imperial cuisine in the palace tasted bad, but because Li Wangyu was too shameless. He actually used unhealthy fried food to attract Li Qingxian and Li Qingxian. Even in the future, the brats who were used to eating all kinds of delicacies had no resistance to KFC and McDonald's, not to mention the three little brats from 1300 years ago. Fried chicken steaks, fried chicken burgers, and ice drinks, that's right, burgers. In order to please Afro, Li Wangyu had already figured out how to make bread. Speaking of which, making bread was not complicated and Afro knew a little about it. Su Changqing was also a baking enthusiast in the future. The only thing lacking in the Tang dynasty was an electric oven, but this was not important. They could just find the masons in the village to build an oven. After a few experiments, the bread was successfully baked. When Afro took the first bite of the steaming bread, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, making her beautiful superior feel sorry for her. But when Afro took the initiative to give Li Wangyu a kiss, her beautiful superior was so angry that she wanted to draw her knife and chase after this adulterous couple. Li Wangyu only felt that it was a pity that potatoes and tomatoes had not yet been spread to the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, they could be used to make French fries and ketchup. Even so, the eyes of Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie lit up when they ate a delicious meal that they had never eaten before. In particular, the little fatty Li Tai actually finished off 3 burgers in one go, which almost scared Li Wangyu out of his wits. He was afraid that this fellow would choke to death and he would not be able to explain it to Pai Lupi. Relying on fun and good food, Li Wangyu finally made Li Qingxian and Li Tai not reject him anymore. After lunch, Li Wangyu coaxed the 3 energetic children, who still wanted to play on the rides, to take an afternoon nap. They were still primary school students. They could only study properly if they played well, ate well, and rested well. After the 3 children got up energetically, Li Wangyu led them to his study, which he had already converted into a small classroom. Since Pai Lupi had taught his own children to him, Li Wangyu could not just bring them along to play. Li Wangyu planned to teach Li Qingxian and the others some different knowledge. Chapter 238. Li Wangyu had a headache over what he had to teach Li Qingxian and the others for a long time. Thinking back to the primary school of the modern era, it seemed that they learned Chinese, mathematics, English, art, music, and physical education. There was no need to consider Chinese. If Li Wangyu didn't plagiarize the works of the great masters of the modern era, his actual level might not even be as good as these three. Although Li Qingxian and Li Tai were 8 and 9 years old respectively, in terms of essays, poems, policy, laws, decrees, scriptures, and moi, they were far superior to Li Wangyu as they had been taught by famous teachers since childhood. There was also no need to consider English. It was useless to learn it. He seemed to be able to teach the three little ones how to sketch, but this was only a minor skill. It seemed that he could only teach them mathematics, plus some simple physics and chemistry knowledge. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu felt very tired. However, what he taught Li Qingxian and the others was not important. Li Wangyu felt that the most important thing was to establish a correct outlook on life for the three little ones. They had to learn the 8 honors and 8 disgraces. They had to study every day and strive to be a useful person to society. Li Wangyu stroked his chin, wondering if he should write down a code of daily conduct for primary school students for the three little ones to recite. He was extremely familiar with this code of daily conduct for primary school students. When he was young, every time he made a mistake, he would be punished by his homeroom teacher to copy it. Because he had copied it so many times, it was deeply engraved in his memory. Even now, Li Wangyu could recite it backwards. In the small study, Li Wangyu had already placed many teaching tools. The indispensable blackboard was actually quite simple. He had carpenter Lu nail a wooden board and brush it with a thick layer of black paint. However, to make chalk, Li Wangyu had to spend a bit of effort and experiment many times before he succeeded in making usable chalk from gypsum. Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and little Princess Tranquil had never seen a blackboard before. They didn't understand why their junior teacher had placed such a large piece of black wood in the study. When Li Wangyu picked up the chalk and began to write on the blackboard, the three little ones' eyes widened. Li Wangyu wrote down 10 Arabic numbers from 0 to 9 on the blackboard. The Arabic numerals were first invented by the ancient Indians, then spread to Europe by the Arabs, and then modernized by the Europeans. People thought it was an Arab invention, so people called it Arabic numerals. Arabic numerals were first introduced to China in the 13th to 14th century. Actually, ancient Chinese mathematics was not bad. It was even ahead of the rest of the world. From the Wei Jin dynasty to the beginning of the Tang dynasty, it was the time when the Chinese mathematical system was established. There were many mathematical works such as Wuxia Xianxia, Wujing Xuanshu, 9-chapter Xuanshu, and so on. It was just that Chinese numbers were too cumbersome, and to a large extent, it limited the development of mathematics. The three little ones were very curious. They looked at the strange symbols that Li Wangyu had drawn on the blackboard, not understanding what they were. Li Wangyu then wrote down the corresponding Chinese numbers below each Arabic number before he began to explain in detail to the three little ones. The three little ones did not find the symbols and numbers that their little teacher had taught them useful. Instead, they felt very awkward because they were used to it. Li Wangyu did not explain much. After the three of them memorized the Arabic numerals, he directly wrote a few simple arithmetic problems on the blackboard and let them calculate by themselves. However, he asked the youngest Princess Royal to calculate with the Arabic numerals that he had taught. Li Qingxian and Li Tai calculated with the Chinese numerals that they were used to. Okay, Qingxian, Qingke, you two won't lose to your sister, right? That would be too embarrassing. If you win the competition, your teacher will reward you with a bowl of ice cream. It's delicious. Although they did not know what ice cream Li Wangyu was talking about, Li Qingxian and Li Tai were angry at Li Wangyu's underestimation. Arithmetic was something that they had to learn since they were young, especially Qingke, who was good at it. How could she lose to a little girl like Tranquil? The two snorted, "Humph, how could we lose to Tranquil? Hee, that's good. If you lose, you two can only watch Tranquil eat ice cream." Okay, let's begin, Li Wangyu said with a sneaky smile. What a joke. Comparing the speed of writing Chinese numerals and using Arabic numerals was like comparing the speed of a tractor and a sports car. Why don't you think about the Chinese numbers? How much time would it take just to write those Chinese characters? The final result was not out of Li Wangyou's expectations. He set a total of 10 questions. When the little girl finished, Li Tai, who was the fastest, had only finished 7 questions. Li Qingxian had only finished 5 questions. How is this possible? How can Chang'e calculate faster than me? The little fatty, Li Tai, was in disbelief. Li Wangyu did not explain. He ran to the kitchen and made a bowl of ice cream for Chang'e. Speaking of which, ice cream actually originated from Wuxia. It was not an imported product. As early as the Yuan dynasty, someone added honey, milk, and pearl powder to ice. As a result, the world's first ice cream was made. When Marco Polo returned to Italy, he brought back the method of making ice cream from Wuxia. Therefore, ice cream became popular in Europe. Although the ice cream made by Li Wangyu did not have the delicate texture of the ice cream of the future, it was still a rare delicacy in the Tang dynasty. The little girl had won against her 2 brothers and received such a delicious reward. She smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed into crescents. While eating the ice cream, she made exaggerated smacking sounds. Li Qingxian and Li Tai swallowed their saliva and were extremely jealous. Fortunately, the little girl was not a person who liked to eat alone. After eating a few mouthfuls, she reluctantly shared the delicious ice cream in her hand with Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Li Qingxian and Li Tai originally wanted to maintain the dignity of the losers and not eat this unexpected food. But in the end, they could not resist the temptation of the ice cream and tried to taste it. This time, they could not stop. In order to fight over the little ice cream, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, the 2 little brats, almost fought. Li Wangyu was speechless for a while. The crown prince of the Tang dynasty was really pitiful. If others saw the way he was holding the bowl and licking the last residue, they would probably think he was a beggar. There was fun and there was delicious food. In just a day's time at Dingzhou village, Li Qingxian and Li Tai had completely forgotten how they had looked down on Li Wangyu. It was not until evening that the 3 children reluctantly returned to Chang and city after the imperial guards urged them several times. Because Li Wangyu was not interested in being the king of the children every day, he had agreed with Pai Lupi to send Li Qingxian and the others to Dingzhou village twice every 10 days. That was to say, once every 5 days. This made Li Qingxian and the others feel very resentful. When they left, they looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of resentment. They hated that they could not come to Dingzhou village every day. Li Wangyu did not care about the resentment of the 3 little brats. He did not want to tire himself out. After sending Li Qingxian and the others off, Li Wangyu did not have time to rest. He was busy negotiating with the Ministry of Works to repair his county magistrate's mansion. Chapter 239. Although Pai Lupi nodded and agreed to build the manor according to Li Wangyou's sketch, the troublesome matters were not over yet. First, there was the location of the manor. After discussing with Li Wangyu and the officials from the Ministry of Works, Li Wangyou's manor was prepared to be built on the hillside facing the sun. Previously, in order to compete with the Li clan of Hu County, the hillside facing the sun was about 1,000 mu in size. The Li clan's ancestral grave only took up a very small area, and the Daoist temple that Sun Simiao was currently building took up less than 50 mu of land. The remaining few hundred mu of land were empty. After the officials from the Ministry of Works inspected the area, they did not have any objections to the location of the manor. But the officials from the Ministry of Works were at a loss as to how to build Li Wangyou's castle. Even in ancient China, building a house was a very strict matter. It was not just the craftsmen who came up with the idea, but there were also detailed blueprints and construction plans. The Song dynasty's Construction Methods was the most complete book on building techniques in ancient China. The Great Tang had detailed regulations on the various design standards, specifications, materials, construction quotas, targets, a clear hierarchy of buildings, the artistic form of buildings, and so on. Therefore, before the construction began, the officials from the Ministry of Works of the Tang dynasty would draw up detailed construction plans according to the needs. The level of detail and complexity was not inferior to the construction plans of the modern era. But even the most senior official from the Ministry of Works did not know how to build the small castle that Li Wangyu wanted to build in his manor. This gave the officials from the Ministry of Works a headache. Thus, Feng Langzhong from the Ministry of Works led a few technical officials to Dingzhou village to pay Li Wangyu a visit. Huxian Nan, we have never seen this castle that you drew before. Can you draw a more detailed sketch of the building for us? Feng Lang directly asked Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu naturally did not have a problem. He had already drawn many sketches when he was discussing how to build the castle with his beautiful boss and Aphrodite. Hearing Dr. Feng's words, he immediately stood up and went to the study to retrieve a stack of sketches. These were all drawn by him using the perspective drawing method. It was very intuitive and clear at a glance. But when they saw the detailed blueprint Li Wangyu had drawn for the castle, Feng Langzhong and the officials he had brought with him fell silent once more. This kind of construction method was unheard of in the Tang dynasty. But putting aside whether this castle violated the law or not, the key point was that in the eyes of the officials from the Ministry of Works, this castle looked a bit like a small military fortress. What was the man from Huxian trying to do by building something like this near the capital of Chang'an? The officials from the Ministry of Works were not wrong. Castles were military fortresses built by European nobles to protect their land, food, livestock, and population. They used them to guard their own territories. First and foremost, it would be used for military defense. Of course, Li Wangyu didn't think too much about it. He just felt that building a castle was mighty and domineering. After Dr. Feng and the other officials from the Ministry of Works ran to Dingzhou village many times, they still didn't dare to make a decision on their own. In the end, they still pushed the responsibility to Pai Lupi. They asked Li Wangyu to go find Pai Lupi himself and let His Majesty make the decision. Li Wangyu was also tormented by the repeated communication with the Ministry of Works. Wasn't it just building a castle? Why was it so troublesome? He still had to find Pai Lupi to make the decision. Looking at the stack of sketches in his hands, Li Wangyu was worried that Pai Lupi wouldn't understand what he was going to do. This was his beautiful boss, and Aphrodite's painstaking work. Just as he was feeling a little depressed, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Several days later, in the Yinyang Hall of Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi looked at the item that Li Wangyu had the palace guards carefully move in with a puzzled expression. The item was about the size of a table and was square in shape. There was even a piece of red silk covering the item below so tightly that it was impossible to see what it was. However, since it could be moved into Taiji Palace, it had obviously been carefully checked by the palace guards and couldn't be anything dangerous. Pai Lupi wasn't worried that Li Wangyu would cause any trouble. "Zio, what is this?" Li Wangyu chuckled. "Uncle, this is your nephew's newly built residence." Pai Lupi was stunned for a moment before he laughed heartily. "Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? How can your mansion be so small? Don't tell me you want to become a mouse?" Ha! Without waiting for Pai Lupi to finish laughing, Li Wangyu pulled open the red silk to reveal the item below. However, Pai Lupi was dumbfounded and his laughter was also stifled in his throat. Under the red silk was an exquisite sand table. It was the model of the manor that Li Wangyu wanted to build. The sand table model was the idea that Li Wangyu had suddenly thought of that day. Since the officials from the Ministry of Works and Pai Lupi didn't know what his manor and castle were like, he might as well make it for them to see. Wasn't a sand table model a method commonly used by developers in the future? The house that Li Wangyu bought with a mortgage was also facing the sand table in the real estate sales department. Wasn't he fooled by the saleswoman's glib tongue into paying for the house out of his own pocket? He could also make a sand table of the manor and show it to Pai Lupi. With the sand table model, everything would be clear at a glance and he wouldn't have to waste his breath. That's right, that's what he would do. Although the sand tables used by real estate developers in the future were all made of plastic, Wuxia actually had similar architectural models since ancient times, and they were even more detailed. Li Wangyu remembered watching a variety show on Central TV called National Treasure. In one of the episodes, the Palace Museum's collection of precious cultural relics, the Thunderbolt type, was an architectural model of Wuxia's ancient buildings. The so-called thunderbolt type referred to a model made of straw, wax, wood, and other materials that was scaled down to the size of the real thing. Because there was an ironing process in the manufacturing process, it was called a thunderbolt type. Li Wangyu naturally didn't know how to make a thunderbolt type, but he didn't need to make it so detailed. He just needed to give Pai Lupi a direct impression. Moreover, once his house layout sand table was finished, he could also let his beautiful boss and Aphrodite see what their future home would be like in advance. When the Ministry of Works was building in the future, they could also use the sand table to build it, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. At the thought of this, Li Wangyu became excited and immediately asked Niao Wu to help him invite Carpenter Lu over. Without the help of a skilled craftsman like Carpenter Lu, Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to complete the sand table by himself. When Carpenter Lu arrived, Li Wangyu told him about his idea, which piqued Carpenter Lu's interest. Although he had never made such an exquisite object before, he was willing to give it a try. Thus, Carpenter Lu found his 3 sons and worked together with Li Wangyu, and everyone got busy. After several days, they finally made the sand table of the manor. Li Wangyu then carefully transported the sand table to Chang'an City in a carriage and moved it into Taiji Palace, inviting Pai Lupi to take a look. Seeing Pai Lupi's shocked expression, Li Wangyu was indescribably pleased. Hee hee, Pai Lupi, you country bumpkin, you must have never seen such a good thing, right? Before Li Wangyu could finish showing off in his heart, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his head. Pai Lupi had knocked him on the head with a chestnut. Bastard. Chapter 240. Just as Li Wangyu was feeling proud of himself, he was hit by Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi was still cursing and scolding him, leaving him dumbfounded. What was going on? He was just showing Pai Lupi the sand table of the manor. Why did he hit him? Was Pai Lupi jealous? Before Li Wangyu could figure out what was going on, Pai Lupi turned around and shouted to the eunuchs in the Yin and Yang Palace, immediately summoned Duke Wei, Duke Lu, Duke Yi. Duke Yi for an audience. Pai Lupi summoned a dozen or so founding dukes in one breath. The eunuchs received the order and turned to summon Li Jing, Qing Yao Jin, and the others to the Yin and Yang Palace. Li Wangyu was still confused. What was Pai Lupi doing? Why did he summon a group of military bigwigs for no reason? Could it be that he was not satisfied with the sand table of the manor and wanted to summon a group of bigwigs to beat him up? After Pai Lupi finished instructing the eunuchs, he ignored Li Wangyu and continued to look at the real estate project sand table in front of him. This made Li Wangyu very embarrassed. Li Wangyu coughed softly. Uncle, is there a problem with the sand table I made? Humph, what a waste. You scoundrel, why didn't you offer up such a good thing earlier? You deserve a beating. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu angrily. Good thing? What did he mean? Li Wangyu was still very confused. Did Pai Lupi take a fancy to his manor and want to build one? But what did he mean by calling a group of military bigwigs? Seeing Li Wangyu's bewildered expression, Pai Lupi did not want to pay attention to him. He looked at the sand table in front of him and kept gesturing with his hands as he muttered something. The mansions of the Grand Dukes were not far from the Taiji Palace. It did not take long for them to gather in the Yin and Yang Palace after being informed by the palace servants. Your Majesty, why did you call us here? But who is so blind as to provoke the Tang dynasty? Wahahaha, my spear has been thirsty for a long time. Qing Yao Jin roared. Ever since the book Romance of the Sui and Tang Dynasties became popular, everyone thought that Qing Yao Jin used an axe as his weapon. Qing Yao Jin's 3 axes were very famous. But in reality, Qing Yao Jin's weapon was a long spear. It was similar to the red tasseled spear and axe. These military bigwigs were suddenly summoned into the palace by Pai Lupi. They all thought that there was going to be another war, and all of them were very excited. When Li Wangyu heard Qing Yaojin's hoarse voice, he couldn't help but shrink back. This old hooligan was really afraid of him. However, although the Yin and Yang Palace was large, where could Li Wangyu hide? Naturally, Qing Yaojin, who had just entered the palace, saw him. Hey, nephew of the Li family, why are you here? Don't tell me that you also know how to go into battle and kill the enemy? Li Wangyu was speechless. He hurriedly greeted the Guogong and replied, Uncle Cheng, please don't joke around. After meeting Pai Lupi, the military bigwigs were very curious about why Pai Lupi had summoned them. Pai Lupi pointed at the sand table that Li Wangyu had brought. Everyone, look at what this guy made. Well, this guy calls it a sand table. It was the sand table of the manor in Hu County. Country bumpkin. Li Wangyu silently complained in his heart. Li Jing and the others' gazes followed Pai Lupi's finger and fell on the sand table. Li Wangyu and Carpenter Lu had made the sand table for this construction project. In order to be more intuitive, he and Carpenter Lu had not only made a model of the castle, but they had also made a terrain model based on the topography of the hillside facing the sun. Li Wangyu had used yellow mud to build the undulating hillside. In order to make it more realistic, he had even covered it with green peacock stone powder. It looked lush and verdant, just like a hillside full of trees. When Li Wangyu's manor was chosen, he had only used part of the hillside facing the sun to build the castle. The European-style garden and pond were built on the flat ground at the bottom of the hillside. When making the sand table model, Li Wangyu and Carpenter Lu had used gelatin and blue dye to create the shape of the lake. In addition to Carpenter Lu's exquisite skills, he had made the castle model out of wood. The entire sand table looked very realistic at a glance. It had completely displayed Li Wangyu's imagination of the manor and the surrounding terrain. Such a realistic sand table had never appeared in the Tang dynasty since the creation of the world. When the group of military leaders looked at it, their eyes immediately lit up. Your Majesty, this thing called a sand table was made by Li Zio? Good stuff, good stuff. Li Jing took a few glances and immediately said to Pai Lupi. However, Qing Yaojin shook his head. Son of a bitch, this battlefield is too small. At most, it can only be used to command a battle of 1,000 people. What a waste. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. F***CK, what is this old bastard talking about? My manor's sand table, he actually said that the battlefield is too small. Qin Xiong, Yuchi Jingda, and the others also commented on Li Wangyu's sand table. Finally, the confused Li Wangyu understood what was going on. This group of military leaders, including Pai Lupi, had used his construction sand table as a military sand table to command battles. He turned his head to look at his proud work, the sand table of his manor. It seemed like it could really be used as a military sand table. He hadn't thought about this before. The key point was that he wasn't a military fanatic. He didn't realize the military significance of the sand table at all. In fact, sand tables had a wide range of military uses. They could vividly show the terrain of the battle area, the composition of the enemy's position, the deployment of troops, the configuration of weapons, and so on. Later generations of the army often used sand tables to study the terrain, the enemy's situation, battle plans, organize coordinated actions, carry out tactical drills, study battle examples, and summarize battle experience. In the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, even the maps used for battle command were quite rough and simple. Most of these maps were of a schematic nature and were far from accurate. This was actually quite disadvantageous for battle command, but the level of technological development at that time was like this. It was too difficult to draw an accurate map. At this time, the sand table presented in front of Pai Lupi and the military leaders seemed to have opened up a new world for everyone. For a horse emperor like Pai Lupi, he saw the military use of the sand table at first glance, so he immediately asked the chamberlain to inform Li Jing and the others. The appearance of the sand table piqued the interest of the military leaders. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, surrounded the sand table and looked at it with interest. On a whim, the Minister of War, Li Jing, and the other founding dukes actually planned to make a military chess deduction on the sand table. Seeing Pai Lupi and the group of military leaders rubbing their hands together, Li Wangyu felt very stifled. He wanted to cry but had no tears. My manor. Not for you to play like this. Chapter 241. I'll use a brigade of MO blade soldiers to block the manor's gate, and 2 brigades of armored soldiers to harass you with arrows. I don't believe you can break in. Bah, old man. Why do I have to go through the gate? Which part of the manor's wall can't be broken through? Any cavalry can break into the manor with a single charge. You can only retreat to defend the castle. Even if I retreat to defend the castle, I can defend it for 10 days to half a month. So what if you have several times more troops than me? Don't forget, you are all cavalry. How can you attack the castle? In the Yin and Yang Hall of Taiji Palace, there was an uproar. Those founding dukes were divided into 2 factions. They were playing chess on the sand table of Li Wangyou's manor. Pai Lupi was the judge. The history of military chess in Wuxia could be traced back to 4,500 years ago. The Xia dynasty had begun to use stones and wooden sticks to demonstrate formations and research war on the ground. The most indispensable thing for the valiant generals in China's history was the deduction ability before and after the battle. The most famous chess deduction in history was during the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. Mozi wanted to stop Chu from attacking Song. Gongshu Ban made cloud ladders for Chu, wanting to use them to attack Song. Mozi and Gongshu Ban, in front of King Chu, used their pockets as the city walls and the wooden pieces as the city defense weapons, and began to deduce the strategy of the game of chess. Gongshu Ban used many ingenious siege tactics, but they were all resolved by Mozi. Until Gongshu Ban used up all his siege methods, Mozi's defensive equipment was more than enough. King Chu finally gave up attacking Song because of this deduction. In the Tang dynasty, the rules of chess deduction in the military were more complete. There were detailed rules and deduction methods. These military big shots could only do chess deduction based on a map that was not very detailed, which made them very unhappy. But today, seeing Li Wangyou's sand table, this kind of chess deduction method that seemed to have a God's view, made these big shots exclaim. The military big shots who were having fun even called the servants to bring wine, drinking while continuing the battle. Even Pai Lupi was the same. He kept drinking the wine in his cup and laughed heartily. Li Wangyu was completely speechless. If it weren't for the fact that he really couldn't beat these bastards, he would have fought it out with these old fogies who destroyed the sandbox of his manor's buildings. This was too much. This was not King military sandbox. A bunch of old men, old killers. Each and every one of them was trying their best to figure out how to destroy the small castle that he hadn't started building yet. This feeling was really too strange. However, he was just a small county official. In front of Pai Lupi and this group of old ruffians who were all dukes, he really had no right to speak. He could only grit his teeth and endure. It was not easy to endure until the group of military bigwigs had their fill. They even drank several jars of wine before the deduction of the military flag was finally over. Satisfied, Qing Yaojin used his palm leaf fan-sized palm and began to ravage Li Wangyou's small shoulders. Nephew, not bad, this sand table is a good thing. You little bastard, you finally came up with something interesting. It's simply a waste of time to make water wheels and carriages. Qing Yaojin's words made Pai Lupi want to beat him up. Water wheels and four-wheeled carriages were so important to the Tang dynasty that he was willing to give Li Wangyu a title. However, this old man actually said that it was a waste of time. Pai Lupi was too lazy to pay attention to Qing Yaojin. He reached out his hand and called Li Wangyu to his side. Zio, tomorrow you will teach the Ministry of Works how to make this sand table. Look at how rough you made it. It's really unusable. Pai Lupi even complained that Li Wangyou's sand table was not exquisite enough. Li Wangyu only felt his teeth itch. He really wanted to bite someone. Enduring Pai Lupi's ridicule, Li Wangyu rubbed his hands and looked at Pai Lupi with an embarrassed smile. Your Majesty, what do you think of my mansion? Is it okay to build it like this? The main reason he made this sand table was to get Pai Lupi to agree. Now that their war was over, he had to quickly ask. Pai Lupi once again looked at the sand table. After a while, he said, Zio, your castle is extravagant. I'm afraid I can't agree with you building it like this. Hearing his words, Li Wangyu became anxious. How could it be extravagant? Your Majesty, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. I've calculated it with the Ministry of Works Feng Lang. It doesn't cost a lot of money. It doesn't exceed the cost of building the mansion. Li Wangyu wasn't speaking nonsense. Although his mansion was not small, it didn't have the complicated structure of traditional buildings. Therefore, it didn't cost a lot to build it. The labor cost of building a traditional Chinese wooden building was quite high. Just the mortise and tenon structures that didn't use nails and only used tenons would require a lot of skilled craftsmen to build. In the future, the cost of repairing ancient buildings was much higher than the cost of cement. The main reason was the labor cost. Li Wangyu felt that his mansion didn't need that many skilled craftsmen to carve those complicated patterns. Why did Pai Lupi say that it was extravagant? Pai Lupi pointed at the small castle on the sand table and said with a bit of dissatisfaction, Zio, how many stones do you need to build your castle? How many corvée laborers do you need to transport the stones for your castle? We can't agree to your nonsense. There are still many things to be done in the Tang dynasty. The plague of locusts hasn't been extinguished yet. How can you casually recruit so many corvée laborers just to build a mansion for you? Hearing Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that Pai Lupi had misunderstood. He quickly explained, Your Majesty, you misunderstood. My small castle doesn't need to be built with stones. It can be built with bricks. I don't need to recruit corvée laborers to transport the stones. Many of the traditional European castles were built with large stones. However, Li Wangyu wasn't preparing for war. He just wanted to build a castle-like house to show off. Therefore, Li Wangyu's plan was to prepare bricks and then use cement to build a castle-like house. Build with bricks? Pai Lupi was slightly stunned, but he still shook his head. Nonsense. How can bricks be used to build a house? When Qing Yaojin and the others heard the conversation between Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu, they all came over. Zio, how can you build a house with bricks? Moreover, your castle is several stories high. That's right. This old man has never heard of using bricks to build a house. Zio, you should stop fooling around. Zio is a genius, but there are times when you make a fool of yourself. This old man has never heard of using bricks to build a house. Using bricks to build walls and towers, this old man knows. How do you build a castle? In the Tang dynasty, there was no cement. Therefore, the bricks were made with sticky loess mortar. The walls of the Tang dynasty were built with loess and covered with bricks. Although it was strong, it wasn't suitable for building a house. If glutinous rice was boiled and added to lime to make bricks, it would be strong and durable after solidification. It wouldn't be inferior to the cement of later generations. However, the cost of doing this was very high. Only a small number of royal buildings could be used this way. In the history of China, it wasn't until the Ming dynasty's Emperor Zhu Di built the Forbidden City that they started to use bricks on a large scale. Therefore, when Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and Li Jing heard Li Wangyu's words, they only thought that he was talking nonsense. However, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. Your Majesty, everyone, do you want to make a bet with me? Chapter 242. Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, and the rest were all stunned. A bet? What bet? Li Wangyu laughed mischievously. Let's bet that I have a way to glue the bricks together and make it very firm. If I can do it, Your Majesty will allow me to build a mansion. How about that? Uncle Cheng and the rest of you will pay for the wood in my mansion. How about that? Wood referred to the decorations and furniture of the later generations. Because most of the buildings were made of wood, the mansion was mainly decorated with wood. Pai Lupi said that he would build a mansion for him, but he did not include decorations and furniture. He was as stingy as the developers of the later generations. Since Qing Yaojin and the rest did not believe that he could build a house with bricks, Li Wangyu naturally did not mind making a bet with them and extorting a sum of money. After all, he was poor. Li Jing suddenly asked, Ziyu, can you glue the bricks together? How firm can it be? It won't fall with a hammer. Li Wangyu replied confidently. Pai Lupi's eyes also lit up. He and Li Jing looked at each other and revealed a smile in their eyes. Okay, I will bet with you. Ziyu, if you can stack the bricks together and not fall with a hammer, I will agree to build this castle for you. Li Jing also twirled his beard and laughed. Ziyu, if you can really do it, I will pay for the wood in your mansion. So what? Ziyu, how much time do you need to build it? Li Wangyu, who thought that he had taken advantage of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the rest, smiled until his eyes narrowed. He pondered for a moment. When the old mansion was remodeled last time, he still had a lot of hand-ground cement left. When he returned to Dingzhou village, he could ask the masons in the village to help him build a brick wall. After 2 more days, the cement would solidify. Li Wangyu raised 3 fingers to everyone. 3 days will do. After 3 days, Your Majesty and the rest of you can come to Dingzhou village. I will show you a brick wall that won't fall with a hammer. Okay. Pai Lupi directly reached out his hand and high-fived Li Wangyu, setting the bet. Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi and Li Jing's smiles and vaguely felt that something was wrong. But when he thought about it carefully, he did not find anything wrong, so he did not think too much about it. After saying his goodbyes and leaving the palace, Li Wangyu hurried back to Dingzhou village to find a mason to build the wall. 3 days later, at Dingzhou village in Hu County, several dozen riders entered the village. Pai Lupi led a group of dukes to the old residence of the Li family. Speaking of which, ever since Li Wangyu moved from the county seat of Hu County to Dingzhou village, this secluded village at the foot of Qinling Mountain became more and more lively. The farmers in the village were already used to seeing all kinds of nobles that they normally wouldn't see, so they all went to the Li family's old residence. Originally, there were some farmers who were watching from afar and talking to each other. But now, other than the little kids in the village, no one was interested in the Li family's guests. After Li Wangyu was conferred the title of nobility, the Li family's old residence had a plaque with the words, Hu County Male Residence, hanging on the door. This really scared the farmers, including the village head. Li Jia Xiaolang was conferred the title of nobility. Even if it was the lowest rank of county baron, in the eyes of the villagers of Dingzhou village, he was still an extraordinary noble and was respectfully addressed as Lord Zhu. In the eyes of the farmers, Yang Mingfu of the Hu County Yamen was already a righteous official. Not to mention the founding county baron, who was a noble of the Tang dynasty. Currently, the 127 families in Dingzhou village were all sealed off by the Li family. From now on, the rent of their houses would be transferred to Lord Li. For a time, no one dared to pass by the road in front of the Li family's old residence. They would rather take a long detour than disturb the county baron. The naughty children in the village were pulled by the ears and scolded for a long time by the adults at home. They were told that they didn't dare to be mischievous. If they offended the county baron, they would lose their heads. Previously, when Li Wangyu's ducks ate locusts, the farmers who blocked the Li family's front door were in fear and trepidation. They were afraid that Li Wangyu would hold a grudge against them because of this. However, the commotion caused by Li Wangyu's conferment of nobility dissipated not long after. This was because the farmers all discovered that Li Jia Xiaolang seemed to be the same as before after he was conferred the title of nobility. Which family's Lord Zhu would squat on the ground and chat with others every day without a care for his image? Which family's Lord Zhu would act like the farmers and curse people with vulgar words when provoked? Even after Li Wangyu was conferred the title of nobility, in the eyes of the farmers of Dingzhou village, he was still the same old Li Jia Xiaolang. In addition, the business of the four-wheeled carriage business was getting better and better, and the farmers had more and more copper coins in their pockets. They felt that the Li family was still the same old Li family and was still so pure and kind. Gradually, the farmers' fear of Li Wangyu's conferment of nobility dissipated. Their attitude towards the Li family returned to normal, but there was more respect. In addition, the way they addressed him had changed. The old villager originally called him Li Jia Xiaolang, but now he called him Lord Zhu. That was all. Pai Lupi led a group of dukes and bigwigs to Dingzhou village. The farmers passing by only glanced at this group of people and didn't have any strange expressions. They continued with what they were doing. The Li family's old residence, on the other hand, was wide open. Li Wangyu led his beautiful superior, Aphrodite, and the others to respectfully welcome Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi jumped off his horse and tossed the horsewhip in his hand to the imperial guard as he impatiently asked, "Zio, have you finished building the brick wall you mentioned?" Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi and the bigwigs before replying, "It has already been built. Your Majesty, please inspect it." Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction and took the lead to lead the group of bigwigs into the Li family. In the front courtyard of Lai Hot, a brick wall had appeared out of nowhere. This was the wall that Li Wangyu had the village masons build for him. In order to make it sturdy, Li Wangyu even had people dig a foundation for this brick wall. Pai Lupi walked forward and patted the wall with his palm. He found that it was abnormally sturdy. "Zio, is this really a brick wall that you had people build? You didn't get someone to transport a stone slab to deceive us, right?" Pai Lupi asked in astonishment. In order to make this brick wall sturdy, Li Wangyu had even had people smear cement on it. Now that the cement had dried and solidified, it indeed looked like a stone slab. Qing Yaojin also used his fist to pound the brick wall twice and smiled at Li Wangyu. "Nephew, you're cheating. How is this a brick wall? It's clearly a stone slab." Li Wangyu chuckled and pointed to the hammer that he had already prepared. "Uncle Cheng, you'll know once you hit it. Could it really be a brick wall?" Li Wangyu's attitude made Pai Lupi and the bigwigs somewhat suspicious. Qing Yaojin didn't hesitate. He picked up the hammer and smashed it at the brick wall. With a clang, there was only a white mark left on the brick wall after being knocked. "Son of a bitch, Li Wangyu, are you sure you're not messing with me? This is clearly a stone slab." Qing Yaojin swung his hand that had been shaken by the hammer and cursed at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu chuckled. "Uncle Cheng, how about we make another bet?" Chapter 243. Another bet? Qing Yaojin was amused by Li Wangyu's words. Was this bastard addicted to gambling? "Nephew, what kind of bet do you want to make?" Qing Yaojin asked angrily. Li Wangyu smirked. "Let's bet that this wall is made of bricks." "If it's really made of bricks, Uncle Cheng, you'll lose 50 troops to me." "How about that?" "If it's made of stone, I'll give you 50 jars of the best wine." He had his eyes on Qing Yaojin and wanted to get some elite troops from the old hooligan. Originally, the Li family's mansion was not big, and he didn't need any troops. Even the Niu brothers were killed by Niu Yong first and then asked for permission. Thus, he had no choice but to accept them. But now, he was conferred the title of county man, and Pai Lupi was going to build him a county man's mansion. Thus, he was short of manpower. The new county man's mansion, according to his and the Ministry of Works plans, occupied a few hundred mu of land. When the manor was built, it would be impossible to have no one at home. Servants and maidservants were easy to find. He could go to Chang'an and spend money to buy them. But there was no place to buy this song. Thus, he had the idea of hiring Qing Yaojin. For these military bigwigs, it was a trivial matter for them to choose some loyal and honest veterans from the army to be part of their troops. Seeing Qing Yaojin questioning the brick wall made of cement, Li Wangyu naturally thought of this. He immediately teased Qing Yaojin with a smirk. He wanted to make a bet with him and swindle some troops from Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin's big palm was about to fall again. "Bastard, are my troops only worth a jar of wine? You want to take advantage of me? Get lost." Li Wangyu smiled and dodged Qing Yaojin's palm. He smiled and said, "Uncle Cheng, what are you saying? Didn't I see that you don't believe that this is a brick wall? I'll give you a chance. Hee, if you think that the wine is too little, we can discuss it again." How could Qing Yaojin, this old hooligan, let Li Wangyu take advantage of him? Looking at his confident appearance, Qing Yaojin knew that the stone slab wall in front of him must have been built with bricks. He glared with his bell-sized eyes. "You little bastard, you want to trick me? Move aside, I won't bet with you." After saying that, he raised the hammer in his hand and smashed it at the wall again. The strength of the artificial volcanic ash cement created by Li Wangyu was naturally not comparable to the high-strength cement of the later generations. After being smashed by Qing Yaojin with all his strength, the cement on the surface of the wall cracked and fell off, exposing the bricks inside. Qing Yaojin put down the hammer and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Hey, this place is actually made of bricks. Nephew, what method did you use to make these bricks so sturdy?" Even with Qing Yaojin's strength and his full strength, he was only able to break the cement on the surface of the brick wall. This made everyone surprised. Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the other military leaders immediately gathered around and carefully examined the brick wall in front of them. "Zio, what exactly is this wall and the material that holds the bricks together? Why is it no different from a stone? This is really mysterious, it's actually made of bricks." With Jijia's strength, he only broke the surface with a single hammer strike. What a sturdy brick wall. Tsk, could it be that he melted the stone and poured it onto the bricks? Li Wangyu was speechless. To think that they could think of such a thing. Did they think that it was casting metal? To melt stone, he had to have the ability to do so. "Your Majesty, everyone, this brick wall was made of cement by this little one." Pai Lupi stared at him. "Hurry up and say it clearly, what is cement?" "What is that?" Li Wangyu gave him the middle finger in his heart. Was the emperor so amazing? Was this the attitude of someone who was asking for advice? Why were you so fierce? Fine, the emperor was amazing. Li Wangyu admitted defeat. He lowered his head and obediently replied, "Your Majesty, the cement is a type of adhesive that I created. After mixing it with water, it can firmly glue the sand and bricks together. After it solidifies, it hardens into this state." "Zio, how much did this cement of yours cost?" Li Jing asked. Li Wangyu scratched his head. Cost? It didn't seem like it cost anything. The cement he was using now was made by grinding broken pottery pieces, so there was almost no cost. If he wanted to make it on a large scale, it would be simple. He just needed to put lime and clay in a kiln. The process of making this kind of cement was very simple. The calcining temperature was low, and the requirements were not high. Of course, compared to the Portland cement of the future, it was far inferior in terms of strength and hardness. But in the Tang dynasty, this kind of artificial volcanic ash cement was enough. Li Wangyu didn't know how to make real cement. He wasn't a professional. It was the same as making glass. He knew what it was, but didn't know what it was. After pondering for a while, Li Wangyu replied with uncertainty, "Duke Wei, if this cement is made on a large scale, the cost should be very low. I haven't calculated the exact cost. It's just putting lime and clay in a kiln and calcining it. It's very simple." Pai Lupi couldn't believe it. "It's that simple?" "Zio, this is a matter of great importance. You can't talk nonsense." Li Wangyu said with a wronged face, "It's really that simple, Your Majesty. I'm not talking nonsense." Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the others surrounded Li Wangyu and asked him again and again. Finally, they confirmed that this thing called cement was really that simple to make. Li Jing twirled his beard and smiled, "Your Majesty, if what Zio said is true, and this cement can be made on a large scale, then it's really a blessing for the Tang dynasty." "Yes, Your Majesty. This cement is really good stuff. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Tang dynasty has obtained such a divine item. Damn it. If we use this cement to build a city outside the Great Wall, let's see if the Turks can still be so rampant." Li Wangyu was a little confused. "The cement I used to build my own house, how did it become Pai Lupi's? Congratulate you my ass. You want to steal my things again? Bah, none of you are good people. Every day, you think about how to steal my treasures. In the future, I have to ask my beautiful boss to take care of the things at home. The emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty are all bandits." In fact, Li Wangyu was not stupid. He naturally knew the importance of cement to a country. In the Great Tang, Even this artificial volcanic ash replacement cement was a priceless divine artifact. Whether it was used to build cities, roads, or dams, it was indispensable. Since he took out the cement, he had already expected that it would attract Pai Lupi's attention. Pai Lupi was a pai show. He wanted to take all the good things into his mouth. However, Li Wangyu did not intend to hide it. He also wanted to make the cement public to benefit the Tang dynasty. Although Li Wangyu was mentally prepared, when he saw Li Er and the group of high dukes acting as if the cement was already in their pockets, it still made him feel very unhappy. He simply coughed lightly. "Cough, Your Majesty, everyone, how much can I sell this cement formula for?" Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others heard this and could not help but be stunned. Sell it for money? Chapter 244. Without waiting for Pai Lupi to speak, Qing Yaojin went berserk. "Bastard brat, how can you sell this kind of military weapon for money? I'll beat you to death." After Qing Yaojin finished speaking, he reached out to grab Li Wangyu and wanted to beat him up. When Li Wangyu saw the old hooligan flip out, he hurriedly ran away. Too shameless. This kind of threat of force, it's really infuriating. I can't afford to offend you. Do you believe that I won't find your 3 sons for revenge? However, when Li Wangyu thought about the size of Qing Chumo's 3 beast brothers, he felt that he should forget about it. It seems that he can't deal with the old hooligan's 3 sons, it's really a tragedy. In the face of the old hooligan's deterrence, Li Wangyu could only raise his hands and surrender. "Uncle Qing, please wait. Little nephew has thought about it and feels that things like cement should be offered to His Majesty." Li Wangyu's tactful made Pai Lupi very satisfied. He raised his head and laughed, pretending that he didn't hear Li Wangyu's request for money, and began to discuss the use of cement in the military with the military bosses. Pai Lupi actually complained that Li Wangyu's name was unpleasant to hear. Such a divine object was given a rotten name like cement. With a wave of his hand, he directly changed the name of cement. The earliest lime that appeared in the history of China was made from the shell of a big clam. It was called mirage ash. Hongji Wen State Records, mirage ash, oyster shell ash is the top, small oyster shell is the second, and small clam shell is the bottom. The 3 colors are different, and the big clam is the top. Since Li Wangyu said that cement was made from lime and clay, Pai Lupi cited the classics and changed the name of cement to mirage ash. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only silently roll his eyes in his heart. As long as you are happy, then so be it. It sounds more cultured than cement. Pai Lupi proudly accepted the mirage mud freely offered by Li Wangyu. He was overjoyed and asked Li Wangyu to prepare a banquet. He wanted to celebrate with Li Wangyu and the other military leaders. Li Wangyu's heart was filled with countless mythological beasts. *CK, isn't this too much? You stole my cement, oh, no, mirage mud, and you want me to hold a banquet to celebrate? You've gone too far. With great resentment, Li Wangyu asked the old steward, Li Heng, to prepare the banquet. Pai Lupi was not polite in the slightest. He went to the Li family's central room and sat down. He also very impolitely asked the servant girls to pour tea and water. Li Wangyu silently criticized Pai Lupi's behavior of not treating him as an outsider. Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, and the others were very envious. As expected, the Li clan's little boy was favored by both the emperor and the Sacred Hearts. They really treated him as their own nephew. Although Yuqi Jingda was not familiar with Li Wangyu, he was secretly calculating in his heart. His 2 children seemed to be very close to this county man. It seemed that in the future, he should let them be closer to Li Wangyu. Among this group of leaders, there were many who had the same idea as Yuqi Jingda. How could Li Wangyu know what these leaders were thinking? He was still thinking about how to retaliate against Qing Yaojin, Pai Lupi, and the others. Hearing Qing Yaojin shouting for him to bring wine again, Li Wangyu's eyes turned and he had a plan in mind. Hey, old scoundrel, don't even think about walking out of my Li family's door today. I'll make sure you come in vertically and go out horizontally. Li Wangyu smiled and told Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others to wait for a moment. He went to fetch good wine for everyone. Ever since he drank the disgusting water wine of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu planned to open a wine factory in the Tang dynasty. He had already begun to try brewing a small amount of sorghum wine. Although Li Wangyu's third uncle's family opened a wine factory in the future and specialized in brewing sorghum wine, he knew the process and method of brewing sorghum wine. However, he had never actually brewed it himself. Therefore, as early as when he moved to Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu tried to brew some sorghum wine as an experiment. He didn't expect that he would succeed on his first try. After more than 40 days of fermentation, the sorghum wine he brewed had already been distilled by Li Wangyu. It was now ready to drink. The biggest difference between the liquor of the future and the water wine of the Tang dynasty was the distillation process. Distillation was the process of heating up the wine and turning it into wine vapor. After cooling it down, it turned back into wine. After distillation, the liquor would be colorless, but the alcohol content of the wine would be much higher than the original liquor. Tang dynasty's 3 baskets of wine were mostly fermented and then directly filtered before drinking. According to Shinqua's Dream Creek writings, the alcohol content of the finished wine was between 3% and 15%. It was similar to the beer or rice wine of the future. After distillation, the alcohol content of the distilled sorghum wine was between 50% and 60%. It belonged to the category of hard liquor. Li Wangyu didn't believe that Pai Lupi and the others, who were used to drinking low-alcohol liquor, would be able to drink his high-alcohol sorghum wine. Today, he had to get them drunk and take revenge. He asked Niao Wu to bring out a jar of wine from the warehouse. The Arabic number 65 was impressively written on it. This was Li Wangyu's liquor with the highest alcohol content. Although there was no alcohol detector in the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu's third uncle had taught him a few tricks that could roughly determine the alcohol content of the wine. After shaking the wine, there would be hops the size of a grain of rice to a grain of sorghum. According to the time it took to pile the hops, the alcohol content could be roughly determined. If the hops were the size of a grain of sorghum to a grain of corn, the time it took to pile the hops was about 3 seconds. The alcohol content of the wine was about 65%. The alcohol content of Li Wangyu's sorghum wine was equivalent to 3 times the alcohol content of the Tang dynasty's liquor. This was the weapon he was preparing to use to vent his resentment. Li Wangyu's face was full of smiles. He asked Niao Wu to bring the 65% alcohol sorghum wine to the central room. When Qing Yaojin saw that there was only 1 jar of wine, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. "Nephew, you're a county man now. How can you still be so stingy? How can this jar of wine be enough for us to drink? Quickly go and bring a few more jars." Li Wangyu said with disdain, "Uncle Cheng, it's not that I'm stingy. It would be good if we could finish this jar of wine." What a joke. He asked Niao Wu to bring out a big jar of wine. This jar of wine was equivalent to 20 caddies of 65% alcohol content. It wouldn't kill you all. When Qing Yaojin heard Li Wangyu's words, he immediately jumped up and said, "Brat, don't talk nonsense. I can drink a bucket of wine by myself. Your jar of wine isn't even enough for me to rinse my mouth." Not only was Qing Yaojin jumping up and down, even Pai Lupi, Li Jing, Yuqi Jingda, and the others were dissatisfied. They felt that Li Wangyu was looking down on them. To these founding dukes who were addicted to wine, saying that they couldn't drink wine was like pointing at their noses and saying that men couldn't do it. This was a great humiliation. Pai Lupi also glared at him and said, "Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? Quickly go and bring the wine over. Don't mess around." Li Wangyu laughed mischievously and said, "Hee, Your Majesty, everyone, do you want to make another bet?" What do you want to do now? What do you want to bet on? Let's bet on whether you can finish this jar of wine." Li Wangyu pointed at the jar of wine and smiled proudly. It was as if a fox's tail was wagging behind him. Chapter 245. When Li Wangyu proposed another bet, Pai Lupi almost laughed out of anger. This little rascal was going crazy today. Qing Yaojin opened his mouth and wanted to agree, but he swallowed the words back down. He suddenly realized that for such a shrewd person like Li Wangyu to propose a bet, there must be something fishy going on. Today, he almost fell for Li Wangyu's trick. Now that this little rascal proposed another bet, he might be up to no good. Qing Yaojin's tone changed. What bet? Go play on the side. Hurry up and pour the wine. If you make any more noise, I'll deal with you. Li Wangyu wanted to trick Qing Yaojin with a bellyful of evil tricks, but who would have thought that the old scoundrel would learn to be smart? It was a pity. He was still thinking about how to trick Qing Yaojin into giving him troops. The servant girls in the central room who were serving everyone quickly came forward to open the seal on the wine jar. As soon as the wine jar was opened, a strong fragrance overflowed. The fragrance of the wine filled the entire central room. This strong fragrance that had never been seen before immediately attracted everyone's attention. Pai Lupi's eyes lit up. Ziyu, what kind of wine is this? Why is it so fragrant and alluring? Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, Yuqi Jingda, and the other big shots were so stimulated by the wine that they almost drooled. They didn't even blink as they stared at the jar of wine. Li Wangyu chuckled. I've let your majesty see a joke. This is the wine that this subject brewed. I ask your majesty and the other officials to taste it. Little rascal, don't say so much. Hurry up and pour the wine. Qing Yaojin impatiently shouted. When the servant girls brought in cups of clear and transparent wine that looked like clear water, everyone, including Pai Lupi, was dumbfounded. If it wasn't for the alluring wine fragrance that kept going into their nostrils, everyone would have thought that Li Wangyu had brought a jar of clear water to trick them. How could the people who were used to drinking turbid wine believe that wine could become as transparent as water? For a moment, they all held the wine cups and carefully sized it up. They leaned closer and greedily sniffed the wine fragrance. Only Qing Yaojin couldn't care less. He directly raised his head and poured a glass of white wine into his mouth. In the Tang dynasty, the alcohol content of the wine was not high, so the wine cups were quite bold and unrestrained. The size of the wine cups was also very large. Li Wangyu was also deliberately mischievous. The wine cups that he poured wine for everyone were extremely large. Each cup could hold at least 3 liters of white wine. Qing Yaojin drank the 65% liquor in one gulp out of habit. His eyes bulged and his face turned red. He shut his mouth tightly, afraid that he would spit out the liquor. After swallowing the wine, he felt a burning sensation in his throat, as if it was on fire. Following that, a scorching heat rose from his chest and abdomen. That comfortable feeling made Qing Yaojin unable to help but spit out a mouthful of alcohol. Damn it, what a good wine. What a strong wine. I thought my throat was burning. Kid, what kind of wine is this? Why is it so strong? Li Wangyu thought to himself. How could the sorghum wine he brewed have a name? But if he were to directly call it sorghum wine, it would be too low class. He rolled his eyes and replied, Uncle Cheng, this is your nephew's Shadaozi wine. Shadaozi wine was actually a high alcohol content wine from the northeast. It was named because of its high alcohol content and strong taste. Li Wangyu thought that the name of the wine was quite good. Moreover, it should be liked by this group of old men. So, he directly plagiarized it. Shadaozi? Good name. Drinking this wine is really like a knife scraping the stomach. Huh, it's addictive, it's even more addictive. Come, fill it up for me. Qing Yaojin didn't even take a bite of the food. He directly drank more than 3 liters of liquor. Even though he was addicted to alcohol, at this time, he also felt the alcohol rush to his head. This old hooligan couldn't help but shake his body. Seeing Qing Yaojin's exaggerated performance, Pai Lupi and the others also picked up their cups. Some took small sips to taste the wine, while others drank it in one gulp like Qing Yaojin. After the wine entered their stomachs, everyone exhaled a long breath of burning alcohol. Some people, because it was their first time drinking such a high alcohol content wine, their throats were stimulated by the alcohol. They couldn't stop coughing, causing the people around them to laugh. Good, as expected of Shaodaozi wine. I've lived my whole life, but I've never drunk such a strong wine. Damn it, this is what wine is. The wine I drank in the past has turned into horse piss. Ziyu, this wine was really brewed by you? Huh, well done, this is what wine is. This wine deserves a toast. Everyone, let's drink to victory. After tasting a mouthful of Li Wangyou's Shaodaozi wine, Pai Lupi and the group of dukes went completely crazy. Who would have thought that there was such a strong wine in this world? Everyone, who was used to drinking wine and 3 baskets of rice, felt that Li Wangyou's Shaodaozi wine had opened the door to a new world. Qing Yaojin, who was slightly tipsy, grabbed Li Wangyou, who was laughing at the side. Kid, how many Shaodaozi wine do you have? Quickly give me 100 jars as a show of respect. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Don't you want troops? When your mansion is repaired, however many troops you want, I'll give them to you. Qing Yaojin's words made everyone's eyes light up. They all looked at Li Wangyou. Ziyu, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. I've treated you well, right? Huh, I don't want much of this Shaodaozi wine. 100 jars will do. Isn't it just troops? There's no need for the knowledge-seeking festival. I'll give it to you. Li Jing also came to join in the fun. He pushed Qing Yaojin away and said to Li Wangyou. Qing Yaojin dared to be angry at anyone except Li Jing, the god of war of the Tang dynasty. He didn't dare to be reckless. Seeing that Li Jing also came to snatch the wine, Qing Yaojin was so angry that he could only grab the wine that the maidservant had just poured for him and drink it. As for Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Duan Jishuan, Lu Hongji, and the others, they all stared at Li Wangyou with burning eyes. Even Pai Lupi, although not as shameless as Qing Yaojin and directly asked for the wine, also held the wine cup and coughed lightly, reminding Li Wangyou not to forget about him. Li Wangyou could only look up at the roof of the central room speechlessly. Did he do something wrong? The emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty were simply a group of drunkards. They seemed to be going crazy when he took out such a high amount of Shaodaozi wine. They asked him for 100 jars of Shaodaozi wine. Were they planning to take a bath in the alcohol? You old hooligans will drink to death. Li Wangyou helplessly spread out his hands and shrugged. Your Majesty, gentlemen, it's not that I'm stingy, but I really don't have any. I'm just trying to brew this Shaodaozi wine to see the effect. But you don't have to worry. I'm going to set up a winery in Dingzhou village that specializes in brewing Shaodaozi wine. When the winery is built and the wine is brewed, I'll definitely send it to you. His words made Li Jing, Qing Yaojin, and the others feel very regretful. However, Pai Lupi suddenly said, Zio, your aunt is also interested in brewing wine. Why don't you cooperate with her? What? Empress Jiangsun is interested in brewing wine? Pai Lupi, are you kidding me? Chapter 246. Pai Lupi proposed to cooperate with Li Wangyou to set up a brewery. Although Li Wangyou complained in his heart, he did not reject it. After the beautiful boss had a flash of inspiration and pulled Empress Jiangsun to invest in the SF Express four-wheeled carriage company, the benefits were obvious. Not to mention that Empress Jiangsun provided the much-needed development funds and horses for the carriage company, but the name of Empress Jiangsun gave enough protection to the carriage company and the Li family. Zheng Konghua of the Zheng family in Xinjiang provoked the beautiful boss and let people surround the four-wheeled carriage company to force her to yield. After Li Wangyou let people set a fire, the relationship between Empress Jiangsun and the four-wheeled carriage company was made public. The Zheng family in Xinjiang not only immediately compromised and apologized, but also sent Zheng Konghua, a playboy, back to his hometown in Xinjiang. Since then, no one dared to obstruct the SF Express four-wheeled carriage company in Chang'an City. Originally, as the four-wheeled carriage company slowly developed, its profitability made many aristocratic families in Chang'an City envious. If it were not for Empress Jiangsun, Li Wangyou and Su Changqing alone might not be able to keep their industry even if Pai Lupi promised them the exclusive right to operate in Chang'an City. Maybe they would have been eaten up by those aristocratic families, and even their bones would not be left. With the successful precedent of the carriage company and the royal family, Li Wangyu did not reject Pai Lupi to invest in his brewery business at all. He even felt secretly happy. Just by looking at the reaction of the group of tycoons in the central room to the sorghum wine, it could be imagined that after the brewery was built, this would be another hen that could lay golden eggs. With Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun as his backers, Li Wangyu did not have to worry that his industry would be coveted by those aristocratic families. The reason why Pai Lupi proposed to let Empress Zhongsun invest in Li Wangyu's business was actually to protect Li Wangyu and to reward him for offering the Mirage Mud. At this time, there were several military bigwigs in the central room who were unfamiliar with Li Wangyu. When they learned that the Li family was going to build a brewery, they couldn't help but have some thoughts of getting involved. However, after Pai Lupi spoke, the few big shots immediately threw their thoughts to the back of their minds. Everyone began to toast and drink to their heart's content. The Li family's delicacies cooked with pork were constantly being served to the table. The military leaders who were tasting such delicacies for the first time couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. With the addition of the strong wine, the atmosphere in the Li family's central room became lively. Qing Yaojin was the first to take off his clothes. He pushed away the table and ran to the center of the room and began to dance. Yuqi Jingde, Duan Jixuan, Lu Hongji, Chai Shao, and the others were also unwilling to fall behind. They all took off their clothes and began to dance bare-chested. Li Wangyu was speechless. He covered his eyes with his hand. It was too king painful to the eyes. He finally knew where Qing Chumo's group of debauches learned their unrestrained behavior from. This was simply a case of the upper beam being crooked, the lower beam being crooked. They were all the same kind of trash. The four maidservants of the Li family were also blushing from the bold and unrestrained performance of the Guadukes. They hid far away and didn't dare to come forward to pour wine or pour tea. Pai Lupi didn't mind. Instead, after drinking, he also began to dance. This made Li Wangyu even more dumbfounded. What made Li Wangyu even more frightened was yet to come. After the group of old assassins drank so much, they still felt that the dance wasn't exciting enough. Qing Yaojin shouted and jumped into the front yard. He snatched a long spear from the hands of the palace guards. Wahaha, which one of you will come down? Do you dare to fight with me? Bah, Qing Jijia, you killing talent. Don't be so arrogant. I'll play with you. Yuqi Jingde didn't hesitate and also jumped into the front yard. He snatched a weapon from the hands of the palace guards and charged straight at Qing Yaojin. Come, eat my spear. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. His mouth was wide open as he watched Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde fight in the front yard. These two old killers had drunk too much and were now acting crazy. Pai Lupi, Qin Xiong, Li Jing, and the others didn't stop them. Instead, they all clapped and stamped their feet in approval. They also continuously drank wine. Seeing the two of them fighting, someone couldn't help but jump into the front yard. He snatched a weapon from the palace guards and also charged forward. Li Wangyu looked and saw that it was the yellow-faced man, Qin Xiong. He didn't care if the weapon was convenient or not, and he didn't care who his opponent was. He directly charged in. The three of them were in a chaotic fight. One moment, Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde besieged Qin Xiong. The next moment, Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin beat up Yuqi Jingde. Seeing them gnashing their teeth and not holding back their spears, Li Wangyu wondered if the three of them were mortal enemies. Li Wangyu already didn't know how to ridicule this group of founding dukes. They were all a group of bastards. He lowered his head and pondered. Was it wrong for him to push the high-content sorghum wine to the Tang dynasty? This group of people who went crazy after drinking too much really had poor alcohol tolerance. Just as Li Wangyu was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of a sharp weapon piercing through the air. Then, a gust of wind brushed past his cheeks, and another, sound was heard. He seemed to realize something and slowly turned his head with a sluggish expression. He saw a spear inserted into a pillar not far behind him. The end of the spear was still violently shaking up and down. F***ck. Was he almost stabbed to death by this spear that was thrown out just now? A drop of cold sweat flowed down Li Wangyu's forehead. Reaching out to touch his slightly painful cheek, Li Wangyu woodenly raised his eyes to look at the front yard. He saw that the weapons in the hands of the three old bastards had already been knocked out of each other's hands. At this moment, they were actually fighting with their bare hands. Li Wangyu had just walked out from the mentality of surviving a great disaster. Before he could even jump and curse, he saw a huge figure fall directly from the front yard into the central room, knocking over several banquet tables and smashing the bowls and plates on them into pieces. It was Cheng Yaojin. In a moment of carelessness, he was attacked by Qin Xiong and Yuqi Jingda and directly sent flying into the central room. Chai Xiao, Duan Jishuan, and the others, who had their wine spilled, all angrily cursed Cheng Yaojin for being a bastard. Bastard, what are you arguing about? Cheng Yaojin was not to be outdone and cursed back. In the next moment, Chai Xiao, Duan Jishuan, and the others pounced on Cheng Yaojin and waved their fists. Very quickly, the central room in the front yard of the Li family also turned into a battlefield. Originally, everyone was ganging up on Cheng Yaojin, but then it became a fight between each other, becoming a chaotic mess. Other than Pai Lupi, who was surrounded by the imperial guards who had reacted, all the other dukes and bigwigs were randomly fighting. Not only did Pai Lupi not allow the imperial guards to mediate, he even held his wine cup and drank heartily while cheering for everyone. Jijia, kick him. Hey, you idiot, throw him. Jingda, are you stupid? Don't you know that monkeys pick peaches? If it weren't for the imperial guards holding him back, Li Wangyu reckoned that Pai Lupi would definitely have rushed up as well. Ever since the central room in the front yard turned into a battlefield, Li Wangyu scrambled to hide to the side. As for the four maidservants of the Li family, they had long been scared to the point that their faces turned pale and they screamed as they ran to the rear yard. The old housekeeper, Li Heng, was hiding behind the Niu brothers, but he still had a smile on his face. Lang Jun, it seems that the saints and guests are all very happy. Li Wangyu's tears fell. Happy your sister. Are you still the Li family's housekeeper? A group of bandits entered your home, and you're still smiling so happily? Are you crazy? Chapter 247. Pai Lupi and the others were not out of Li Wangyu's expectations. When the 10 caddies of 65 proof sorghum wine was finished, everyone, including Pai Lupi, was drunk. Cheng Yaojin and this group of founding dukes could be considered to be exceptionally talented. On average, each of them drank more than half a caddy of liquor and even got into a fight, which almost turned the Li family's front yard into ruins. Only then did they collapse on the ground and pass out drunk. The palace guards carefully carried Pai Lupi and the other dukes into the carriage and returned to Cheng and city. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was about to cry when he saw the mess in the front yard. This group of old hooligans and murderous people. Even if they beat him to death, he would never entertain these bastards again. Their alcohol tolerance was so poor that it was despicable. After the group of generals got into the fight, even the entertainment facilities that Li Wangyu had Carpenter Lu build for Li Qingxian and the others in the front yard were smashed into pieces. As for the central room, the wreckage of several tables and broken bowls and plates were all over the floor, as well as the remains of dishes that had been overturned. Even the air was filled with the stench of alcohol. Not long after the old hooligans left, before Li Wangyu could have someone clean up the mess, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin took a carriage back home from Cheng and city. Now, his beautiful boss still went to Cheng and city every day, and the SF Express Carriage Company was becoming more and more popular under her management. However, he did not know whether it was because her relationship with Aphrodite was getting better and better, or because she was worried that Li Wangyu would cheat on her at home, but now she would bring Aphrodite with her whenever she went to Cheng and city. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only secretly gnash his teeth in hatred. How could he say no? When the three girls returned home, they were shocked to see the situation in the front yard. What was going on? Was there a war at home? When Su Chongqing found out that it was Li Er and a bunch of dukes who were drunk and causing trouble in his house, causing his house to look like it had been hit by a war, he glared at Li Wangyu. She was sure that Li Wangyu must have taken out the highly concentrated liquor he brewed to show off, resulting in such a result. "Clean it up yourself," the beautiful boss said coldly before pulling Avro and Perrin back to the backyard. The teenage version of Angelina Jolie and Perrin both made faces at Li Wangyu and stuck out their tongues, indicating that Li Wangyu deserved it. Then, they left with Su Chongqing. Looking at the backs of Su Chongqing, Avro and Perrin, Li Wangyu opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to explain. His current mood was like king dog. Why did he feel like he had shot himself in the foot? If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of pain, he really wanted to give himself 2 slaps. Why did he have to bring out the liquor for no reason? However, Li Wangyu also felt that he had been wronged. He only wanted to get Qing Yaojin and the others drunk to vent his anger. Who would have thought that these bastards would have such poor alcohol tolerance? They actually drank too much and resorted to martial arts. How immoral! Li Wangyu was furious. He turned around and raised his middle fingers in the direction of Chang and City to show his disdain. After venting his grievances, Li Wangyu shook his head helplessly and began to call the old butler, Li Hang, and the maidservants to clean up the mess in the front yard. After cleaning up the front yard, Li Wangyu smiled apologetically and talked to Su Chongqing for a long time before the expression on her beautiful boss's face changed. However, what made Li Wangyu even more depressed was that the next morning, someone knocked on the door of his residence again. The fops were all shocked when they saw their father drunk like a pile of mud and sent back to the residence by the palace guards. It was the first time that Qing Chimo and the others had seen their father so drunk. After questioning the palace guards, they learned that their father had gotten drunk at the house of Huxian man, Li Wangyu. According to the guards, Huxian man had brewed a kind of liquor called burning knife. It was as clear as water, but as sweet as fire. The saints and dukes had all gotten drunk because they had drunk too much. How could the fops hold themselves back after hearing the words of the guards? If it weren't for the fact that it was late and the evening drum of Chang and City had already sounded, they would have rushed to Dingzhou village overnight to taste the burning knife wine. Early this morning, when the gates of Chang and City had just opened, the fops couldn't wait to ride their horses to Dingzhou village. When Li Wangyu heard the report from the old housekeeper, Li Hang, his head was about to explode. He didn't need to think to know why these fops were here. Was everyone in the Tang dynasty a drunkard? Helpless, Li Wangyu changed his clothes and came out to meet the guests. He bowed to the fops and said, "Brothers, what brings you to my residence so early in the morning? Zio, tell me honestly, how do we treat you?" Qing Chimo asked in a low, muffled voice. Li Wangyu said, "Of course they treat me very well." "That's good. If that's the case, why do you treat us like this? Since you brewed the burning knife wine, why don't you share it with us?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. He knew that these bastards were here for the same reason. Faced with the aggressive gazes of the group of profligate sons, Li Wangyu could only explain, "Brothers, you've wronged me. This burning knife has just been brewed. Yesterday, the saint and Uncle Cheng happened to meet. I was just about to send an invitation to my brothers to invite you to my residence in 3 days to taste this wine." Qing Chimo waved his hand and said, "It's better to hit the nail on the head. Today is fine. Zio, quickly take out the burning knife wine." Fang Yai, Chai Linggu, and the others also urged, "Yes, yes, quickly take out the burning knife wine." Li Wangyu was speechless. He looked up at the sky. Damn, what kind of wine are they drinking so early in the morning? The fops had left the city as soon as the city gates opened. They rode their horses to Dingzhou village. It was only 8:00 in the morning, but they were already clamoring to drink strong wine. Li Wangyu really couldn't understand these drunkards. In the future, Li Wangyu often met with his friends. He drank red wine, beer, and white wine, but he was definitely not addicted to alcohol. He really couldn't understand the fops' thoughts. However, since the fops had blocked the door, Li Wangyu naturally couldn't say anything. He simply went to get the wine for them. Calling Li Hang, he asked the maidservants to prepare some food for the fops in the kitchen. He also asked Miao Wu and him to go to the storeroom to get the wine. It was still 65% Kaoyang wine, and it was still 20 caddies of wine, Li Wangyu also threw caution to the wind. Since things had already come to this, he might as well let the fops drink and let them drink until they died. Thus, yesterday reappeared. It was incomparably melancholy. Apart from the fops' fighting strength not being as frightening as the old ruffians, the events of yesterday's Lai Hot were almost replayed. Li Wangyu expressed that he was very calm. It'll be fine once you get used to it. However, he still wanted to chop these bastards to death. Chapter 248. Li Wangyu didn't even bother to look at the drunken debauches in the central room and the mess on the ground. After instructing Li Hang to clean up the mess, he went back to the backyard to sleep. When he woke up, he found that the group of debauches was already gone. The debauches woke up with a splitting headache and no longer had the mood to ask Li Wangyu for wine. Instead, they climbed onto their horses and went back to Chang and city. After the debauches left, Li Wangyu let out a long breath. Looking at the smashed tables in his house, he turned around and instructed Li Hang to find Carpenter Lu. He asked Carpenter Lu to use a piece of wood as thick as a bowl to make a sturdy table. It didn't have to be pretty, just sturdy enough to withstand smashing. Li Wangyu didn't expect that guests would come to his house on the third day. This time, it was Yang Quan who led the way. He brought Yu Shinan, Kongyingda, and a few other Confucian scholars to his house. Their purpose was still the same. They heard that Hu Xiannan had brewed the best wine and came to taste it. Yu Shinan, Kongyingda, and the other Confucian scholars' alcohol tolerance was much better. At least, they didn't smash the central room. Only recently, they started to sing loudly, hey, 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 disturbing the people. On the fourth day, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji came. On the fifth day, Ma Zhou and Yan Liban came. On the sixth day, on the seventh day, for the entire 10 days, Li Wangyu's house was filled with guests. They all came for the same purpose, the burning knife wine. Li Wangyu was already completely numb. When he saw guests, he didn't waste any time. He just ordered the wine and drank until they were drunk. It wasn't until Li Qingxian and Li Tai came to Li Wangyu's house to learn and asked for wine that Li Wangyu was finally enraged. He took a golden ruler and chased after the two of them for a long time. It was fine if he couldn't afford to offend the others, but these two also came to join in the fun. It was a good opportunity for Li Wangyu to vent his anger. Two little brats also wanted to drink. This was simply going against the heavens. After the county magistrate's mansion was bustling with noise and excitement, Li Wangyu's sorghum wine was completely consumed. Only then did the guests finally stop in their tracks. It was beyond Li Wangyu's expectation that liquor was so popular among the nobles of the Tang dynasty. Although he knew that the Tang dynasty had good wine, he didn't expect that they would go so crazy just for a sip of good wine. After discussing with his beautiful boss, they decided that they had to speed up the progress of the brewery. Otherwise, Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin, and the others would have too much resentment for not being able to drink good wine. Pai Lupi was just short of sending the imperial army to snatch the wine. How terrifying! After drinking a high concentration of white wine, it was really terrible to let them drink that turbid and sour wine again. The beautiful superior went to the Taiji Palace and requested an audience with Empress Zhangsun. The two women quickly discussed the opening of the winery. Empress Zhangsun invested 5,000 strings of copper and took 40% of the winery, while the county magistrate took 60%. Empress Zhangsun only sent people to manage the accounts, and the Li family was responsible for everything else. In this regard, Li Wangyu and Su Changqi naturally had no objections and immediately nodded in agreement. The location of the winery was chosen near Dingzhou village. In addition to the convenience, the most important reason was that the water here was good. The mountain spring water that flowed endlessly from the Qinling Mountains was sweet and refreshing. This was a pure natural and pollution-free spring that couldn't be drunk in the future. It couldn't be better to use it to make wine. Good water must be used to make wine. According to the Book of Rites, if you are a great chieftain, the rice must be gathered, the rice must be plowed, 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 the water must be clean, the spring must be fragrant, the pottery must be good, and the fire must be plowed. The spring must be fragrant. This was the requirement for the water used to make wine. When Li Wangyu traveled in the future, he also tasted the spring water of several famous springs. But in his opinion, the spring water of those famous springs in the future couldn't compare to the sweetness of the spring water in the Qinling Mountains. Because the smell of distillers' grains in the winery was particularly pungent, Li Wangyu chose a location far away from the village. He chose a flat valley below Shouyang Mountain as the location of the winery. And the anxious Pai Lupi actually used his official position for personal gain and directly sent craftsmen from the Ministry of Works to Dingzhou village to build a winery for Li Wangyu for free. This saved Li Wangyu a lot of money. It would be a waste not to take advantage of the imperial family. Li Wangyu accepted this benefit with a clear conscience. The winery was different from his manner. The construction speed was very fast. Brewing, fermentation, distillation, blending, canning, storage. Li Wangyu directly enlarged the winery of his third uncle's family. He drew out the blueprints and had the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works build according to the blueprints. After a month, the Burning Knife Winery was built with the efforts of the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works. After Li Wangyu bought a large amount of sorghum and other grains from his enemies, he officially started to brew wine. In order to keep it a secret, the craftsmen in the winery were all slaves that Li Wangyu bought from the west city of Chang'an. The longer Li Wangyu stayed in the Tang dynasty, the more he lost his sense of justice and morality. Li Wangyu couldn't bear to see the slaves in his family being sold by Yang Quan, so he took responsibility for the debt and released the slaves in his family. But now, in order to keep the winery a secret, he actually spent money to buy slaves. For this reason, his beautiful boss laughed at him, but also acquiesced to his practice. In the Tang dynasty, where there was no intellectual property protection, this was the only way to keep the winery a secret. When the first batch of Burning Knife wine was brewed and shipped to Chang'an for sale, it immediately attracted the attention of all the influential people in Chang'an. For a time, the wine in Chang'an was expensive, but this was a story for later, so let's not talk about it for now. On that day, Li Wangyu took the feral and chased after Li Qingxian and Li Tai, who wanted to drink the wine for a long time. After a few days of venting his anger, he finally let them go. This time, when the three little ones came to Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu planned to let them have more contact with children of the same age, so that they wouldn't be raised in the palace all year round and develop problems. Li Wangyu remembered that he had read a document in the future, which said that if children couldn't play freely in their childhood, they might be unhappy when they grew up. So, Li Wangyu wanted to correct the tragedy of Li Qingxian and Li Tai in the future and create a happy childhood for them. In his opinion, it was necessary to create a happy childhood for them. Children of 8 or 9 years old, learning everything from the old masters in the palace every day, and being surrounded by the servants and eunuchs, who were physically disabled, it would be strange if they didn't have psychological depression. Li Wangyu felt that most of the tragedies in the imperial family were due to childhood depression, which caused the children to become mentally deformed. Teacher, what are we learning today? Ever since Li Tai mastered Arabic numerals, he became more interested in mathematics. He also had a direct understanding of Li Wangyu's ability. In addition, the temptation of the Li family's fun and delicious food made it very natural for Li Tai to call him teacher. Li Wangyu shook his head. We're not learning anything today, we're going out to play. Li Qingxian and Li Tai looked at each other suspiciously, their eyes full of astonishment. But when the little Chang'le girl heard that they were going out to play, she cheered and jumped for joy. Li Wangyu didn't care about the three little ones' reactions. He ordered the palace guards to stay away from them and not follow them so closely. Then, he leisurely led the three little ones out of the door. Chapter 249. In Dingzhou village, the spring plowing had long been completed. As for the villagers, those who could work, most of them had already gone to work as drivers for the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company. During the day, most of the villagers only had women and children at home. Those half-grown children would play all over the village. Li Wangyu didn't spend much effort to find a group of naughty children in the village. He brought them to the grain-sunning field and said that he wanted to teach them how to play games. Naturally, none of the naughty children dared to disobey Lord Ju's words. They all obediently followed behind Li Wangyu. Li Qingxian and Li Tai looked at the group of dirty children with tattered clothes behind them, and their expressions of disdain were clearly expressed. Actually, the families in Dingzhou village didn't lack copper coins to buy clothes made from a few feet of coarse cloth. However, the naughty children in the village jumped up and down every day, rolling all over the ground. If they weren't climbing trees, they were fishing in the river. No matter how good their clothes were, they were no different from beggars at the end of the day. Therefore, the villagers couldn't be bothered to make new clothes for the naughty children and let them do as they pleased. Li Wangyu glanced indifferently at the two little ones whose faces were filled with disdain, but didn't say anything. He gathered the naughty children in the village together and began to explain the rules of the new game to them. Li Wangyu had prepared quite a few games, such as eagle catches chicks, cockfighting, jumping goat, wooden man. When Li Wangyu explained the rules of the game to the children in the village, the three little ones listened very seriously. However, only the little lowly Tranquil cheered excitedly. She didn't dislike the naughty children in the village at all and immediately played with them. As for Li Qingxian and Li Tai, their faces were proud and aloof. They were like little adults, coldly watching from the sidelines with their hands behind their backs. Li Wangyu didn't pay attention to the two naughty children and led the group of children to play by themselves. This group of naughty children in Dingzhou village had never played these modern games before. After hearing Li Wangyu explain the rules, they were abnormally excited and threw themselves into the game. The grain sunning field instantly became a sea of joy, filled with the laughter of the children. Led by Li Wangyu, the naughty children in the village were about to go crazy. Even Tranquil, the little girl, was the same. She kept screaming excitedly. The imperial guards who had been chased away by Li Wangyu all had worried looks on their faces. Although Pai Lupi had already instructed them to listen to Hu Xiannan's orders when they arrived at Dingzhou village. But if the eldest princess was accidentally injured while playing, they were afraid that they would be implicated. Fortunately, Crown Prince Li Qingxian and King Yu Li Tai did not participate in the game, allowing the Imperial Guard leader to relax a little. In his opinion, although the Crown Prince and King Yu were young, they would never play with this group of dirty children. Then there would be no danger of injury. As for the eldest princess, she could only resign herself to fate. Actually, he didn't notice that as the game on the grain sunning field progressed, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, who had been standing to the side with faces full of indifference, didn't even blink as they stared fixedly at the people playing the game. At this moment, Li Wangyu was leading a group of naughty children to play Eagle Catches Chicks. He personally entered the game and acted as the eagle. The little girl, Tranquil, was designated as the hen by him. She was trying her best to open her arms and block Li Wangyu's attacks. After Li Wangyu caught another chicken, Li Qingxian couldn't hold back anymore. He jumped up and shouted, "Tranquil, you're so stupid. Hurry up and stop the teacher. Turn left and run." Li Tai also had an empathetic appearance. He didn't care about his own chubby body and shouted at the top of his voice, "Little sister, why are you running so slowly? You're pissing me off." Li Wangyu didn't find Li Qingxian and Li Tai's reactions strange at all. When he was young, his grandfather was strict and rarely gave him pocket money. At that time, he often went to the game room after school to watch the other children play games. The people who watched from the side usually shouted louder than the children sitting in front of the game room. Each of them had an appearance of pointing at the world, as if they couldn't wait to push others away and sit in their place. Therefore, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, these two naughty children, wanted to pretend to be profound in front of him. They were simply asking for a snub. These were all the tricks he played in the past. As a result, the hearts of the Imperial Guards, who were originally calm, began to beat violently. His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Yu were actually playing with that group of dirty farmers. The resentment the Imperial Guards had towards Li Wangyu was about to materialize. This county boy was too bold. He actually let the Crown Prince of the Tang dynasty play with this group of bumpkin children. If something happened to him, who could bear the responsibility? When Li Wangyu began to teach the naughty children how to play cockfighting, the Imperial Guard leader's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Damn it, that bumpkin actually dared to use his dirty leg to bump into the Crown Prince. Mother, I can't live anymore. His Highness the King of Yu was actually knocked down. At that moment, the Imperial Guard leader almost stopped breathing. He really wanted to rush up and grab all of these rebellious, naughty children and give them a heavy beating. However, when he thought of Pai Lupi's orders and Li Wangyou's threatening glances from time to time, the Imperial Guard leader could only grit his teeth and endure. He swore that when he returned to Chang'an City, he would find a door and use his connections. Even if he had to spend money, he would be transferred to another place. He was determined not to be the Imperial Guard leader anymore. If he was scared like this every day, he was sure that he wouldn't live past 40 years old. On the grain-drying field, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, who were already having fun, didn't care about the royal etiquette, the identity of the crown prince, or whether their clothes were dirty or not. The two of them followed the naughty children of Dingzhou village, running and screaming on the grain-drying field. The gloomy expression on Li Qingxian and Li Tai's faces had long since disappeared. It was replaced by the bright smiles that children should have. Li Wangyu played with the naughty children for a while and was also covered in sweat. He walked to the side to rest. At the same time, he waved at the Imperial Guard who had been nervously watching from afar. The Imperial Guard leader immediately rushed over. Wuxia Xianxia, what orders do you have? Are you going to stop the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Yu? Li Wangyu looked at him strangely and shook his head. Send someone back to my residence and send some cold drinks and food. Remember to send more, all of the children must have some. The Imperial Guard leader became even more depressed. Not only did he not stop the Crown Prince from playing such a dangerous game, but he also made him run errands and send food and drinks to the naughty children of the field. Uncle can endure, but Aunt can't. The Imperial Guard leader, who couldn't bear it anymore, punched his left chest and stood up. Yes, Wuxia Xianxia, wait a moment. I'll go immediately. He ran back like a wisp of smoke, called for his subordinates, and ran in the direction of the Li family. He was just the Imperial Guard leader. In the face of Pai Lupi's orders, Baron Wuxia Xianxia couldn't ignore them. He couldn't bear it anymore. He still had to bear it. The Imperial Guard leader felt wronged, but he didn't say anything. Chapter 250. Under Li Wangyou's painstaking enticement, the proud and pampered crown prince of the Tang dynasty and His Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yu, did not last long before succumbing. Together with Princess Tranquil, the two little brats played happily with the naughty children of Dingzhou village. It didn't take long for the originally gorgeous clothing of the three little ones to become no different from the naughty children of Dingzhou village. Seeing that they were covered in mud and had been scratched in many places, the Imperial Guard leader's eyes continuously twitched. Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and the eldest princess did not care about these things. Today, the three little ones had completely let themselves go. In the world of children, making friends was always a simple matter. Even the proud and pampered Li Qingxian and Li Tai, after a day of playing, each of them had made friends with a few pleasing little friends. Even when the Imperial Guards repeatedly urged them to return to the palace, they became reluctant to part with each other. Seeing this, Li Wangyu inwardly laughed. With such a good beginning, Li Wangyu was very confident that he could correct Li Qingxian, who had been pampered since childhood, indulged in sensual pleasures, and led an increasingly absurd and dispirited life. As for Li Tai, he had been completely spoiled by Pai Lupi. As a result, after becoming an adult, he had become arrogant because of Li Qingxian's favor, developing an even greater desire for power. For the sake of the position of Crown Prince, he and Li Qingxian had fought over the position of Crown Prince. Correcting Li Tai was a bit easier. As long as Pai Lupi did not spoil him so much, it would be fine. Li Wangyu wanted these two brothers to not repeat the tragedies of history. Right now, he wanted them to have a beautiful childhood. After sending away the three little ones who had turned into mud monkeys, Li Wangyu could finally lie down comfortably on the sofa and do a standard Guyu lie. Naturally, this sofa had been made by Carpenter Lu in the village under Li Wangyou's orders. Unfortunately, in the current Tang dynasty, springs were not available, nor were there any sponges to fill cushions. In fact, in this era, Europe had already begun to collect and use natural sponges. However, natural sponges did not exist in the waters of China. They were mainly found in the Mediterranean Sea, the Gulf of Mexico, and the Bahamas. Therefore, the sofa could only be filled with a thick layer of cotton to comfort itself. Cotton was also a rare item in the Tang dynasty. Their beautiful boss had led Aphrodite and Perrin on a stroll on the east side of the city when they accidentally found it in a Hu shop. Moreover, cotton was expensive. Just the cotton used to make the sofa cost 20 strings of copper coins. That was enough to buy an ox. Li Wangyo's heart ached at the thought of it. However, it was worth it to have such a comfortable sofa to enjoy in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu felt drained after playing with a group of naughty kids for a whole day. Slumping on the sofa, he wondered if he had done something wrong in his previous life that caused his soul to be tortured by Pai Lupi and his family after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty. Not only did he have to help Pai Lupi scare the rich and powerful families, but he also had to help him discipline two troublesome brats. It was really enough. However, when he thought about his manor that had already started construction and was expected to be completed in half a year, Li Wangyu felt that it made sense. Pai Lupi, this big boss, had given him a sufficient salary. As a wage earner, Li Wangyu's mentality was still very good. Now that he had a noble title, a house and land at home, some savings, and the company of beautiful girls, Li Wangyu felt quite satisfied. He was not an ambitious person. Being content with a small fortune was his philosophy of life. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with his comfortable life in Dingzhou village. However, his good mood was disrupted the next day. Someone actually wanted to cause trouble again. At noon the next day, after lunch, Li Wangyu asked the maidservant to make a pot of tea for him. He leisurely lay down on the recliner in the backyard. He hummed a song and enjoyed the quiet and beautiful leisure time. Then he heard the old butler Li Heng's hurried footsteps. Lang Jun, Ma Zhou and Yen Liben are here. They have urgent matters to discuss with you. Li Wangyu turned his head in confusion. Counting the days, today was not the day off. Shouldn't Ma Zhou and Yen Liben be at work? Why did they come to Dingzhou village? Invite them in. Anyway, they were not outsiders and his beautiful superiors were not here. Li Wangyu was too lazy to be polite and did not want to get up from the recliner. He simply asked Li Heng to invite Ma Zhou and Yen Liben to the backyard. Ma Zhou and Yen Liben followed Li Heng to the backyard. Their faces were full of indignation, which made Li Wangyu feel strange. What was going on? Teacher, you still have the mood to drink tea leisurely. Do you know that the city of Chang'an is full of rumors about you? Seeing Li Wangyu's tired look, Ma Zhou shouted first. Li Wangyu was stunned. Why would there be rumors about him in Chang'an city all of a sudden? He had not been to Chang'an for a long time since he was appointed to the imperial court. Who had he offended while staying in Dingzhou village? However, Li Wangyu did not take it seriously. It was just rumors. It was not a big deal. He asked his two disciples to sit down and poured tea for them. Then he asked, King Bin, tell me slowly. What rumors about me are there in Chang'an? Ma Zhou picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful of tea. He said angrily, now in Chang'an, there are rumors in the big and small markets that you are a sycophant and lucky minister. You are just relying on the sage's favor to do whatever you want. You have no virtue, no ability, and no talent. It is ridiculous for you to be the crown prince's teacher when you are not even 20 years old. Li Wangyu heard this and was slightly stunned. He was not willing to agree to Pai Lupi's request because he was worried about being scolded. Didn't Yu Shernan say that the great scholars in the imperial court liked him? They did not object to him being the crown prince's teacher. A few days ago, Yu Shernan, Kang Yingda, and the other great scholars came to the mansion to taste the fine wine. He did not hear them mention that the scholars were dissatisfied with him. What kind of trouble was this? Yen Liben said, if it was just rumors in the marketplace, it would be fine. But today, the scholars in the Imperial College of the Imperial College also made a scene. Many of them even ran to the Taiji Palace, saying that they wanted to complain about you. Li Wangyu was speechless. How hateful was he? What do they want to complain about? Those disgraceful students, I don't know who bewitched them. They said that you have no talent, no virtue, and are not fit to be the crown prince's teacher. They also said that you flattered the saint, which was why you were conferred the title of Baron of Hu County, and that you are a sycophantic official. They even said that you are a lucky official, Yixing, who sits in the northeast of the imperial capital and attends to the crown prince. Ma Zhou angrily agreed. In the end, it was Chancellor Kong of the Imperial College who came out and reprimanded these scholars and chased them away. This can be considered as temporarily restraining them. Teacher, you have to think of a way. You can't let these people harm you. Nanny? The students of the Imperial College wanted to make a scene just to target him. Even if Li Wangyu was an idiot in politics, he could smell the thick scent of a conspiracy from this matter. It would be strange if there was no one behind this instigation. However, he was also puzzled. Who would spend so much effort to target him, a small county official who founded the country? What good would it do? Damn it, this was really a case of a person sitting at home, but trouble came from the sky. Chapter 251. Li Wangyu did not know that he was actually taking the blame for Pai Lupi again. He helped Pai Lupi to organize the heavenly grand ritual, the saint's divine manifestation, at the Shuawang imperial consultation, which made a series of arrangements of the aristocratic families useless. Not only did the aristocratic families fail to use the plague of locusts to attack Pai Lupi's reputation and gain more power, but because of the Tao Zu's divine manifestation, Pai Lupi showed more of his imperial power. Now in the imperial court, even if the aristocratic families still accounted for half of the officials and had great power in local areas, but they were suppressed by Pai Lupi everywhere and were in a difficult situation. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The Taiji Palace seemed to be strictly guarded, but in fact, there was no secret to the aristocratic families. Without much effort, they found out from the palace that it was Li Wangyu, the little county man who founded the country, who gave advice to Pai Lupi and made their painstaking plan useless. Although they also believed that it was the Tao Zu who showed his divine power, they were more jealous of Li Wangyu, who came up with the bad idea of organizing the heavenly grand ritual. In fact, this matter was originally proposed by Ma Zhou, and Li Wangyu took the blame for his disciple. He took the blame for Ma Zhou and Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu was simply the scapegoat hero. Therefore, the aristocratic families such as the Jing family of Xingyang and the Wang clan of Taiyuan regarded Li Wangyu as a thorn in their side. However, Li Wangyu was only appointed as the county man who founded the country. He did not enter the imperial court to hold an official position, so there was no evidence for them to use against him. However, this 16-year-old county man who founded the country was actually invited by Pai Lupi to be the crown prince and the king of Yu's army. This was beyond the aristocratic family's expectations, but it also gave them an excuse to attack Li Wangyu. The aristocratic family's usual tactic was to use their pen as a knife and use their influence in the scholarly circles to discredit others. Words hurt people more than swords and sabers. Even Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, was put in a difficult position by the aristocratic families using such means. If it weren't for Li Wangyu's shenanigans, Pai Lupi probably wouldn't have had an easy time either. Originally, the Wang clan of Taiyuan was dissatisfied with Li Wangyu because of the annulment of the engagement. The Zheng clan of Xingyang was even more disgraced because of Zheng Kongbua. As for the Zheng clansman, Zheng Shangyi was demoted to the Yeting Palace, which made the Zheng clan of Xingyang hate Li Wangyu even more. Even if he couldn't touch Pai Lupi, he could still deal with a little boy from Huxian. Thus, under the manipulation of the aristocratic families, they used their usual methods to attack Li Wangyu. They asked people to spread rumors in the marketplace and then asked people to encourage students and scholars to make trouble in the imperial college. These were all manipulated by the aristocratic families behind the scenes. Their purpose was to make Li Wangyu's reputation so bad that everyone wanted to beat him up. This move could not be said to be not vicious. If Li Wangyu's reputation was really bad, no matter how much Pai Lupi liked him and thought highly of him, he couldn't compete with the boiling public opinion. Public opinion could distort gold, and accumulation could destroy bones. Rumors were terrible. They could reverse right and wrong and put people to death. This was also the reason why Ma Zhou and Yan Liben hurried to Dingzhou village after the Imperial College students made trouble today. Li Wangyu was also stunned by the scene in Chang'an. This was the method of using public accounts and Weibo influencers to discredit their opponents in the entertainment circle of the future. He was originally quite calm, but because he was being smeared for no reason, he was also angered. Li Wangyu pretended to be calm and comforted his two students. He told them not to worry and that he had a plan. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben were worried that their little teacher would be at a disadvantage and wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Li Wangyu. After sending away Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, who came to report, Li Wangyu immediately jumped up from the recliner. Counterattack, this kind of thing must be counterattacked. Did they really think that he, Li Wangyu, was made of clay? If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm Hello Kitty? He also vaguely guessed who was targeting him. It seemed that in the Tang dynasty, other than the Li clan of Hu County, he only had grudges with the Zheng clan of Xinjiang and the Wang clan of Taiyuan. The Li clan of Hu County probably didn't have the ability to set up such a trap. Other than the 5 clans and 7 nobles, there was no one else who could incite the students of the Imperial College to make trouble. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu became more and more angry. The Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng clan of Xinjiang were really haunting him. He just stayed in Dingzhou village and lived in a remote place, but they still remembered him. They were really domineering and unscrupulous. Wang Ziqiao of the Wang clan of Taiyuan found the head of the county government who had been working for 10,000 years and wanted to frame him. He hadn't taken revenge yet, but now they attacked him. It was really hateful. The cynical man paced back and forth in the backyard, thinking about how to fight back. Since they said that Li Wangyu had no talent and no virtue, then he would show his talent to the world and make them blind. But how to show his talent was a bit troublesome. After thinking about it, Li Wangyu decided to ask for help. Niu Wu, go to the carriage shop in Chang'an City and find Su Changqing. I have something urgent to find her. For crisis public relations, well, it was reliable to ask the beautiful boss to give him advice. This was the specialty of the top students of the University of Pennsylvania. Li Wangyu didn't feel that there was anything embarrassing about asking a beautiful superior to give him advice. After Su Changqing hurriedly returned from Chang'an City, Li Wangyu pulled her into the study and closed the door. The two of them discussed in whispers for a long time. When the door of the study was opened again, Li Wangyu called Niu Wu again and told him a few words. Niu Wu nodded and rode to the county seat of Hu County. The next day, in the legislative hall of Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi was losing his temper. Yesterday, the students of the Imperial College made trouble, which made Pai Lupi aware that someone was targeting Li Wangyu. Before he could ask the 100 Horsemen Department to investigate the cause, the Imperial Censor had submitted a memorial to impeach Li Wangyu from Hu County. He was young and inexperienced, without talent or virtue, and was unfit to be the Crown Prince's tutor. Li Er had vented his anger in front of all the officials in the imperial court. It could be said that he had used his dignity as an emperor to temporarily suppress this matter. If Li Wangyu could guess who was targeting him, so could Pai Lupi. Other than those aristocratic families, no one else would dare to do such a discrediting method. Only the noble clans had such influence. Pai Lupi knew that Li Wangyu had probably taken the blame for him, causing the noble clans to hate him. That was why he was targeted like this. It was precisely because of this that Pai Lupi was so furious. His own nephew had taken the blame for him. How could Pai Lupi not be angry? What made Pai Lupi even angrier was that he still didn't know how to clear Li Wangyu's name. If he issued an edict to refute it, he was afraid that it would add fuel to the fire and confirm that Li Wangyu was a lucky subject. This feeling of having power but not being able to use it made Pai Lupi feel suffocated. Just as Pai Lupi was sulking, he saw the eunuch from the 100 Horsemen Department, who was responsible for passing messages in the palace, enter the hall with a piece of paper. What's the matter? Pai Lupi asked in an unfriendly tone. The eunuch's expression was strange. He respectfully presented the piece of paper with both hands. Your Majesty, you will know once you see it. Pai Lupi reached out his hand to take it and carefully looked it over. A moment later, the sound of Pai Lupi's loud laughter could be heard from the legislative hall. Chapter 252. The The schools of the Tang dynasty were known as the 6 schools and 2 halls. The 2 halls referred to the Hongwen Hall and the Chongwen Hall. They were located in the East Palace and recruited the children of the royal family. They were the top-notch schools and had the fewest students. The 6 schools referred to the Imperial College, the 4 schools, law, calligraphy, and mathematics, all under the Imperial College. Although the Imperial College, and the 4 schools all studied the Confucian classics, they recruited students based on the grades of officials. The Imperial College recruited the children of officials of grade 3 and above and had 300 students. The Imperial College recruited the children of officials of grade 5 and above and had 500 students. The 4 schools recruited the children of officials of grades 7 and above and had the most students. They were mainly selected from the counties and provinces and were mostly outstanding children of officials. There were a total of 1,300 students. The law, calligraphy, and mathematics were for children of grade 8 and below and commoners. Those who studied law, those who studied calligraphy, and those who studied mathematics added up to less than 100 people. It was a pitiful sight. The Imperial College of the Tang dynasty was located in the Jianghu workshop of Chang'an City. The Imperial College took up half of the workshop in the west. The Jianghu workshop and the Pingkong workshop were only separated by a 100-meter wide Qi Xia Men Street. It was really convenient for these students to search for artistic inspiration. The students who caused trouble were mainly from the Imperial College. The main reason was that close to half of the students in the Imperial College were born in aristocratic families. Yesterday, these students were scolded by the Imperial College's Chancellor Kong Yingda and were forced to disperse. However, they were not going to let the matter rest. Within the Imperial College, students from the Jing family of Xinjiang and the Wang family of Taiyuan gathered a group of Imperial College students and prepared to cause trouble outside the Imperial City again. The leading student of the Jing family raised his arms and shouted, "If we don't get rid of the traitors, the country will not be at peace. How can we, the Imperial scholars, sit by and watch such a scoundrel without virtue and talent lead the crown prince astray? Everyone, that Li Wangyu from Hu County is bewitching the saint. How can we sit by and do nothing?" The Imperial College students all felt that they were righteous people who were helping the country get rid of evil, so they all agreed. However, there were also people who raised their doubts. Li Zio of Hu County was famous in Chang and before, and several of his poems were handed down from generation to generation. Was there some kind of misunderstanding? I don't think Li Zio is a person without talent. The disciple who raised the objection had just finished speaking when he was immediately rebutted. Bah, what fame? I think he's just a person who takes advantage of his fame to steal from the world. Who would believe that a 16-year-old youth could write such a poem? That's right, that's exactly how it is. It must be Li Wangyu who got someone to write it for him in order to fish for fame. We scholars want to expose the true face of these treacherous officials. Flattering the saint, such a talentless and immoral young man becoming the crown prince's teacher is a crime of deceiving the emperor. In the Imperial College, there were few who dared to speak out and argue for Li Wangyu. After being refuted by a group of people, they didn't know what to say. Just as the disciples of the Imperial College, encouraged by the scholars of the aristocratic families, were preparing to go to the Imperial City to petition again, a servant of the Imperial College ran in from outside the gate of the Imperial College. He was holding a large stack of papers in his hands, sweating profusely from running. As he ran, he shouted, "Young masters, someone just sent these things over and asked me to bring them to you." "What is this?" A student curiously took a piece of paper from his arms. After looking at it for a moment, his expression changed greatly. How is this possible? Brother, what's wrong? What happened?" The student of the Imperial College couldn't help but look at the leaders of the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Jing family of Xinjiang. With a complicated expression, he replied, "Take a look for yourselves." Everyone curiously took the paper from the servant's hands and began to read it. After reading it, they couldn't help but gasp. This Li Zio is really hard to predict. These were all written by that young man from Hu County? It's really too shocking. Works passed down from generation to generation, all of them are works passed down from generation to generation. How could he create so many poems that can be passed down from generation to generation? Brother, did you notice that? It says here that it's the first issue. Does that mean there's a follow-up? Hiss, how is this possible? Could it be that this Li Wangyu is really a genius? Just by looking at these poems, it seems like we've wronged him. Everyone, did you notice this handwriting? It's so unique. The handwriting is thin and strong, yet it doesn't lose its meat. I've never seen this kind of handwriting before. All of the papers have the same handwriting. Could it be that Li Zio copied them himself? There's a description below. This handwriting was created by Li Zio from Hu County. It's called Thin Muscle Body. Li Zio was inspired to create this handwriting when he saw that the bamboo branches were thin but had strength of character. The words on it were all personally written by Li Zio and then printed. Printed? How could it be printed like this? Incredible, incredible. Not to mention Li Zio's poems, just based on this handwriting, Li Zio's name will definitely go down in history. After the students of the Imperial College saw what the servant brought, they were all discussing it. Some were exaggerating the poem, some were discussing the calligraphy, and some were curious about how the paper was printed. Taiyuan Wang clan and Xinjiang clan's leaders saw the huge reaction of the crowd and suddenly felt that something was wrong. They quickly separated the crowd and ran to the servant and grabbed the paper. On the paper, there were a few big words, Zio's compilation. Below it, there were the words, first issue. Below it, there were 10 poems written by Thin Muscle Body. These 10 poems made Taiyuan Wang clan and Xinjiang clan students palpitate more and more. Their faces slowly turned pale. These 10 poems, all of them were works that could be passed down from generation to generation. Any one of them, in their opinion, was enough to win the favor of the examiners in the spring imperial examinations. However, Li Wangyu directly printed these 10 poems as if they were free. He even asked someone to send them to the Imperial College to distribute. The students who did not manage to grab the paper were urging people to read it out loud. Immediately, there were people who did not care about the ugly faces of the aristocratic family's disciples and loudly recited. The first poem, Lime Song. Hammered thousands of times deep into the mountains, burned by fire as if it were nothing. Not afraid of being crushed to death, to keep my innocence in the world. The meaning of this poem was that I was brave enough to sacrifice myself to maintain my loyalty and innocence. However, in the eyes of these aristocratic families, Li Wangyu was using this to mock them for their despicable actions. He, Li Wangyu, would rather keep his innocence in the world than wallow in the mire with them. Bastard, he actually wrote such a poem to scold them. If Li Wangyu was innocent, wouldn't that mean that the aristocratic families were all filthy? However, no matter what they thought, once the poem was recited, the Imperial College was full of cheers. Many students even looked at the aristocratic family's disciples with mischievous eyes. That student raised his voice and continued to recite the next poem, Dark Plum. My family washes the inkstone on the head of the tree, blooming flowers with a light ink mark. Don't want people to praise the good color, only leaving a clear air that fills the universe. It was another poem that used plum flowers to describe oneself. It expressed one's attitude towards life and did not flatter the secular world. The aristocratic family's disciples were about to vomit blood. If Li Wangyu's clear air fills the universe, then what are we? However, no matter how ugly their faces were, the Imperial College's students praised even louder. Good. What a good, only leaving a clear air that fills the universe. Li Zio is talented.